Good morning. All right. Welcome. Welcome to Laracon 2025. This is the biggest Laracon we've ever had. This is going to be the best Laracon that we've ever had. I think more planning has gone into this Laracon than any other Laracon before it. And we've got a lot of great stuff in store for you for the next 2 days. Of course, we've got amazing speakers. We've got some that have been on the Laracon stage 10 times. We've got some that this is their first time on the Laracon stage. And I've seen the way that these speakers are preparing. I've seen some of their talks. You guys are in for a treat. Not only do we have speakers, we've got events. We've got amazing sponsors. And you know what? We have a lot of downtime where you can go and meet your internet friends. We're finally here in person, and you can go and meet the people you've been talking to online for so long. So if you recognize someone, go up and say hello. This is the time to make real-life friends, to go scheme new businesses, new packages, new podcasts. We need more podcasts. That's not a bit. We actually do need more podcasts. So please go meet some people if you recognize them from the internet. And if someone comes up to you and they say, I recognize you from the internet, and you don't recognize them, that's okay. Say, hey, what's your name? I don't recognize you from Twitter. So we've got a lot in store for you. My name is Aaron Francis. I'm going to be your MC for the next 2 days, which basically just means I have 2 jobs. 1, to make sure you know what's about to happen, and 2, to make sure that the speakers get backstage on time. That's it. I think I can manage that. 2 jobs. Before we dive in, just a few logistics. Big, beautiful venue. We've got men's restrooms over there, women's restrooms over there, coffee in the back. That'll be here all day, both days. So if you're starting to drag around 2 p.m., grab some coffee. You're not going to want to miss any of this. Behind me, during breaks, you'll see some information slides that'll keep you up to date. The Wi-Fi is something like TypeSense at Laracon, and it's an open network, so you can find that. And you can find an updated schedule at laracon.us. I'll try to keep you posted, but you can always find that if you're out to lunch and you forget. We have incredible sponsors here who are across the way, across the pavilion in the expo hall. They make this whole thing possible. Of course, Laravel does a ton of planning, but the sponsors really make this possible. So head over there and talk to them. When you came in, you got a bag that had a couple of cards in it. One is a sponsor stamp card, and one is a Laravel stamp card. So if you go to the sponsor booths, they can punch your card, and you can turn that in up front for a mini Lambo. We're not doing full size, maybe next year, but you can turn that in for a mini Lambo up front. And if you go talk to the all 4 Laravel booths, there are 4 Laravel booths. If you go talk to them, you can turn in your stamp card for an artisan t-shirt. So not a bad deal. Go talk to interesting people about interesting things and get free stuff. That's a pretty good deal. So I just want to say that I'm glad that you all are here. I think this community is growing, and I have a couple of ideas as to why. But first, I kind of want to see a show of hands. Who this is not? I'm not going to make you come up on stage or shout out your name or anything. So don't worry. Raise your hand if this is not your first in-person Laracon. This is not your first in-person Laracon. Okay? A lot of returners. All right, now we know what's coming next. Raise your hand if this is your first in-person Laracon. Yes! Look at that. That is what I like to see. Okay, so the community is growing, and I have 2 reasons why I think that is. But before I get into those, I just want to say very clearly and very explicitly, I am glad that you are here. If you feel like, man, I don't super belong at a Laracon, bad news, you're wrong. You do super belong at a Laracon, okay? So whether you are a back-end developer, front-end developer, full-stack developer, maybe you're a Rails developer who just came to check it out. I saw you. Maybe you're a Rails developer. Maybe you're an emissary from the React community. Whatever it is, I am glad that you are here. Maybe you're a designer, customer support, manager, ops, finance. Maybe you're a technical recruiter. I know you're out there somewhere. Maybe you're one of those things, or maybe your spouse or partner said, let's go on vacation to Denver. And I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry this may not be interesting for you, but I'm glad that you are here. You belong here, and we are grateful that you are here. The Laravel team, the rest of your conference goers, the sponsors, everybody is glad that you are here. You belong here. Now, this community is growing. And I have, I think, 2 ideas as to why that might be. The first is, I think as an industry, we are shifting back towards pragmatism as an industry. I think we lost our way there for a second, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But now the name of the game is build things and ship them to users. That's the name of the game now, pragmatism. And what's the best way to build things and ship them to users? A full stack, batteries included framework like Laravel. And so now, as the industry is shifting back towards pragmatism, people are starting to pile into the Laravel community, which is a wonderful thing. And this pragmatism is something that is baked into the very origin stories of Laravel. If you listen to any podcasts where Taylor is on it, the interviewer is always going to say something like, why did you decide to start a PHP framework? And the answer is always the same. I didn't decide to start a PHP framework. What I decided to do, this is my Taylor impression. What I decided to do was, I was a young guy living in central Arkansas with a young family, and I wanted to change my family's life. And so I wanted to build something and ship it to people to change my family's life. And out of that came Laravel, right? It wasn't the goal, it was a means by which he could accomplish his goal. And you fast forward, whatever it is, 12, 13, 15 years, and look where we are today. Pragmatic way to ship to end users. What do you need? You need auth, you need queues, you need scheduled jobs, you need an ORM, you need mail, you need social login, you need templating. Anything that you would need to ship a finished product to a user, Laravel has an answer for it. You need to set up your dev machine, we've got a couple answers. You need to ship to production, we've got actually 3 first-party answers for that. You need to monitor your application in production, we've got answers for that. This has been baked into the core from the beginning. And I think at maybe even a lower level, Laravel is obviously written in PHP, and I think at a lower level, pragmatism is kind of baked into the PHP community from the very beginning as well. It's always been a working person's language, right? It's always been the language of people who want to get things done. We have never really, I don't know if you've been on Hacker News, we've never really gotten a lot of credit for being PHP developers, right? And so there's always been this evolutionary pressure of we need to, we don't really talk about PHP. I've been using PHP for 20 years and I love it dearly, but the things that the PHP community talks about, because we don't get a lot of internet points, is we talk about these things that we're building, these final outcomes, these products, and it has shaped this very pragmatic community. And I think Taylor summed it up nicely at Laracon EU when he said, we must ship. Yes, we can talk about internals. Yes, we can go deep into computer science, of course. But the goal is to ship. And I think Taylor summed that up nicely. I think you actually have stickers in your bag that say, we must ship. So I think the pragmatism is one reason. But I think another reason that Laravel as a community is growing is the community itself. I have found the community to be very welcoming and very kind, right? And we could have seen this go the other direction. We could have been, like the PHP community where finally the spotlight shines upon us, VC, and the industry shifts back, and everybody's like, oh, maybe I should try Laravel. And we could have looked at them and said, I told you so. I have been telling you this all along. I was right, you were wrong. But I haven't seen any of that. What I have seen is people say, I am so glad you're here. Let me show you around. Let me send you some videos. Let me send you some links. Let me introduce you to some people. Do you want to hop on a call? I am glad you are here. Let me tell you what I love about this framework and what I love about this community. Very welcoming, and for me, it is a wonderful thing to see. I've just observed it happening all across the board. I think this community is also very kind. And of course, there's a difference between being kind and putting on a facade of fakeness and niceness. What I have observed is people disagreeing, which is healthy. We can argue about whether classes should be marked final or not, and we can argue to the death. And no, they should not be marked final. Let me extend the class. But we can argue about those things, and that is a good thing. We can argue about whether we like TypeScript or not. I'm just going to stay out of that one. But we can argue about those things, and that is a good thing. I'm not saying we don't disagree. I'm saying we disagree pretty well. On average, we have these great, fulfilling conversations about which way is best, and at the end of the conversation, they may still disagree, but everybody had a good time. And I find that to be very fulfilling. It's a very welcoming, a very kind community. And I think people are starting to join it and experiencing that firsthand. So I hope you experience that while you're here. This community is a community of makers, builders, and doers. And that leads me to my final intro point here, which is you can just do things. And that is a pithy phrase that has become very widely used and a little bit trite. But in that phrase, there's a key word that's doing a lot of work, and that is the word just. Right? You can just do things. You don't have to get permission. You don't have to be chosen. You don't have to be anointed. You don't have to be special. You can just decide, I'm gonna do something. I've told my story many times, so I won't go into details here. If you want Laracon Nashville, you can learn more about that. But quickly, I decided several years ago, I'm just gonna start putting myself out there a little bit more. I was very terrified of doing that, and I decided I was gonna do that. And so I submitted to Laracon online a few times, gave a couple conference talks that I thought went well, and then I reached out to Taylor and was like, hey, if Laracon comes back in person, I want to be your MC. I didn't know Taylor. I just said, I want to do it. And he said, sure, sounds good. I mean, the worst that could have happened was the same thing that was happening, which is I wasn't the MC. And I decided, we'll see what happens. And I asked him, and I said, yes, and here's the thing. I'm not special. As much as my mom would disagree, I am not special, right? I'm just a guy who was like, what if I tried to do something here? And the community is full of people like that. I'm not the only one. Let's take Zuzana, for example. Zuzana is the founder of Laravel, which is a community for people who are underrepresented due to their gender. Okay, she's the founder of Laravel. Do you know where Laravel came from? Zuzana's brain. She got her degree in psychology and was working with children and adults with disabilities, and then decided, you know what, I want to change my life and go be a developer. And she joined the community and saw a bunch of people that needed a home. And she didn't wait for permission. She didn't wait to be anointed or chosen. And she said, I'm going to start a community. And now the Laravel's community is thriving. She just decided, I'm going to make this from scratch because I think people need it. We could talk about Caleb Porzio, who looked at the JavaScript ecosystem and was like, ooh, what if we didn't? What if we wrote PHP on the front end? Wouldn't it be cool, which, by the way, is the best way to start a project. Wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if we could have PHP on the front end? And you can listen to this whole story on his podcast for years where he's just like, yeah, all right, let's do it. And now Livewire, huge, thriving, wonderful. Same story for the native PHP boys, who Simon Hamp was like, what if we could build iOS apps with PHP? What? Shane Rosenthal came along and was like, what if we could build Android apps with PHP? Did everyone tell them it was crazy? Yes. Why? Because it's crazy. It's a crazy idea. Did they do it anyway? Yes. Did it work? Yes. You can just decide, well, I don't know, we'll see what happens. You could look at Pavalas or Jeffrey Way, right? These two guys did one of the hardest things ever, which is to turn on the camera and then upload it to the internet, where people are mean. And Pavalas has 155,000 YouTube subscribers. Jeffrey runs Laracast for, I think, like 12 or 13 years now. Just two guys who were passionate about Laravel and started sharing their knowledge. Nobody gave them permission to do this. One of my favorite you can just do things stories is, and this, I'm going to pick one person, but it applies to like half of the Laravel staff. One of my favorite things about this you can just do things story is Joe Tannenbaum. And he doesn't know I'm saying this. He's somewhere. Sorry, Joe. It's going to be good, I promise. Joe, we all watched, if you were observing carefully, we all watched Joe get his job at Laravel. So Joe started by just tweeting out these crazy little, these extremely interesting little CLI experiments. He was doing stuff on the terminal, and he was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we put a webcam in the terminal? And everybody's like, what? What if we did what? And he was just sharing them on Twitter. And he didn't, don't assume he had some big audience. I think he had like 200 followers or something. He was just sharing them on Twitter. And we watched as he shared those. He did interesting things in public, shared them. Jeffrey Way reached out and said, do you want to do a Laracast course? And then finally, at the end, Laravel was hiring, and Joe has told this story on many podcasts. Laravel was hiring, and Joe said, why not me? Like, I've been doing interesting things out in public, why not me? And he reached out to Taylor, and Taylor said, cool, sounds good. Like, you can come work at Laravel now. The point here is that this is available to you as well. Like, I don't have time to go over all the stories of people who decided that something was going to change. But this is available to you as well. These people, me included, not special. Members of the community. I don't even work at Laravel. Just a member of the community who decided to start doing something. And so whatever that weird project is, whatever that blog post, that video, that business, that podcast, whatever that is inside of you, my challenge to you is to get started, to start working on it. Yes, Laravel is a pragmatic place. Yes, Laravel is very kind and welcoming. Laravel is also a place where people who decide to do things can stand out. Laravel is a place where your weird ideas and your projects are celebrated. And Laravel is a place where the work that you publish, people will be proud of you, even if you think it's imperfect. People want you to win, and they will cheer you on. So my challenge to you is, as you're listening to speakers, as you're talking to friends out there, I want you to be thinking, what is that thing inside of me that I've been wanting to do? What is that? What is that thing that I have to do? And when you get home, or maybe even here, I want you to start. Take the smallest step and start. You don't need to be chosen. You don't need permission. You can just start, and you can just do things. Thank you. Okay, I am going to introduce now our first speaker, who very much embodies this principle. Our first speaker today is Nuno Maduro. If you've ever used anything in PHP and thought, wow, this is clunky, there's a chance Nuno's already made a package to make it better, right? So Nuno is not only a prolific open source contributor, he is a member of the core Laravel team, but beyond that, he really embodies joy in programming. So if you've ever seen one of his streams, you understand what I'm saying, and if you haven't seen one of his streams, you're about to understand what I'm saying. He brings a lot of joy to the craft, and that is, I appreciate that very much. And he is here today to talk to us about Pest 4, so please welcome to the stage Nuno Maduro.
And hello, Laracon. I'm super happy to be here today. For those who don't know me, again, my name is Nuno Maduro. I am Laravel core team member and the creator as well of one of the most popular testing frameworks out there, Pest PHP. And guess what? Today, it's all about Pest. We are going to see everything coming out for Pest PHP v4 this summer. Now, every once in a while, a new tool comes to the PHP ecosystem that changes everything. And I was actually lucky enough to belong to the creation of some of those tools. You may know Laravel Paint, which today is one of the most popular linters in the world with more than 100 million total downloads. Another one is Laracon, that brings type safety to Laravel and probably is among many composer.jsons here in the room. And finally, of course, Pest PHP, which is a tool I have created 5 years ago to bring the joy of testing to PHP. Now, today is one of those days. I think I'm going to introduce you to something that I truly believe anyone here in the room will be using since day one. Today, I'm proud to introduce you to browser testing for PHP that for the first time ever actually works. We are talking Thank you. We are talking about a full solution on top of Playwright, the most powerful browser testing engine in the JavaScript world. We are talking about a tool that allows you to test with multiple browsers and devices, and of course, introduces smoke and visual testing like never before. And that's it for slides today. Let's actually move to my favorite editor ever, PHP Storm. And what I have here is a regular Laravel starter kit. Just a regular Laravel starter kit with inertia in React. And if I just open this starter kit, you may know that we have this beautiful home page. Now, if I were to do some browser testing on this page, probably what I would do is test that I can see certain text on this page. So let's do that. I'm going to get back into my PHP Storm editor, and what I will do is start with browser testing. Now, you don't have to type any install command. You don't have to go to a separate folder. The only thing you do is come here to this get function, and you just replace this with visit. Okay? And finally, you have a browser response here. So meaning that you can drag elements, you can type on inputs, you can click on buttons, or even you can assert, see certain text, which is exactly what we are going to do. So let's assert to see Laravel, come to my terminal, run vendor bin past, and sure enough, I have a passing test suite. And this is fast as hell. Honestly, feels like unit testing. It's really fast. Now, so far, we have seen that this solution is fast. It's easy to put in place, but I don't think I have shown you anything that different from Laravel Dusk. So let's actually write a real test altogether so you can see how powerful this solution can be. I'm going to move here into my UI, and maybe let's test together the login form. So I am on the home page. The first thing I need to do, click on login, fill my email address and password, click login, and finally I can assert to see this dashboard text. Let's actually do this together. So I'm going to type logout here, I'm going to get back into my editor, and I'm going to type the following: test login, provide an empty closure like we always do with Pest PHP. And because I'm testing the login, I may actually want to create a user so I can log in as that user. So let's type here user equals to user factory create. Now, the problem with Laravel Dusk would start right now. Because in order to use a database, you would have to be forced to use a trait, call it database transactions or migrations. And that trait is actually super slow at scale. But with Pest PHP, I'm proud to say that you can actually use your favorite trait ever with the name refresh database. Not only you can do that, but you can actually go to your phpunit.xml file and keep using SQLite, but not only SQLite, SQLite in memory, meaning that the test in the browser will be using the same database connection in memory, which is crazy fast. Now, I'm going to get back into my test here. And what I will do is start writing my test. So obviously, we go to the home page, and then I should click on the login button. So let's do that. And finally, I'm going to start typing my email. I don't know if you guys have experience with browser testing solutions, but something that always happens with other solutions is that every time you click on something that causes the redirection, you would have to be forced to do this very annoying thing, call it wait for certain text to appear. So with Pest, you don't have to do that. If there is a redirection, I will just wait for you, basically, okay? So let's type the user email. Let's also type the password, press login, and then assert see the text dashboard, okay? So I'm going to clear my terminal, run Pest, and sure enough, we should have a passing test suite, and we do. Now, this is how simple browser testing with Pest v4 will be. Now, I want to show you something really interesting about this project, is that I love unit testing. I love go to Laravel and be able to use queue fakes or notification fakes or even things like assert authenticated as. And in the past, with previous JavaScript solutions like Dusk, you couldn't use any Laravel helper for unit testing with the API of browser testing. But with Pest, You can just go all the way down and just type your favorite API ever. Things like authenticated as will just work as expected. Here we have a passing test suite, even though we are combining the best of both worlds, the best of unit testing and the best of browser testing. And we actually went deeper. Even things like QFake, they do work as expected. Let me show you an example. I'm going to go here into my app folder, click on HTTP controllers of authentication session controller. Now, this is a very simple login controller, and the only thing I'm doing is kind of authenticate the given user. But all the way down, I'm sending this email. Now, this email is a traditional email. Every time someone logs in, you send an email saying someone just logged in your account with this user IP address. How can you test this with browser testing? Well, if you're using Dusk, you wouldn't test. You would just assume it works. But with Laravel, with Pest, just watch this. You can just go all the way up, type notification fake, just like normal, and then go all the way down and type notification, assert send to that user, that given class. And I'm going to run Pest, and sure enough, works as expected. And of course, if I were to come here all the way down and type assert nothing sent, this will make my test suite fail. So I don't know if you guys are realizing how powerful this is. We literally are combining the browser testing possibilities with the power of unit testing with Laravel. So I absolutely love this. Thank you. If you guys are clapping because of this, you are not ready, because what's coming here is really cool. Now, I want to show you how actually deeply integrated this is. I'm a big fan of code coverage. I don't know if you guys use code coverage. I do use code coverage all the time. And again, with previous browser testing solutions, you couldn't simply combine code coverage with your test, because your test would run on a separate process, yuck. But I'm going to show you how can you combine code coverage with Pest. Let's, for example, skip this given test, come to my terminal, just put a little bit more high, and type activate xdebug, because we have to, and then I'm going to run Pest. And you know, we have the code coverage right here appearing on the terminal, about 10% of code coverage. But if I go all the way up, I see this controller we just saw sending that email with 0% code coverage. Now, I'm going to remove the skip and run my coverage again. And something interesting will happen. We go from 10% to 25%, and our controller that was not being tested, it's now being tested. Meaning that even things like code coverage that was not possible in the past are now working as expected. Thank you. Now, how you debug browser testing? Well, in the past, you wouldn't debug. You would just guess, basically. But I'm going to show you how can you debug things with Pest v4 in browser testing. I'm going to go all the way up, put this a little bit more high. Here we go. And here we are testing the login form. And something that should make this test fail is coming here and comment the field password. Now, if I comment this given field, I'm typing the email, I'm not typing the password, meaning that if I click login, I should not see the text dashboard. So if I just come here, run vendor bin Pest, sure enough, we should have a failing test suite, and we do. So here, Pest PHP failed to see the dashboard text, but how will we debug this? How can we, try to debug this stuff? Well, the only thing you have to do with Pest is just come here, and right before the failing assertion, you just type debug. You clear your terminal, you run Pest, and Pest PHP will automatically focus the test and literally point you in the right direction, telling you that the password is wrong. Thank you. So now we know, it's easy to know what's happening on my browser test, so we can literally go back and just come back to the test, uncomment the password, remove the debug, press any key to continue, clear my terminal, run Pest PHP again, and we should have, again, the passing test. Now, there is one more method which was added literally a week ago, which I really love too. What happens if you want to debug the state of the backend at any point? Well, with Pest PHP, you can use this beautiful method at the end, right after the cert C, call it tinker. And it does exactly what you think it does. Literally opens a backend session on that given moment. And just watch this. We are literally doing a tinker session after pressing login, meaning that this should just open a Tinker session automatically on that given moment, and I'm able to come here and type user request to see the login user at that given moment. And I guess it's kind of expected if I exit this and I just move this Tinker method, for example, to a moment right before pressing login. Obviously, if I run Reverb Pest, we'll still open the Tinker session. However, if I try to access the login user at that given moment, I get a null, which is kind of expected here. So this is how easy is browser testing with Pest v4. Super well integrated with Laravel, is fast, you can use unit level assertions, code coverage, and even debugging is super easy. Now, there is something else we're improving with Pest v4, which is smoke testing. I'm a big fan of smoke testing. It's probably the test that gives you much more value in terms of characters. And what it does is quite simple. You just go to every single route you have in your system, and you ensure that at the first glance, the route is working as expected. The page is rendering. Now, what is the problem with smoke testing in Laravel in 2025? Let me show you. I'm going to get back into my editor, and I'm going to go all the way down, and I'm going to uncomment this test I have here ready for you. And what this test is doing is quite simple. We are creating a user, acting as that user, and then visiting every single route we have in our system. Now, just below this, the only thing we are doing is that we are asserting the status is 200. In 2025, assert the status 200 is not enough anymore, because we have this thing called a JavaScript, right? Which probably contains like 50% of the code of our apps today. So wouldn't it be cool, besides asserting the status is 200, having something that just literally detects JavaScript problems for you? Well, we have added that. Let me show you. I'm going to just go here, replace get by visit, so using browser testing instead. Let me just show you something first. I'm going to show you that this test suite is actually passing now, and then with browser testing, it will not. Oops, need to remove this Tinker. Here we go. Clear my terminal, run Pest, and we should have a passing test suite, and we do. So let's, it's passing as expected. Let's just go here and replace this with browser testing instead. And what I will type here to ensure we don't have any JavaScript problem is the following. Assert no JavaScript errors, okay? I'm going to put this all the way up, clear my terminal, run Pest. And previously we had a passing test suite with assert status 200, but we don't have that anymore because this was able to literally find JavaScript problems on the first glance. So here, for example, we have this trying to read undefined, which is email. So obviously we have a JavaScript problem on the profile component, and I'm going to just open that component here for you. If I go all the way up, sure enough, I'm trying to access to a wrong property on this auth object. I can just come here, type user instead, clear my terminal, run Pest, and now it should just work as expected. I don't know if you guys are understanding the value of this, but we have, thank you. We have a single method that provides so much value. So much value. And guess what? There is something else here on top. You may have seen it. We have literally this console log on top, right? We forgot this console log, and I don't know about you guys, I do forget about console logs all the time. So wouldn't it be cool to have something that literally goes to every single page we have and detects console logs like this one? Well, that's possible. I'm going to go back into my example test, and I'm going to just change this. Assert no console logs. I'm going to put this all the way top, run Pest PHP, and Pest goes to every single page I have on my system and detects console logs for me. And I just noticed that we have this DD is better console log. I can just go back to my profile, remove the console log, and sure enough, now I have a passing test suite. This is how much we have improved smoke testing in general. And I know you guys like to say, I don't have time to write tests, right? So I have wrote some syntactic sugar for you. Let me show you. I'm going to go back to my example test. And what I will do, so I don't have to type this for each ugly loop, is that I'm going to type visit all of the routes and just perform these given assertions in all of them. So you don't have to type that ugly for each loop. And sure enough, if I run my test suite, it should just work as expected. Now, I have developed as well, thank you. Now, I have developed as well a method that I'm super proud of. Let me show you. So if you think this is too much characters and you still don't have 20 seconds to write this, well, I have wrote this beautiful method, which doesn't exist elsewhere. Call it assert no smoke. This is a good one, right? And this will do exactly what I was doing in the past. We'll just wrap all those console logs and JavaScript errors and do this assertion for you. And again, literally 20 lines, man. Honestly, if you don't have time to write tests, watch this. Goes to every single page and detects JavaScript problems and console logs. This is how much we have improved smoke testing in 2025. Now, there is something else we have improved. I don't know if this have happened to you in the past, but something that happens to me all the time is that I've developed a full product, just like Laravel Cloud, and suddenly someone asks you, you need to develop the responsive version of that website. Right? It's complicated, especially because while you are making the website responsive, you are kind of breaking the desktop version at the same time. So wouldn't it be cool to have something that literally detects regressions for us? That's why today I'm introducing to you visual testing. Okay? Visual testing is about having this assertion that will tell you every time you have a regression in terms of UI. Let me show you an example. I'm going to get back into my PHP Storm. And what I will do here is just right after assert no smoke, I'm going to just change this beautiful method, call it assert screenshot matches. Okay? I'm going to clear my terminal, run Pest PHP, and the very first time Pest PHP runs, what Pest will do is take a screenshot of every single page you have in your system. Now, guess what happens when you run the second time? Well, Pest PHP will now compare the new screenshots we just did with the baseline screenshots. If they are different, meaning that we have a JavaScript UI regression. Let me show you an example. I'm going to get back into this profile component, and I'm going to go all the way down, and I'm going to replace profile information with nunonation. So obviously, a different text here, right? Different text meaning a different UI. If I run vendor bin past, past will fail because we'll say, hold up, the UI doesn't look the same as before. And I'm going to go all the way up. It will tell me, did you actually meant that change? If yes, you can give me update snapshots so I can update the baseline. If not, just give me this beautiful flag, call it --diff. So let's do that. Let's type here vendor bin past --diff. And if I do this, Pest PHP will open a new browser and literally tell me what is different on my web page right there. Tells me in red, and guess what? Once you are you want to see exactly what is different, you can click on this beautiful slider all the way top and see exactly what is different right there. So you can see what we had before, what we have now, and now you can take an action on it. You see, here, for example, I made a mistake. I obviously didn't want to update this, so I can just go back, replace this back, run past, and obviously the UI now is the same. We fixed the regression, and we should have a passing test. But again, besides JavaScript, we also have this thing called CSS, which I don't know a damn thing. So let me go here and actually do a CSS regression. Let's remove this gap 2 in between the label and the input. I'm going to just remove this gap 2. Type again, vendor bin past with --diff already. Pest PHP will tell me, wait a second, the entire UI now looks different, especially the form. Do you want to see it? I'm going to say yes, click on the slider, and now we get to see that even on CSS changes, we have everything here up to the pixel level. So there you go, a nice slider here. Now, thank you. I'm going to just revert this, run past once again, and sure enough, we have a passing test suite. Now, you see, the web today is really complicated. JavaScript, CSS, but we have something else, which is devices, multiple devices. We have this thing as well called dark mode and light mode. So we kind of have to configure this before making the screenshot, right? So how can we do that with Pest PHP? Just watch this API. I'm super proud of this one. You just come here to the visit method, and you just change this. I want to visit those routes on mobile, okay? And this gives you a viewport that is especially for the mobile. But if you want to be specific, you can just literally change, I want to visit this website on iPhone 15. Now let's run this test to see how it goes, because now we are comparing a new screenshot being made on an iPhone 15 against the previous screenshot, which was made on the desktop. And obviously things should look a lot different in terms of viewport, and sure enough, they do. Here we go. This is the desktop, and this is the viewport on the mobile, and that's how easy it is to configure different devices. You can even configure a different theme, because again, web complicated, so what you can do, configure on dark mode or light mode. Let's go for dark mode and see how does it look on the terminal with --diff, and sure enough, everything should look different, because everything now is on dark, and it does. I click on the slider, and everything is on dark now. So this is how easy it is to configure the way you are visiting your website before making those beautiful screenshots. Thank you. Now, yeah, of course, right? What's happening now with Laravel Dusk? Well, nothing is happening. However, I think I have shown you compelling reasons why Pest before in browser testing can be so much better than Laravel Dusk. However, there is literally one more thing I want to show you when comparing Dusk with Pest v4. I'm going to go back into my PHP Storm. And what I will do is that I'm going to close this Laracon folder and open this full demo project. I'm going to do the same thing here on the terminal. Now, this full demo project has 2 test suites, okay? One of them is written with Laravel Dusk, okay? Laravel Dusk here, forget password, home test, login test, everything here written with Laravel Dusk. I'm going to close this folder, call it browser, and I'm going to open this one, call it feature. And here we have exactly the same test suite, but this time written with Pest v4 in browser testing. So let's compare them both in terms of performance. I'm going to go back into my terminal, and I'm going to type PHP Artisan Dusk. And here we go. Dusk is running tests sequentially, one by one, and we are still waiting, I think. Here we go. They are still running, yep, one by one. Here we go. And here we have a 9 to 10 seconds test suite. And honestly, 10 seconds may not look a lot, but you move this to GitHub Actions, you had a couple more tests, you have time to go for lunch. Literally takes, dozens of minutes. And now I'm going to show you the difference between this and Pest PHP. I'm going to clear my terminal, and I'm going to type vendor bin pest. However, what I haven't told you yet is that you can combine the flag parallel, meaning that we have combined, thank you, we have combined the parallel mode on Playwright with the parallel mode in Pest in Laravel. And now let's run this to see the difference. Here we go, running Pest, and here we have a test suite running in 2 seconds. So that's how fast Pest PHP can be. We just jumped from 10 seconds to just 2 seconds, making Pest PHP up to 5 times faster on my laptop. And I have as well a 400 test suite, 400 browser tests on the project that I have with Pest before, and they are running in less than 20 seconds, which is absolutely crazy. Let's go back here and talk a little bit about Pest 4. So with Pest 4, we are introducing this new way of writing tests, actually making browser testing good in 2025. But this is not the only thing we are bringing. If you're a fan of type coverage will now be twice faster on the first run and instant on subsequent runs. We are also introducing profanity checking. If you have bad words in your system, we are going to detect them for you. But also, something we are introducing that I'm really proud of is sharding. And this one is a big one. I want to actually give you a quick word on sharding. This is the Laravel Cloud Test Suite, taking 10 minutes on GitHub Actions. And honestly, they are the worst 10 minutes of my life. Having to wait 10 minutes before shipping a feature for you all breaks my heart, okay? Now, I couldn't bear this anymore, so for Pest before, we are introducing a new option which will solve this problem. Today, I'm going to introduce you to sharding. And sharding is a very simple option. The only thing it does is that instead of waiting 10 minutes for a single workflow to run on GitHub Actions, you are going to split your test suite in 5 and run those small pieces concurrently on GitHub Actions. And the result of this is outstanding. First of all, on GitHub Actions, you may use the matrix feature to actually have sharding in place in your GitHub action flow. And the result is that we jumped from 10 minutes to just 2 minutes. And this is a real project. Thank you. Sharding is super easy to put in place. So if you want literally a faster test suite on GitHub Actions, you can start using this once Pest before is out. And talking about Pest before is out, Pest before is coming out August 21 at Laravel Live Denmark. And I will probably make it beta before that so you guys can enjoy. A huge shout out to Patricio, Adrian, Puyapal, Sonali, and John Purvis for helping me out with Pest before. A huge shout out to my beautiful wife, which is here with us on the audience. And a shout out to Nunu Nation for making me a better person every single day. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Nunu, and catch you all out there. Thank you.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
All right, for every speaker, I have one of these beautiful crafted by artisans jackets. So here is your jacket.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you.
And if you got one of those jackets, you can get the badge or the patch heat pressed on outside. So it says Laracon Denver. So I was watching your streams, one of your many streams, when you started discovering Playwright.
Yep.
So what is it about Playwright that you love so much that you decided to like bring it to us in an easy to consume way?
Yeah, there is actually 2 things. So Playwright is just more modern than previous browser testing solutions, but also like the fact that it supports parallel mode. It just makes it more viable for actually real-world testing. So that's one of the reasons. It's also more reliable. It's not flaky, which is something I really wanted to solve, and I'm just proud of the result of this. So yeah,
it looks incredible.
Thank you.
Last question: what is like the vision for Pest? Because it seems like anything that is like test or even QA or like assurance is kind of getting pulled in. So is that the vision, or where do you see this going like in the fullness of time?
I'm gonna be honest, man. When I released Pest v1, I thought it was over. Then I released Pest v2, I thought it was over. Then it was 3, 4. It really comes out of real-world needs. You know, at Laravel, we really need some of these features, like sharding, for example. So I just implemented on Pest. You know, I just combined the best of being here, announcing this, with my work at Laravel too.
Amazing. Y'all give it up for Nuno.
Thank you, dear God.
All right, we're going to keep it going. Before we do, I want to tell you that there is an artisan desk upstairs on the 2nd floor back there. You'll find a bunch of Laravel support staff there, so if you want to go talk to them about anything, you can. It's like the Genius Bar for Laravel, so if you have printer problems, take them up there as well. I'm sure they'll be happy to look at your printer for you. And also, there are approximately 100 Laravel staff wandering around. I'm told it's 50, but it feels a lot more. And they all have staff shirts on, and we want to make sure that everyone feels accommodated, safe, welcome, and a lot of work has gone into making that true. But if you feel like there's something else that you need to feel comfortable, please find a person in a staff shirt, and if they can't help you, they can point you to somebody that can help you, but please find a person in a staff shirt if you need anything at all. And there's a phone number out in the plaza or in one of the areas out there that you can call if you need something. So up next, we have the topic that we just cannot escape. Everyone is talking about it, and that is AI. Unfortunately, we've got one of the big brains on our side, right? We got one of the good guys on our side, and that is TJ Miller. Okay, so your next speaker is TJ Miller, and he is the author of the Prism package, and he's going to come out here and he's going to explain to you this routing layer for AI models and how we can incorporate AI into our applications to make them more powerful. Please give it up for TJ Miller.
Thanks, man. Yo, all right. I am so excited to share Prism with y'all today. I want to show you that integrating with AI doesn't have to be scary or complex. I've got so much to yap at y'all about. We can dive straight into it. So we've got this OpenAI integration we've made with Nuno's amazing OpenAI package. But you know what just happened? Anthropic released a new super powerful model. So we've got to leverage that, right? Well, now we're maintaining multiple integrations, different APIs, different affordances, and different headaches. It's a mess. So what if I told you you could change providers by changing just a single line of code? And what if it could feel like working with Eloquent for AI? Well, I want to introduce you all to Prism. And changing providers is really just that easy. So, thank you. My name's TJ Miller. I work with the incredible team at Geocodio, and I'm the creator of Prism. So, what is Prism, right? Well, it's one API for most major providers like OpenAI, Anthropic, Gemini, xAI, Ollama. We support a ton of different providers. Now, while we have a unified API for doing this, we also have affordances for provider-specific features, like if you wanted to leverage Gemini's search grounding or Anthropic's prompt caching, we absolutely have you covered. And something that I'm very proud of, and I've put a lot of sweat into, is it feels very Laravel native. It feels like working with Eloquent for AI. So we're just going to scratch the surface of what Prism can do here today, but I think we can get started with text generation. And to talk about text generation, I think we could build a blog post generator that adapts to the writing style of a specific author. So this is how we can do that with Prism. So let's break this request down. We tell Prism we want to work with text, then we give it our provider and model, and next we give it a prompt. And you'll notice here that we're using Blade templates as our prompt layer. And it's a super powerful way to create reusable, data-driven prompts, and it also helps keep our code super clean. So here we pass in our topic and our posts, and then we tell Prism that we want a text response back. And from our rich response object, we can easily grab the generated text with the text property. So here's our prompt. Now imagine trying to do this with like here docs or concatenated strings. It's an absolute eyesore and a mess to reason with. So the power of Blade templates can really back us up here. So let's break this prompt down. We give it a task, we give it our topic, we give it some instructions around using the sample posts, and then we can easily provide those sample posts in a way that's easy for the language model to digest. So let's put this into use. We can resolve our author, and I'm a huge fan of the invocable action pattern, so we'll go ahead and use that here. And then we can easily persist that post to the database. So moving on from text generation, I think we can step it up a notch. I think we can talk about streaming text generation. And for this, I think we could chat a podcast transcript. And so Chris Gamir and I host the Slightly Caffeinated podcast, and we'll go ahead and just use an episode from that. And we'll use Prism for all of this. So we need a transcript. So we can tell Prism we want to work with audio, give it our provider and model. Next, we tell it where the file is, and then we tell Prism we want a text response back. Let's put that transcript to use. We'll tell Prism we want to work with text, give it our provider and model, give it a system prompt with our transcript as context, but instead of a prompt, we're going to give it an array of messages because we're working inside of a chat context here. Next, we'll give it some restrictions on its maximum output size, and then we'll tell Prism that we want a streamed response instead of a text response. And this is actually a generator. So let's put this to use. Well, Laravel makes this incredibly easy with its various streaming response types. So here we'll use the event stream response type. We'll resolve our chat action. And then we'll iterate through our response because remember, it's a generator. And our generator returns chunks of data. And our chunks contain everything from text information to usage and metadata, as well as tool information. So let's take a look at what this looks like. We start up a chat, and you can see that we can use the tool information to create dedicated UI for our tool invocations. And then, of course, we have our streaming text output. It's super easy to build powerful chat UIs with Prism. So let's leave text generation behind entirely and talk about structured output. So what if instead of text, I told you could return a predefined associative array of data? It's an incredibly powerful technique for being able to work with your output of the AI. So let's take our podcast episode and let's extract some data from it. But in order to illustrate the power of structured output, let's first do this with text. So we'll break this request down. We'll tell Prism we want to work with text. We'll give it our provider and model, our prompt with our transcript as context, finally telling Prism we want a text response back. So looking at our prompt here, we're going to ask the model to extract a summary, follow-up items for future episodes, items that we'd like to link to in the show notes. And so the next series of slides, I've broken the output down into multiple slides to make it easy to digest, but think of it as just one big markdown document. So we get a summary, fantastic. We get our follow-up items, great. We get show links, man, this is like exactly what we are looking for. But let's run it again. We get our summary, totally different format. Follow-up items, same thing, totally different format. And it didn't even include the show links this time. But further, how am I supposed to break up these different sections and persist them to the database in separate columns? I don't want to sit around and have to write some gnarly regex or have Claude do it for me. It's just too much. So let's take our text request and turn it into structured output. Let's break down what changed. We tell Prism we want to work with structured data. Give it our provider and model, our prompt with our transcript as context, but something new. We're going to provide a schema. And then we're going to tell Prism we want a structured response. And from our rich response object, we can easily access that array through the structured property. So let's talk about schemas a little bit. When we talk with language models and we want an object back, we need to send a subset of the JSON schema spec. But we make this incredibly easy to build with our various schema objects. So let's break down our podcast here. We have our summary, we have an array of follow-up items, and we have an array of our show links. But most importantly, we tell Prism what of those properties are required. So no more missing show links anymore. And let's take a look at that output. So instead of this big blob of text, now we have this neat, nice, and tidy associative array that we can make a ton of different programming decisions with. So putting that to use, we have our structured output call, and now we can easily update that podcast and create columns for each of those different sections of our extracted data. Super powerful and really easy to work with. So let's talk tools. Right? I think it'd be fun to talk about building a coding agent with Laravel 0. Something like Claude Code or Open Code. I think we're all getting pretty familiar with this stuff. So this is one way to define tools in Prism using our class-based syntax. We give the tool a name. We tell the model what that tool is for and when to use it. And now we start defining our parameters for our tool call here. So for our edit file tool, we'll take in a path, a search string, and then a replacement string. Finally, we'll tell Prism what piece of functionality to use when we're ready to invoke that tool. But we can also use the tool facade and closures to define our tools. So a few different ways of doing this depending on how you want to work with it. So let's start with our coding agent. We'll add our tools. But an important piece to this is we need to agentify this request. And by that I mean what Prism's going to do is automatically take that tool result and send it back to the language model to use as context. And so we can give it restrictions around how many iterations we want it to make. Let's add the rest of our tools and round out our agent. But I think something interesting we could do is maybe I want to take a GitHub link and tell it, give that to the model and say, hey, go work this issue for me. Well, with our package relay, we make it incredibly easy to add any MCP toolset to your Prism agents. Let's see this in action. We give it a request. We see that it's going off and invoking tools, giving us some feedback, and we're sending those tool results back to the model so it can make decisions, call more tools, and act on our behalf for us. So Prism Server. Prism Server was born out of something I just wanted to scratch my own itch on. What if you could turn your Prism models straight into APIs using an OpenAI compatible endpoint that'll work with any OpenAI SDK or compatible chat UI? So this is something that I want to spend a little bit more time on in the future, but we make it really easy to register these agents. We give the agent a name, and then we define our piece of functionality that goes along with that. Here we see Open Web UI. It's one of my favorite chat UIs. It makes it really easy to take the model selection, and you can see all of your registered agents right there. This works with tools. Structured output doesn't really make sense here, but you can have fully fledged agents in here being able to ready to chat with. So multimodal inputs. Sometimes we want to send images, documents, or various types of media to the models as context. So we can easily do that. Here we're going to create some GitHub issues from a screenshot. I like to whiteboard a lot, or I like to sketch on paper. You snap a picture of it, upload it, and now we can create some GitHub issues from it. Here we grab an image from a path, and we can easily attach it to our prompt. If we're working in a chat context, we can easily attach this media to the messages. Well, maybe we want to do some document analysis or entity extraction, which is pretty common with a document. Here we're using documents from a storage path, and we're using our documents disk. But you can use any disk that you define inside of your Laravel application, making it incredibly easy to attach media to your requests from anywhere. So this is a fun one, image generation. I probably don't share enough of it, but I do a ton of image generation just for fun. And I want to share with you my favorite image generation workflow. I call it like a prompt enhancing workflow. So we're going to take this simple image prompt, a cyberpunk and vaporwave inspired downtown scene with the text Laravel and Prism prominently displayed. But I want to enhance this prompt. I want very detailed and rich images. So let's go ahead and enhance that prompt. We'll tell Prism that we want to work with text. We'll give it our provider and model. Then we'll give it our prompt with our image description. Finally, telling Prism that we want a text response back. So this just kind of showcases the power of being able to use blade templates in your prompt layer. We've created a persona prompt called Vivian, and we can easily include that in any other prompt that we want to use. Then we provide our image description as context here. So this is Vivian's prompt. It looks pretty wild. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but I've studied and reverse engineered a lot of the effectiveness of collaborative dynamics prompts. And I think they're at the forefront of some really interesting prompt engineering stuff. So I created this prompt to transform sparse image descriptions into rich narratives. So remember how we started with just a sentence? Well, now we have paragraphs. Imagine the level of detail in these images that will get generated now. So for the fun part, let's generate these images. We'll tell Prism we want to work with images, give it our provider, our model. Next, we'll provide some options around image generation, give it our enhanced prompt. And now images take a while to generate, so we need to tell our client to allow for that. So we'll just give it a really high timeout. Next, we'll generate the images. Let's take a look. So I think this image is pretty cool. Not very detailed. It did prominently display Laravel and Prism, but the text is just kind of floating out in the middle of nowhere. So this was using our simple prompt. This image was generated using our enhanced prompt. I love the level of detail here. And I love how it integrated the text into the images. I think there's just something so much more rich and vibrant about them now that we've added all this additional enhancement to it. I got carried away, I couldn't help myself, so we have a few images here. So audio. Well, we support speech to text, text to speech. Now, we've already seen speech to text when we generated our transcript earlier. So let's talk about text-to-speech. This is a super fun one to play with, and I definitely encourage you to play around with it. I'm actively working on an 11 Labs integration for this, so we'll have a lot of fun pretty soon here. So we'll tell Prism we want to work with audio. We'll give it our provider, our model, our input, like what we want it to say, select a voice, and then we want an audio response back. So pretty easy to work with audio. Testing, this is a fun one. Now, we're not animals, right? We all test our applications. It makes sense that we want to test Prism as well. Well, we take some inspiration from Laravel here and their HTTP client. We make it incredibly easy to build up these fake responses from the AI. We register them with Prism, and then we can make our Prism calls. Then we can start asserting any sort of data from that response, kind of making sure that our Prism integration is hooked up, configured, and working correctly. But not only that, we have a bunch of other options too. We can assert a prompt. In agentic scenarios, we can assert how many iterations or requests that it made. Or we can assert any miscellaneous prompt data or any of the request data that we made. So we scratched the surface. We've got a little bit familiar with the syntax and kind of the different things that it can do. But I kind of want to leave you with this. Why Prism? Well, it's going to feel right at home in your Laravel apps. It feels very Laravel native. We're provider agnostic. Don't get locked into a single AI service, especially when they're always coming out with new, more powerful models. Or honestly, there's different models that perform better with different tasks. So we want to be able to be flexible with that. And not only is it just a single line of code to change, but if you're leveraging more advanced features, we have a bunch of affordances for that as well. We're real-world ready. There's several rather large applications that are already using this in production. We're test-friendly. And we're community-driven and under really pretty active development. Now, talking about being community-driven, I want to call out two individuals. Chris and Pushpack. They've been my right-hand people with brainstorming, talking about new features. They're in the issues, they're in the pull requests, and they're contributing a ton to Prism. So I wanted to make sure I gave them a special thanks. So getting started with Prism is incredibly easy. All you need is an API key and Prism. So before I leave off here, a couple things. 1.0 is on its way. It's going to land in the next few weeks. We're honestly really pretty stable, and the only changes are going to be coming to streaming output. So definitely ready to use. And if you want to keep in touch with it, go to my website, sign up for the newsletter. I'll let you know as soon as it drops or any other changes happen. So thank you so much for letting me yap at you about Prism.
Thanks. All right. Hey. Nicely done.
Thank you so much.
That was great. Here's your cool jacket. You don't have to put it on right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have two questions for you. What have you seen, what are some common use cases you have seen from your users or Geocodio or on your side projects of people bringing AI with Prism into their applications? Or what should people be thinking about as they're trying to implement this?
I mean, all sorts of stuff. Like one of my favorite use cases right now is there's a legal company that's using Prism to do all sorts of contract analysis and then being able to pass that off to a human, like a lawyer, to like finish that process. So they were able to actually offer a whole new product stream built on top of Prism doing AI contracts.
See, and this is what I feel like you're a reasonablist, and a lot of AI people aren't reasonablists. This is great because you're allowing the computer to do more work, but still keeping the human in the loop.
Human in the loop is so vital with AI. Like, you've really kind of got to be skeptical of it a little bit still, but human in the loop, very important.
And how are you, as the developer of this library, how are you keeping up with the breakneck pace of changes in the AI ecosystem? Because that overwhelms me, and I imagine you have to do that.
It's very overwhelming. But the thing is, my ADHD latched onto this, and it's just become this like hyper obsession, and I can't let go of it. So I'm subscribed to like a ton of AI newsletters, and I use AI to parse through those, and I give it here's the things I'm interested in, and tell me what's relevant. So
incredible.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we have you on our team. Y'all give it up for TJ.
Thank you.
Okay, we started off pretty strong, huh? All right, a couple of announcements. We are going to take a break here. The most important thing that you need to remember is back here, 11:15. Back here at 11:15. During the break, any and all Larabels that want to come onto stage to take a picture, please do. And if you're not an official member of the Larabels community or whatever, if you don't identify as a male, please join us on stage. You can come over here. There will be people helping you get on stage, and we're going to take a Larabels group photo. Y'all go have a break. we've got a couple great speakers coming up for you. Up next, we're going to have Mary Perry talking about design patterns. But before we get to that, we're going to have one of our sponsors come out. So we're going to welcome Titan to the stage. And please put your hands together for my friend, Matt Stauffer.
Hey, buddy. I love you so much. I feel like I should be strutting to this music. I love you too. I love all of you. Hi, it's really nice to be here. I can't see the majority of you, but I saw you when I was up there, and it is incredible that we have such a large crowd, and it's very produced and it's very big, and yet it feels super personable. And I just told Aaron this, but I think that he really did a great job of setting the groundwork and the framework for this being sort of more family. Yeah, we're the PHP nerds and all that kind of stuff, and we're trying to be big and cool and everything like that, but in the end, we're really just trying to ship stuff, right? We're really trying to see our lives change and change other people's lives. This is not what my talk is about, but my pitch is, but I'm just really happy for the vibes. We could have thousands of people and giant lasers spinning everywhere, and it could feel very different. It can feel impersonal and disconnected, and it doesn't, and I'm really, really grateful for that. And obviously, the Laravel team and Aaron, they're all doing a part of that, but you all are as well. So anyway, I'm just really grateful for us. Yeah, for us as a community. I love you too, still. So if you've been to Laracon before, you know that one of the things that we do at Titan is we make a game every single year for you to play, and then we do prizes for the winners. And we did it again, but not quite the same, because this time it's not us making the game, it's actually you making the game. So if you choose to accept it, your mission, and it's only if you're here in person, sorry to the remote folks, is that you're going to go to game.titan.com, and you're going to be assigned 2 random images, a little bit like these, and you're going to create a game, vibe coding encouraged. We don't want you to spend your whole time coding. And it has to be 5 minutes gameplay or less, and you have to submit it by 11:59 Mountain, or basically conference time tonight. And we're all going to be voting, and the remote folks can also vote as well. So if you're here, if you're remote, you're going to vote on what game is your favorite. You actually get to play through them and see what you think, because the people who are going to submit the games, they're going to host them, maybe on Laravel Cloud, because it's super easy. And we'll all be voting starting at 12 today, so starting in 50 minutes. You can go on, you can start voting, and if you vote for a game now and then a better game comes out later, you can change your vote. It's totally allowed. Voting ends at 4 o'clock tomorrow. So at the end of the conference, whoever has the highest vote, they're going to get a free Nintendo Switch 2. And if you don't know, those are very hard to come by. Thank you, Keith Damiani, for hunting one down and also for doing the majority of the programming on the game this year. So if you're interested in voting, if you're interested in seeing how great user interfaces Keith Damiani makes, if you're interested in making a game, go check out game.titan.com. So last year, these lasers are so cool. I'm sorry. Last year I told you all about how, yes, at Titan we build web applications, and then we also help work with people's existing web applications. And then sometimes we also work with people either to help them build dev teams or help take care of existing dev teams and rescue them and everything. And people responded extremely well. I have tons of feedback. We've gotten to work with a lot of people in this type of way of working, and it was a ton of fun. If you're interested in that kind of help, please come to us, yada, yada, yada. You know I'm a sponsor. But what's more interesting to me to talk about the fact that is at the beginning of Titan, our foundation came from sharing everything we learned about programming, about Laravel, about front end, about back end, and that actually kind of was what our reputation came from. And I think that we've done a really good job, and I think the community has done a really good job of making sure that we have more and more people having easier on-ramps into how to become a Laravel programmer or how to become a better Laravel programmer. And I'm really proud of us as a community. But one thing that we are still working on and learning to do is helping people create healthy, productive workspaces for programmers. And so last year I gave a talk at Laravel Live UK about how to become a productive Laravel development, or how to build a productive Laravel development team. And then I also made a white paper that I offered last year, and it was great and people liked it, but it was not enough. So I've spent the last several months creating over 2 hours of content about how I built Titan, with the general idea being, what does it look like for you to either create or turn your development team into being healthy, happy, productive, and basically just a great place for people to work that actually also does really great expert level work. And the great news is it's going to be available in its entirety for free on Laracasts this autumn. So make sure you follow. Yes, thank you, Jeffrey Way, for that, because he made that happen, okay? Jeffrey is sponsoring that being available to all of us because he wants that to be a change that we see in the community. I'm really excited to partner with him on that. So follow me, follow Titan, follow Laracast on Twitter or whatever. Check it out. It's going to be free for everybody, whether or not you're a paying subscriber. And yeah, so that's the main thing I wanted to share with you guys. I know Aaron's going to say something to me in a second, but I just wanted you all to hear the game thing's going on and check out that course as soon as we have it. So.
Give it up for Matt. Hello, hello, give it up for Matt. Well done.
Thanks, my friend.
What number Laracast course is this for you?
I think it's just 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
It's because they take me months. I sit in my life of Laracast, so you're hearing about it all the time, but it's actually only just my 3rd one.
You're not telling me anything I don't know. It's
Yeah,
brutal.
right?
It's brutal. Okay.
Yeah.
Last slide said, come say hi.
Yes.
Who should come say hi, and where are y'all?
Yes. So we are at the smaller of the sponsor spaces. I don't actually know where they are, but if you go to our booth, and this is for folks if you want to become a Laravel developer, you're just getting started. If you're a Laravel developer and you're trying to amp up your game, if you have an application that you're working on, you need some help taking the next level. If your team or your application needs to be taken care of, or if you need help building a team, basically, if there's any way we can help you in any way, shape, or form, even if you're just imagining it's possible, please come by, say hi, get to know the people there. We also have only a few of my books, so we're going to give away a couple of those to folks. So please just come on by and say hi to us.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Y'all give it up for Matt.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay, up next, we do have Mary Perry to talk to us about design patterns, but just very quickly, I want to give you guys a heads up. There is going to be lunch brought in. That will be here. There will be, let me just make sure that this is true. There will be vegan and vegetarian options available. And I guess my only request is if you're not vegan, don't take one of the vegan options because there aren't that many. So that will be brought in. You don't need to go out and find some place to eat. I'll give you more details on that in a little bit. But let's talk about Mary Perry. Mary Perry is a dear friend of mine, and I'm very excited for her to be on the Laracon stage for the first time. A little bit of lore about Mary is, I host a podcast called Mostly Technical with my friend Ian, and Mary Perry, all right, we got 8 fans out there, I love that. Mary Perry had the first sticker on her laptop, thanks to producer Dave. So Mary and I have been friends for a long time. She doesn't work with Laravel professionally day to day, but she came to Laracon for the first time 2 years ago and was just totally floored by the community and just continues to invest and be a part of this community. And that's one of the things I think is so special about this. And Mary is brilliant. She's self-taught. She's enthusiastic. Generally, she's a database person, which a woman after my own heart. But today, she is coming from Scranton, Pennsylvania, to talk to us about design patterns. Please put your hands together for Mary Perry.
Okay. Hello, Laracon. I had this. I had this whole entrance planned. It was like really elaborate. There was going to be choreography. I asked some people to help me with dancing. There's like a different song, but I think I baroque something yesterday when I was playing golf. And I needed to have a more measured entrance, just get a little bit of rest. I'm just trying to compose myself because I'm new to speaking. Some of these puns are treble. I'm actually stringing you all along. I can't dance. On that note, what's the good word? I'm Mary Perry. I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I don't have too many interesting hobbies, but I like liking things. You may have seen me on social media saying nice things about a project that I think is cool. My handle is Cyphrius. The first part is from the Arabic root cipher, which means 0 or nothing or null. It's also the root of cipher. So I basically think of it as like false, and then I tried to turn it into an adjective, so it's like kind of falsy, which I think is an interesting concept. And here's an example of why. You could write a function that returns a Boolean, checking that an object has an attribute. But sometimes in real life we find that true and false don't really satisfy every relevant case. So we can define a class that helps us to combine multiple checks for Booleans and make a more complicated assessment of whether the evaluation should be true or false. And this works really well like in authentication, for example. And this is really all design patterns are, named solutions that you can reuse, that you've reworked to solve cases that you haven't encountered yet. But instead of all of this, if we were working together, I could just say, let's manage the access with assertions. And then you could say, skipping all of this, I think a guard close pattern would be a better choice. Because in some cases, true and falsy are all important, and so is the way you handle them. And I think the names of these patterns are really interesting, but maybe you don't. And I don't really think that that matters, because if you've worked with Laravel, you've probably used a guard class in one of your applications. And if you didn't have to event it, I'm guessing no matter what your background is, the first time you used a guard class, it worked pretty well, and it didn't take that long. Just really quick, to see a key for the diagrams that I'm using in this talk, you can go to ado.laravel.cloud. It's going to be more detailed in the future. It's very, very basic right now. And if you want to follow me for updates, you can check out my Pinkberry. I'm at Cyphrius, and all my other socials are linked there. So without further ado, this is my talk. Much ado about naming. You already know that perhaps the best reason to use Laravel is its productivity. And what I mean here when I say productivity is that many of the problems that need to be solved when you're designing a web application are already solved and given to you for free. It takes about 10 minutes to set up a default Laravel application with authorization and even multi-tenancy, and also have a coffee. And because you're using Laravel, you probably already know not to try to solve every problem with first principles. Laravel is an entire ecosystem of solutions to common problems. And when you build with Laravel and its packages, you're benefiting from other people's mistakes and from their experience as experts. So this means you're probably going to ship faster while avoiding foot guns. All that considered, do you need to learn design patterns? Probably not. So you're already capturing design experience in a form so effective, you don't really have to think about it. And just mentioning the names of these packages that make up the ecosystem communicates the complexity of these solutions as well. Laravel core is full of design patterns, and your development experience with Laravel is full of their benefits. In the source code, you can look at it. It's concrete, testable, readable. These patterns are combined in Laravel's fundamental solution to the question of web applications, how to best return a response to a request. The answer is, from Laravel's perspective, the request lifecycle. And over the next 20 minutes or so, I would like to take you on a tour of it and point out some places in Laravel core where those patterns are used. The index.php file loads the composer-generated autoloader definition and then retrieves an instance of the Laravel application in Bootstrap. So the whole project of this first step section is creating an application. And we'll start with a singleton. The Laravel application is a singleton because it has a method which returns a unique instance. Application extends container among other classes, and the get instance function ensures that only one instance is ever returned when you ask for it. And when it needs to be created for the first time, set instance takes container contract and overrides it. Container contract is the interface that defines the required parts of the instantiation, and your instance of the container implements it. Application also has other methods that are inherited and overwritten from these interfaces, and they actually work when you get your application running. In the contracts directory, in the container.php file, we're going to see the container contract, which has bind, which doesn't do anything until the container class overwrites the definition of a functional method, and the class knows how to find and return the data it needs, which can be stored and modified without modifying the singleton itself. And the unique application object can be returned using application's getInstance method, which we just saw. So there can only be one in a singleton. It uses an interface by inheriting and overriding it, and it knows it's the only instance. Many of these services are factories, which is a really good pattern for if you want one of a group of products, but you don't know which one at a given time. So in this factory, the product ultimately determines through the creator and the concrete creator how we're going to get a concrete product, which in this case is going to be sessions. So this is where the session manager is registered, and then the result is going to be stored in the service container as a singleton. This is an example in the session manager where we're taking a instantiation of one of those concrete factories and creating it with build session. This kind of cookie cares about, this kind of session cares about cookies and expiration. And there's a very similar one where we're going to take a database session handler and it cares about, the table and the connection, et cetera. So in general, factory is a class that provides instances from a group of subclasses. They have a method that's determined at runtime. It has products, which are similar objects produced by a factory and used by your application, and it uses an interface or contract to give instructions of those similarities and ensure that the similarities are there. Speaking of services, if you need immediate wormhole-like access to the service in the service container, you can use a facade. The diagram for a facade looks different from other patterns. Generally, facades hide complexity while providing a few simple access points like an API or an interface. Here's a classic example. If you're using a compiler, you pretty much only need the compiler method, unless you're writing one. But then you'd probably be like using Go or Rust, by the way, and your editor would probably be NeoVim, by the way, and you'd be running like Arch, by the way. So I'm really just speculating wildly here. A facade, in a word, is encapsulation. Hiding complexity in a system makes the code which interacts with that system simpler. But Laravel gives you more than a design pattern of a facade. They're more specific, and they give you access to a service provider class from anywhere. Real-time facades, you could get static access, you could do custom facades. They're an awesome vanity plate. They look fantastic on a hat, and if you learn them really deeply, then you can stay up late on the internet arguing with strangers about whether anyone should ever be allowed to use them. That's not nearly as productive as actually trying to write code with them and seeing what the service container is capable of, but you could. After first steps, the request is going to be sent through the handle function of the kernel, either the HTTP or console. Web requests we're going to kind of focus on now with the HTTP. And if you don't use a facade, Laravel will find the appropriate classes via inversion of control. This family of patterns provides instances without requiring the controller to know about them or be directly responsible for them. So it inverts the control flow, increases decoupling, and frameworks are a really good use case for dependency injection and inversion of control, and so are event handling systems. And Laravel has a lot of events. There's 4 varieties of inversion of control, and Laravel arguably uses all of them. But we're just going to talk about dependency resolution really quick. The service container uses bind and binding-like strategies to resolve and auto-resolve dependencies for you, so you never have to experience dependency hell when you're using Laravel. You've probably seen code like this in a controller, and whenever you call construct either implicitly or explicitly in Laravel, it's a hint that some dependency injection is happening. So anytime a service is resolved, we can see make or build happening. With make, we're going to see the dependencies resolved. Laravel will go through the resolve function and return and iterate through the dependencies, making sure that they're all created or throwing an error outside of your controller so you can avoid catastrophe or ensure, as in most cases, that the object you're trying to create can be created. The method is resolved when the controller is actually called. And there's a lot going on behind the scenes. It's for a very short amount of code. I really love to be able to see the complexities of the controller and know what's going on there. It makes me very happy. Then there's a builder pattern I'm going to talk about in terms of middleware. In the bootstrapping phase, we saw this index entry point, and the project of this phase is to instantiate an application. So now we're going to talk about how the middleware gets created. The builder pattern is a solution when we want to build a complex object using the same construction project, but get a different representation every time. The director in the builder pattern is a method which works to build the product, and the director of this is going to be the kernel, which is responsible for passing the request through the application's middleware stack. And the plan is to send a request through this pipe object, which is configured with whatever middleware is going on in the application. The order the middleware occur is important, and when you modify the kernel, you can choose different orderings based on the type of request that you're getting. The pipeline needs to send the request through these middlewares, which modifies the request as it passes through. And the concrete builders or individual middleware inherit from the middleware interface, and eventually a product is specifically configured. In this case, it's the request object. If none of the middleware stop the request from continuing during this pipeline, then the request can be routed to the appropriate routing controller with the right HTTP verb. So in general, the builder pattern reuses functions in the same project for different object representations, produces complex objects, and the build steps are managed by a director. Next, the service providers are loaded. I assure you this is very important, but I don't have time to elaborate on it because we're down to 8 minutes. So. Next is routing. During routing, service providers are registered, and the request is going to be handed off to the router for dispatching. My favorite use of Laravel is Eloquent, and a close second is collections, which is also kind of Eloquent. Collections are a type of iterator, and database enjoyers may like to know that another name for this pattern is cursor. Route collection provides a lot of functionality on top of listing the routes in our application. So here's another diagram. The client in this case is going to be the Laravel routing mechanism, and our iterator is actually the iterator aggregate interface that's from PHP in general. This gives us all kinds of things that we might want to do with a list. The abstract route collection is going to collect all of the routes that we have listed in various route files, like web PHP or auth PHP or API PHP if you have one, or a custom one. And then we have this object that can be returned and get routes with more specific behaviors that we have decoupled but can use with that object. That gives us a lot of additional functionality. Specifically in the routes collection, we can use this to compile routes, support subdomains, name routes, group routes and middleware, use fallback routes, all kinds of things. And it's because of this decoupling. So in general, iterators let you access the elements of an aggregated object, avoid exposing the internal structure or bloating the list too much, and traverse the list in different ways by defining different ways of traversal for different purposes. It's a combination of the routing and the verb which determines the request needs from the container, and that brings me to the strategy pattern. Generally, a strategy is an interface to be inherited, and it happens in some context from which it's decoupled. The strategy has an interface which defines some behaviors or attributes, and the strategies are all supposed to have, and then the concrete strategies overwrite them and do slightly different things for different cases. I already showed you at least 3 strategies, and you can find this all over Laravel. It's generally just a good life choice. In the context of the controller, methods return views, and those views are decoupled from the controller, the request, the route, and the verb. In the context of the application, all the middleware have a handle function, and the behavior is decoupled from the middleware pipe and the service container. And in the concept of a service container, service managers can build unique sessions by parameterizing a construction of the concrete factories with the service manager. So strategies maintain a reference to the strategy object in a context. Concrete strategies inherit from the interfaces in a strategy, and then it implements that behavior as it sits on the strategy, and using interfaces is good. So we've reached the point of finishing up, where the response travels back outward through the routes middleware, and the application has a chance to modify or examine the outgoing response. The command, also known as the action pattern, takes a behavior we may have implemented in a method and stores all the information we need to execute in that object, which can be parameterized by the object that executes it. So this is an example of reification, the process of turning some process into a first-class object. Here's an example. The application receives the action as a parameter to its destroy method in some controller, and the action instance in that controller is invoked when the controller gets hit by a request. And that destroy method includes calling the handle method on the action, which contains a reference to the part of the application that knows how to handle the action. In this case, it's going to be a database. It's typical for a strategy to look like this, the creation of a receiver and then passing the receiver as a reference on instantiation of the action. But in Laravel, because of dependency injection, it might actually look like this. So let's look again. In the context of controller, it's decoupled from the service container, which functions as a client in this example. The destroy method invokes a delete action instance, which shares qualities of the other actions, including a handle function, and that references the receiver of the action. And the receiver knows how to actually get the job done. So in this combination of actions on top of all the strategies and controllers is very powerful and flexible if you think about it. But if you're also seeing this and you're thinking, well, I've structured my code like that before and I didn't mean to use a pattern or know the name of it, then welcome in. It is awesome to feel like you invented a pattern for yourself. It means you're onto something, and you can use that name to talk about it with other people who already understand why you're so excited about your solution. The command pattern is useful when you don't know what the action is going to be or what the receiver is going to be. It encapsulates a request as an object, which contains an execute operation, parameterizes clients with requests, and supports undoable operations. It's also super good for logging. And then after a request has occurred, most of the time changes will have happened in the state of your application. And the observer pattern lets an object, called the subject, update other objects when changes happen. Subjects need to have a way to know about and notify their observers, the classes that are going to be updated. And Eloquent models can attach to observers using a static observe method in Laravel, and observers can be a class property. Dispatchers help a specific model, like team, manage their observers when state changes, and they're identified through reflection. They need to have specifically named functions, but they can access state temporarily for this purpose and define their own behavior, like, for example, logging when a team gets created or deleted. So as your request behavior is ending, you have a lot of objects that weren't directly affected, which are updated to when the state in a different object changes, and this pattern allows you to store those changes in objects called events, which benefits subsequent storage, logging, and other cool stuff. This is really cohesive. What I find so beautiful about Laravel is the choice of patterns it uses, the expertise demonstrated in the way that it solves the web's classic problem. How do we handle a request? The framework is extensible not just because these solutions adhere to the terminology of patterns, but because the code is implemented in ways that have been proven to work. And code that is reusable and has been proven to work tends to acquire names. These implementations are not always canonical or classical, but they are thoughtfully designed in ways that invite us as a community to participate, to learn, to read, and to contribute. Designing object-oriented software is hard, and designing reusable object-oriented software is even harder. Projects and processes we manipulate are unique, but experienced developers who have solved similar problems have found working solutions in the recurring patterns of classes and many object-oriented systems. These commonalities and the solutions to these problems allow us to put forth design patterns and to name them. And it gives us the language to discuss solutions with other people who know about them and express and recognize those solutions more quickly. For example, there's usually 2 S's in classes. But the variances in each system we design means that the details of our implementations and their grammar and the combinations of our business logic should not and often cannot be classical. They help a designer to get a design right faster. They speed up communication, reduce complexity, encourage documentation and readability. Their definitions describe real systems, but they're almost never exactly what they claim to be. My opinion is this: learn the names or don't. The right tool, architecture, and implementation is always specific to what you're building. Design patterns are just one way to talk about design that we can agree solves some problems. But whatever you're building, I hope that you're talking about it. Because ever since I started talking about it, and liking things online and posting about it, my life got a lot better. So I'll leave you all with a final blessing: Laravel forever. Thank you very much.
Wow. Are you kidding me? That was incredible. That was your first big Laracon talk. That was incredible. And here is your artisan jacket.
Thank you very much.
That was unbelievable. Give another round of applause for Mary Perry. So, a couple of questions. The first is not a question, it's a statement. We had many people that tweeted about your puns. So the puns worked. Everyone loved the puns, so good job there. I guess
Music to my ears.
Yes, my question for you is, what appeals to you about design patterns? Because you've obviously gone super deep, right? Deeper than probably most of us have gone. What is it about those that appeal to you, and where did you look to study and learn those things such that you could identify them in Laravel?
I like the idea of naming things and of the ways that we use grammar to name things. So I heard Jake Bennett's State Machine talk when it was in Nashville in 2023, and I thought it was so interesting that we could give a 30-minute talk that I had to spend a couple hours going back and learning more about to understand, and describe everything that was going on to people who already understand it in 2 words, just state pattern. You know, so I started really diving deep into it. I read the Gang of 4 book. I read a small talk book, a couple of articles online, especially the inversion control articles are better there, and I just kept going with it obsessively.
Yeah, well, it worked. That was the best deep dive into the Laravel lifecycle that I've ever seen. So, well done. Very proud of you. Y'all give it up for Mary Perry.
Thank you very much.
Good job. I mean, I'm sorry, first-time speaker? That was incredible. We are really lucky to have so many great speakers in this community, and we have another one coming. We have another one coming up next. Up next is Terry Lavender, and I sat next to Terry last night at dinner, and this guy knows a lot about a lot. He was talking about things that were way over my head, lots of distributed system stuff. He's incredibly smart. I don't want to spoil his talk for you. I will say, according to him, his greatest contribution to the Laravel ecosystem is taking all of the echo, the Reverb echo stuff that was in JavaScript, rewriting it in TypeScript and just throwing it over the wall. Nobody asked him to do it, but he was like, what if we made this a little bit better? And he just did like 3,000 lines of TypeScript with no permission. And he is here to talk to us about reinventing the wheel and how we always talk about how we shouldn't, but he is going to come and try to convince us that you should reinvent the wheel. Please welcome Terry to the stage.
Hello. Thanks for the response. My name is Terry Lavender. I'm a web developer from Atlanta, Georgia, founder of Space Studio, which is a once upon a time web development agency that's now turned into what I describe as a venture building company. What does that mean? Basically, and you may relate to this, when I'm not consulting, I'm buying a lot of domain names and daydreaming about building the next unicorn startup, pretty much. So I've been working on the web for almost 2 decades now, and one of the things I've learned along the way is, contrary to conventional wisdom, you should reinvent the wheel. Now, conventional wisdom says you shouldn't reinvent the wheel, but in this talk, I'm going to make the case that doing so can yield incredible value. And in case you're thinking, oh, great, we got to get to lunch, not another philosophical talk, I'm actually going to share the story of my latest attempt to build a unicorn startup, which is building a database. So hang tight, we'll talk about that soon. But before we do, we gotta talk about cookies. Not the web browser kind. I'm talking about actual edible cookies, the perfect setup right before lunch, right? So my wife and I, we met while we were working at Chick-fil-A. Anybody here a fan of Chick-fil-A? Yeah. All right. So one of the things you'll notice about Chick-fil-A's menu is that there are very limited items on the menu, and they rarely introduce new ones, right? So years later, we've left Chick-fil-A, and we noticed, hey, there's something new on the menu. They finally did it. They decided to shake things up. And their big, bold move was a cookie. A plain old cookie. Of all the directions it could have gone, why did they decide to add something as basic as a cookie? We're talking in the age of Frosties, McFlurries. I mean, nothing says innovation like a dessert that's been around as long as ovens. Well, as a cookie connoisseur, I thought I should at least try them out. And like everything else at Chick-fil-A, they didn't miss. Now, why did this cookie hit so hard? It's not like they were trying to do something revolutionary. Instead, they created something familiar, yet done really, really well. Now, this idea of taking something simple, even ordinary, and embracing the chance to reinvent it, I think that's worth digging into. Conventional wisdom says you either have to stick with what already exists or break the mold completely and invent something brand new. But what if there's a third path? What if the real magic happens when we dare to reimagine something that's familiar? Imagine where we would be today if people like Taylor Otwell, Adam Wathan, Caleb Porzio, Nuno Maduro, Evan Yu decided not to reinvent the wheel. Think about the creations. Across the board, there was already an existing solution, yet they dared to innovate and hit publish. And through that innovation came really great tools to help us create some awesome web applications. Speaking of publish, I remember the talk that Aaron Francis gave on this stage 2 years ago called Publish Your Work. If you haven't seen it, seriously, go find it online. It's as great as the talk that he gave this morning. And it lit a fire in me, at least for a while. But then that voice crept in, saying things like, this has already been done, or no one's going to use it. And I started to pull back. But then I had to acknowledge this old saying, there is nothing new under the sun. Feels kind of discouraging, right? Like everything's already been done? But there is some truth to it. Like think about the work that we do as developers. Most of it boils down to this: storing and retrieving text from a database. That's pretty much it, right? Really, think about it. Now, there are some people that nearly bet the future on things like augmented reality, virtual reality, the metaverse. But here we are today, we're just talking with LLMs. What are they doing? Storing, retrieving text from albeit synthesized text from a database. My point is this: we continue to innovate on this simple idea because it works. So maybe reinventing the wheel is not something to avoid, maybe it's inevitable. And maybe it's essential to build something worthwhile. Now, if that take feels a little too pessimistic to be helpful, let me reframe it a little bit, because I believe the work is still in progress. We don't have to simply accept the tools that we're given. We can wake up every day, and we can choose to try and make them better. In other words, every sunrise brings new possibilities. Repetition, refinement, reinvention, it's not a waste of time. It's how we evolve technology. It's how we get better. It's how we move things forward. So, with conventional wisdom in the rearview mirror, let's talk about what happened when I decided to try and build a database. Now, I already know what some of you are going to be thinking. Why not just use MySQL? Why not just use Postgres? Or there's already company XYZ that does this, right? Let me tell you this. I don't care. It's not a lack of appreciation for your great conventional wisdom. It's actually that I appreciate more the journey that I've been through and all the things that I've learned along the way. So what's the problem? What am I trying to solve? Well, if you follow me online, one of the things that I've been talking about is building something a little unusual, an SQLite server. First, if you're not familiar with SQLite, here's the TLDR. It's a database project that started 25 years ago and that offers small, fast, and full-featured SQL database implemented as a C language library. And the best part, everything, the schema, the tables, the data is stored in a single file. This works incredibly well for development and many production use cases. However, when it's possible, I always advocate for picking the right solution from the start. And when it comes to SQLite, one thing to know is that it expects the database file to live locally on disk. So the fundamental problem I'm trying to solve is simple: making SQLite work reliably for distributed applications. In other words, making SQLite work when you have multiple app servers and queue workers, allowing each component of the application to talk to the same SQLite database as if they're running on the same machine. Now, in hindsight, this is pretty clear, but I didn't quite get it at first. And here's a funny side story to prove that. Back in 2019, after attending Laracon, I started to run my applications with Laravel Vapor. And back then, there really wasn't a great option for relational databases that pair well with AWS Lambda in terms of scale of 0. So I naively decided to scratch my own itch and figure out how I can lift SQLite from its embedded nature into a network-accessible database. And in AWS, there's another service called Elastic File System, which is a network file storage that you can mount to your functions. So I thought maybe I can just throw a SQLite database on there, mount it to my Lambda functions, and boom, I've got a distributed database. Problem solved, right? Yeah, not quite. Here's what I learned. One, reading from the database was easy. Writing was more complex. Two, SQLite coordinates access via file locking, which is painfully slow over the network. And three, network file systems do not support memory mapped files, which SQLite needs to coordinate concurrent read and write access. So what now? Should I give up? To be honest, that's how I felt because I didn't have the confidence to go down this rabbit hole. So in order to make it work, I needed to make the progression from self-doubt to self-confidence. In other words, I don't think I can do it to I think I can do it. I think I can do it. You know, the word think doesn't really embody confidence. So let me try again. I'm learning how to do it. I was missing this crucial step of self-development along the way. Now, there are certain things that I can do really well, and I'll be the first person to tell you that I'm great at those things, like playing guitar. But when it comes to doing something new, it can be quite discouraging, even deflating, if I fail at it. So I have to remind myself, how did I get good at playing guitar in the first place? It was jazz. Jazz taught me this. You see, I actually don't have a computer science degree. I studied jazz in college as a music major with a concentration in jazz studies under the tutelage of Dave Frackenpole. And similarly to software, I went to the music program at Georgia State University not having studied jazz as much as my peers, and it showed. Now, one of the problems I experienced that affected my confidence was thinking that right away I had to invent my own style of playing. Everybody's making it up as they go, right? Yeah, not quite. I remember walking into lessons in Dave's office, pulling out my guitar and playing what I thought were some of the hottest licks. And I looked at him and say, hey, just give him a little glance like, hey, watch this. And Dave, who was truly the humblest of human beings, would just give me a quiet stare and say without a word, yeah, not quite. To help me build confidence, Dave repeatedly pressed on me to spend time listening to other well-known jazz musicians and pick up on their style and their phrasing. He'd say, hey, play it like Miles Davis. Sometimes less is more. Play it like Cannonball Adderley. Try to embellish the melody in your solos. Play it like Wes Montgomery, who plays consistent solos, single notes, octaves, block chords. You see, while most jazz is improvised, if you listen to a jazz musician long enough, you start to pick up on their tendencies, on the phrases that they pull from their bag. Dave didn't just want me to embody these jazz artists, he wanted me to take what I learned to the shed, which is a saying in jazz, which means to seclude yourself and try to master a technique. And this heavily came into practice every semester when we had to transcribe solos. What does this mean? We take a song that was written by a jazz musician, that was improvised by a great jazz musician. We'd have to slow it down and write down every single note they played. Then you had to learn what you wrote and play it in time. And it's as hard as it sounds. And in lessons, I remember Dave saying, hey, can you sing it? Why don't you give that a try? Now, as a jazz musician or a jazz guitarist, he'd ask me that, and he wasn't trying to make me a better singer, obviously, but he knew something. If I could internalize this in my voice, what I was trying to play, it'd be easier for me to play it with my hands. And if I could play it with my hands, the next instruction was to play it in my own way. All along, Dave was helping me to fill my bag. My ego thought I could discover things on my own, but it was actually mimicking others and reinventing the wheel that got me going. So this is what the progression looks like, from self-doubt through self-development to self-confidence. I know how to do it. I shared that story because, honestly, the story of me reading the SQLite docs and learning from other people's code is probably not that interesting. But shifting back to talking about building a database, the outcomes are similar. I didn't know how. I got in the shed. And today, I feel like I'm pulling out of my bag. With that said, today I'm excited to release the alpha version of this new project and to share the different wheels that I've had to reinvent along the way. I've noticed I don't have slides, and I got like a lot of diagrams. So crew, if you want to come out, this is a good point. Like, this is dense stuff, like database stuff, bro. Let's give it up for our production team while we're waiting. Oh, solo. Let's wait on that. I'm already as nervous as it is, all right, guys? I just saw it up there when you dragged it over. Slide it over and then hit green. That's good. Yeah, that's good. All right. 1 second, find my place. Whoa. I see it here. All right. Whew. Guys, I spent a lot of time on these slides. Like, you can see it now, but there's a lot of stuff. I mean, this is the best stuff is coming. All right, so with conventional wisdom in the rearview mirror, let's talk about what happened when I decided to try and build a database. Now, I already talked about that, actually. I'm sorry, guys. Here we go. I want to finally reveal the name of this project. Let's just get right to it. I don't want to continue saying SQLite server for the rest of this talk. So, are you ready for the name? Lightbase. Whew. All right. It's an open source distributed database built on SQLite and backed by distributed file systems and object storage. I'll unpack that in a sec, but let's revisit where we left off. As I previously shared, the first idea didn't pan out. So I went back to the drawing board to think through the design of this project. The first order of business is to embed SQLite and store the database on local disk. Next, I needed to add a communication layer to speak to the database, which will occur over HTTP. And it probably makes sense to use some sort of connection manager to manage open connections. Great. But then I start to think about the availability and the durability of the data, because it's all on this single disk, and if it fails, I lose everything. So with a new perspective, I start revisiting the idea of network file systems that automatically handle data replication. But since network file systems do not support memory mapped files, I need to figure out how to handle memory allocation in heap memory using a virtual file system, which is basically a way to hook into SQLite to manage all I/O operations. Sounds complex because it is, but added benefit is that now I can control file locking without network round trips. Nice. Unfortunately, it just keeps getting more and more complex. I'm in deep. I'm just a PHP developer. What am I doing writing Go? What am I doing writing C? What am I doing writing a database? Conventional wisdom is screaming at me to stop. But I decide to forge on. And I get back in the shed. And stay there for a good while, to work through some things. And fast forward to now, it's time to release Lightbase Server, a single binary Go application that embeds SQLite and coordinates read and write access to databases. In addition to making SQLite network accessible, it also adds authentication, authorization, connection management, clustering, and much more. All right, now things are looking good, right? But one day I'm testing, testing out clustering, and yeah, not quite. What was happening? Did I really waste all this time over-engineering this crazy idea? Well, let's find the root cause. I have a single writer, which is our primary, established through cluster election, acknowledgement, and a lease mechanism. So where did things go wrong? Well, after taking a step back, I could see corruption was occurring on the replicas and even on the primary. No good. What did I learn? By default, each SQLite connection has an isolated page cache. And somewhere along the way, I had broken cache invalidation. 2, single instance SQLite offers serializable isolation. So that means things happen one after the other. In my distributed setup, this isolation level cannot be guaranteed for replicas. And I was learning these consistency challenges the hard way. If you read a page out of order, corruption. If you write a page to the wrong place, corruption. If SQLite asks, How large is a database file? And do you return the wrong size? Corruption. Well, clearly I needed to get back in the shed. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, at this point in the story, I'm getting quite frustrated. It seems like I can't figure it out. And while this is going on, remember, back in 2019, I had this idea. And year after year, I'm seeing this company and that company come out with their SQLite project. And all I can do is just point and say, hey, that was my idea. But it doesn't help if you never ship. So I remained in the shed and worked through my self-development, because who cares if you're late to the party? And this is when I started working on Lightbase distributed file storage. An attempt, after many, to work around some of the limitations of running SQLite distributed. For you see, Lightbase uses SQLite in write-ahead log journal mode. This means that changes to the database are first appended to an intermediary file. And when the journal gets to a certain size, SQLite attempts to merge the data into the main file. It's a great feature, allowing concurrent readers in a single writer, but because of locking, it makes running SQLite in a distributed setup pretty tricky. So I decided to focus on a new storage architecture that simplifies consensus and takes advantage of disaggregated storage. Now, this strategy required me to start from a blank slate, unfortunately. That means a complete rewrite of storage from the ground up to create a new layout that I call the structured log. The idea of the structured log is to build upon SQLite's write-ahead log mechanism to enhance distribution and to reduce contention, which all starts with versioned write-ahead logs. So instead of writing to a single journal, Lightbase writes changes to multiple journals, each created with a database checkpoints, allowing database connections to acquire an immutable, timestamped versioned write-ahead log with less contention. And when data from the journals needs to be copied over, they don't go back into the database file, they now go into what's called page logs, which are groups of changes to the database with a similar set of immutable, timestamped, but indexed logs. And when data is ready to move out of the page logs, they are compacted into the foundational piece of the structured log, which I call dynamic data ranges. These are subsets of the database split into multiple files, allowing the single file to be scattered across object storage to save on cost and scale up to multiple terabytes. Altogether, this creates something similar to a multi-version log-structured merge tree that allows database connections to perform transactions at a point relative to their transactional start, all while viewing a consistent snapshot of the database without corruption. Yeah. We finally got there. Now, let's take a quick pause to talk about this logo. I was a little nervous at first because I thought people might assume I was building a crypto or AI company trying to raise a bunch of cash. And sure, while I am trying to build some hype, there's a bigger story here once you see the full picture. I wanted to create something that pays homage to SQLite, and it starts with the pronunciation. SQLite, SQLite. Dr. Richard Hipp, its creator, says it's pronounced SQLite, like a mineral. Those are his words verbatim. And while I'm sure he meant that phonetically, it stuck as a source of inspiration. And I later discovered that some minerals naturally form into interesting geometric shapes like octahedrons or diamonds. And I think this is fitting for SQLite because it's notably hardened by a very large suite of tests. It's estimated for every one line of core SQLite code, there's about 600 lines of test code. It's pretty intense. And SQLite is basically a national treasure since it's used everywhere. There's probably tens of thousands of SQLite databases running in this room right now. And remember the term disaggregated? I wanted the mark to signify the separation of compute and storage. So when the shape is split in two, we get two tetrahedrons, also known as triangular prisms. And in Newton's famous experiment, he showed that when white light passes through a prism, it separates into many colors. And if passed through a second prism, it would merge back into white light. This is a great metaphor of what occurs to an SQLite database as it passes through Lightbase DFS. All right, I could honestly go on and on. We got to get to lunch. So in summary, Lightbase DFS adds new capabilities like intelligent data tiering, non-blocking backups, point-in-time restore, database branching, and compression and encryption. Finally, the best part. I want to talk about using Lightbase with Laravel. And this is the best part because often when something new comes out, PHP is usually an afterthought. but today we're at Laracon. Lightbase server exposes a JSON API with an endpoint that accepts parameterized queries. And to create an integration, I started by creating a new Laravel database connection class that uses the existing SQLite processor and grammar. Then I created a PHP data object class that sends queries over HTTP instead of calling the local SQLite library. The only thing left to do at this point is to add the driver configuration, and thanks to Laravel, reinventing this part wasn't bad at all. And now, while not a scientific benchmark, let's use Artisan Migrate Fresh to kind of gauge where things stand. So I've prepared 100 migrations, and each one will run their respective down and up methods, so expect 200 queries each. MySQL executed in 700 milliseconds, Postgres 750 milliseconds, SQLite with 230 milliseconds, pretty fast, and then Lightbase with 450 milliseconds. Not bad. Not bad, not bad at all. Now, so far, I'm thinking this is working pretty well. As you can see, it's fast. But honestly, I was really after blazingly fast. So to get there, I had to take a second look at the choice of protocol. And one of the only true way to get there is to do less. So even though we got an open TCP connection via HTTP, headers were being sent for each request. And CPU cycles were being wasted on serialization and deserialization of the JSON. So the most plausible solution from here is streaming. And while protocols like WebSockets and gRPC do exist, at this point, I'm already in deep. So I might as well throw conventional wisdom out the window once again and build my own protocol. And that's what I did with Lightbase Query Transfer Protocol, a custom binary protocol on top of HTTP that reduces network bandwidth and avoids as much data marshaling as possible. We got our protocol. How do we make use of it in PHP? I was able to accomplish this using Stream Sockets client to establish a connection, and with PHP Fibers, establish an asynchronous control flow to send many queries over one request, creating a smooth drop-in experience for existing PHP applications. What does this mean? Basically, there are no third-party libraries, no enabling of foreign function interfaces, no extensions to install for modern PHP applications, which would be great for platforms like Laravel Cloud. In summary, LQTP, asynchronous bidirectional streaming, interactive transactions, data framing, and implicit batching to amortize the cost of sending queries over the network. Let's run those migrations again. 300 milliseconds, 33% increase in efficiency over JSON, and closing the gap on SQLite. Not bad. So, was reinventing this wheel worth it? If you're looking for hardcore benchmarks, I'll tell you right now, it's too early to tell, but please do follow along. I have a lot of more interesting stuff to share. But from my point of view, if this project were to go nowhere from today, it would still be worth it. There are only 12 notes in our musical scale. Yet somehow musicians continue to reinvent and create new musical expressions. We shouldn't allow the limitations of what we have limit what we can do. And one of my favorite quotes comes from Nadia Boulanger, the French music teacher of the late great Quincy Jones. Quincy, there are only 12 notes. Until God gives us 13, I want you to know what everybody did with those 12. So again, you should reinvent the wheel. If you want to learn something new, if you want to improve existing ideas, if you want to create simpler abstractions, if you want to innovate and disrupt the status quo. This is just the beginning, so if you want to follow along, please go to lightbase.com. You can also start the project on GitHub. Thank you, enjoy your lunch, enjoy the rest of the conference.
What?
That was just like jazz. If you mess up, you just keep going. Just go, just keep going.
I mean, yeah, here's this, by the way. I'm just like, I'm shocked. Truly, I am blown away. So, I have so many questions, and it's lunchtime, so I can ask them all.
Yeah, what's up?
First of all, for someone just getting into reinventing wheels,
yeah,
what are heuristics for you're looking at a project or you're looking at a thing and you're like, I should reinvent it, I shouldn't. Where does your mind go when you get that first little inkling of, I should do this differently?
I think that the first your first gut feeling should be, yes, I should do it. Because there's immense value in just learning from the process of how did such and such person do this, you know? How did Taylor Otwell build a framework, you know? How did, Nuno take a package that was already existing and layer on top a bunch of, developer experience items on there that just make it phenomenal for the Laravel community. I think you should try it. If it doesn't see the light of day, the project never sees the light of day, it'll still be worth it because you have that knowledge, it's deposited within you, it's not wasted.
See, I think that's a place where, yes, I agree. I think that's a place where a lot of people get hung up is like they want to reinvent the wheel and then they do the thing and then it never ships and they're like, well, what a waste of time. But you very clearly talked about going back and doing it again and again and again. And where did, in the Lightbase story, where did that go from I'm reinventing the wheel to learn and to improve and to become better to, oh, wait a second, this could be real? Was there like a turning point or was it gradual?
I started working on this in 2019.
Wow.
And COVID happened, got my head down, started getting into the SQLite stuff. And then, life happened, kids and stuff like that, going through different things. Kind of put it to the side. But then, like I said, I started seeing other people doing it. I'm like, hey, I'm just sitting on my bottom, when I could be doing something. So I really put it into gear in the last couple of years, and I started to see things happen where it was that aha moment, like, hey, I feel like I'm in my bag.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I'm getting this, it's clicking. And I gotta keep going at this point because, once you start getting momentum, once you start getting velocity, it's hard to, pull back.
Yeah. And last one, you seem like a polymath. The slides, the music, the distributed systems, the new protocol that you invented, by the way, like, where does that, is it just a love of learning? Is it just like innate skill? Where does that come from?
Yeah, it's definitely a love of learning. And it's interesting because my wife, she knows that I don't read a lot of books, but I watch people. If I see you do something, that's kind of like, hey, I'm gonna pick up on that and I can learn from it. So I think I've just been picking up on a lot of people in this community and others, yeah.
Incredible. How can people help with Lightbase? What do you need?
Go to lightbase.com, put your email in if you want to get updates, but GitHub, go start, please, just start.
Incredible. Yeah. Unbelievable work. Y'all give it up for Terry.
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
I was standing in the shadows as I'm wont to do, and my jaw was just open the whole time. It was like, oh, I invented a bunch of new things. Oh, by the way, I invented a new protocol. I'm like, what is going on here? What a great morning. We now have lunch. Be back here by 1:40. We're going to do advanced Eloquent patterns at 1:40. Food is being brought in. It may already be here. Again, if you're not vegan or vegetarian, please wait until those people get their meals. And if there's any left over after that, you can grab one. 1:40. We'll see you then. We are back. Welcome back. We've got another slate of good talks for you. Before we do, I want to remind you that the sponsors are across the pavilion. There's a whole hall over there, so make sure you go over there during the breaks and get your cards punched. And the Laravel booths are back there, all around there. And then this one will surprise you, but right outside, there are these great patios with tables and chairs and just a lovely place to sit and enjoy the Denver weather. Don't sit there, please. Those actually belong to other restaurants that apparently we can't take over their space. So it makes a lot of sense that the tables and chairs should be sat upon and used, but unfortunately, we don't have access to those. So next time, don't eat lunch over there. No big deal. All right, so coming up next, we have advanced eloquent relations. Okay, so our next speaker, I call him Boss Man Chris. He's never been my boss. Everyone calls him Boss Man Chris. His name is Chris Morrell. He's been in the Laravel ecosystem for quite some time. He is the co-founder of a company called Internachi. They've got about 35 employees, but 30,000 members, and so it's a trade organization for home inspectors. So Boss Man Chris is the boss of that company, but that does not stop him from being deeply technical. He's got a lot of Laravel packages, PRs to the framework, and he is here to talk about one of my favorite things, advanced eloquent relations. Please give it up for Boss Man Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Do it.
Hello. All right. Here we go. All right, so this is usually where I would do a quick introduction, but I got a text from my wife last night with something to replace that with, so without further ado, here is what my 10-year-old thinks everyone at Laracon needs to know about me. Thank you, Gene. So I am Chris. I am the type of person who really hates to not understand how things work. So I spend a lot of my free time, I suppose, just digging into the code that I work with. I do a lot of source diving, and I was thinking about it, and honestly, I think that I have probably looked at every line of Laravel code that I've ever called in our project, which means that I have looked at a lot of Eloquent. So today I'm going to be talking about what happens when we call a line of code like this. I'm going to be talking about relations. Relations are really just a query builder and some PHP code. We don't necessarily think about it that way all the time, but under the hood, that's all they really are. And in fact, the query builder part is a little bit optional. So when you really get to it, relations and Eloquent are just code. Now, obviously, the database side of things matters. And folks much smarter than me, like Jonathan Renink and Aaron Francis, and many others have talked about all the interesting ways that we can use recursive CTEs or subqueries or all sorts of amazing, incredible database features to do interesting things with Eloquent. So I'm not going to talk about that today. Today, I'm going to focus on the PHP side of the ORM. So let's actually look at some PHP code. We're going to be starting with lazy loading. Lazy loading is when you do something like this, right? We're going to load a post directly from the database, and without asking for it ahead of time, we're going to try to load the comments relation off that model. When we do that, under the hood, we're going to be calling this get attribute method. And if that attribute is a relation, it's going to call get relation value, which ultimately gets us to get relationship from method. It's going to instantiate our relation, and in this case, this is just our model. So in our example, that's going to be something like post, and method is just the relation we're trying to load. So in that case, it's comments. So if you have a very straightforward looking post model that has many comments, that's what we're talking about here. It's going to load the data via that relation. It's going to set it onto the model so that if we access it again, we don't have to query the database again, and then it's going to return it. Lazy loading is really pretty straightforward under the hood. That's pretty much all there is to it. When we get to eager loading, things get a little bit more complicated. So we're going to use the same example as before. Posts have many comments, but before we actually get into the code, I want to talk about it a little bit more conceptually. I like to think about eager loading. We're talking about a case like this, right? Where we're loading a couple of posts, we're loading the comments along with them, and we're getting it all at the same time. I like to think about it in 3 different phases. We start by adding constraints. So imagine we've loaded a couple of posts. We need to do something to figure out what comments do we need to load for those posts. In the case of a has many, that might look something like this. We're going to select all the comments from the database where the post ID is one of the posts that we've loaded. Once we set up our constraints, we get the results. Typically, this is going to be calling the database. So we'll load up all of the comments from the database that match our query. And finally, we're going to go to the match phase. This is when our relation, and depending on the type of relation we have, this has to behave differently. But this is when our relation takes all of the parent models, the posts in this case, and the loaded relations, and figures out how to match them back to each other. Depending on whether this is a has many, like this example, or has many through, or something else, like each time the match operation is going to look different, but that's the basic principle. So now that we have this sort of theory down, looking at the code, I hope, is going to be pretty straightforward. When we call get on our query builder, if we've asked to eager load relations, it's going to loop through all of those relations that we asked to load, and one by one, it's going to call this eager load relation method. And hopefully this looks pretty straightforward, right? We're going to add our constraints, we're going to get the results, we're going to match those results back and return what we got, right? So if we kind of step back and look at what the interface of relation looks like, it looks something like this. We've got a couple of methods here for lazy mode, and we've got a few methods for eager mode. For the purposes of this talk, I'm going to focus on eager mode because I think that if you understand the eager context, then you can figure out the lazy context. So we can kind of ignore most of this interface and really just focus in on adding constraints. We're going to get an array of the parent models that we need to load relationships for, and then match. Now we've got all the models that were our parents, all the related models that are the results of our query, and the name of the relation, and we have to figure out what we're going to do with all of that so that our models are populated with the stuff that we asked for. So now that we got some of the theory out of the way, let's look at some real code. Real quick, a couple notes. I'm going to be showing all of this through a bunch of very unconventional relations. A lot of this is not something that you really are going to do in your app, but I hope to use that as a way to sort of demonstrate some of the principles. And don't worry about taking notes. All the code's going to be available for download. I'll put a link on my website, cmorel.com. And also just, this is a little bit of just like a freight train of code coming at you. So just like, let it wash over you. Don't worry if you're not following every single line, because it's more the general principles that we're getting at, not the specific details. So without further ado, I'm going to switch to, okay. So, all right, let's start with, oh gosh. Let's start with the first example. So, I'm not saying that any of you would ever do this. I certainly never do this. This is not a real world example that I'm about to give. Imagine that at some point someone thought, hey, instead of using pivot tables, let's just store a comma-separated list of IDs in the database. And again, this is all hypothetical. This isn't a real world scenario. Imagine that data has been around for a decade and you have a bunch of reasons why it can't change, right? Wouldn't it be great if we could still do all of the things that we love to do in Eloquent with this weird data set? that's kind of what I'm talking about here. So let's just hop over. We've got all of the Laracon events with the list of their speakers, but the speakers are just this comma-separated list. So if we hop over into the event, let's create a new relation. We're going to start the same way you usually would. We're going to return public function. Oh my gosh, there we go. Speakers, right? But instead of doing something like we have down here, this belongs to, this has many, all those methods are doing is instantiating a new relation class for you. We can just return our own custom relation class. So right here, we can return a new has speakers relation. This needs to know what it's related to. So in this case, we're going to pass in the event class as the thing that the speakers are related to. But we can do whatever we want in here. So if we jump into has speakers, you can see we have to go ahead and implement those two methods. The first one is add eager constraint. So again, we've got our list of events as an array of models. And we need to figure out how to set up our query builder so that it can load all the speakers that we're going to need to match those models. So that might look something like this. We can collect all of our models. We can map over them and just use the PHP explode function to split those comma-separated lists into arrays. We'll flat map it so that it gets into one single array of IDs. And then we'll call unique so that we just have a single copy of each ID in the list. And then we can just do a where in on that data. When we get to match, now we've got that same list of models, that's our events. And now we have a big list of speakers that we need to match back to those events. But again, all of the events just have a comma-separated list, so we have to do something a little differently. So that can look oops, that's the wrong one. Match. That can look something like this. We'll key all of the results by ID so they're easy to look up. And then we're just going to loop over every event. We're going to new up a empty collection to populate, because this is sort of a quasi-has many. And then we can just kind of do the same work again. We're just going to explode that list of speaker IDs. We're going to say, if our results have that ID, then we're going to push it into our collection. We'll clone it so that each individual collection has a separate copy of the model. And then we're just going to push it onto the models relation so that if we go back over and refresh, now we can just load those speaker models as though it was a regular Eloquent relation without having to think about it. Right? So we have to do a little bit of work to set up the relation, but then from then on out, we get to use Eloquent just like the way we would normally. So we talked about a scenario where the foreign keys are not exactly the way that we expect. What if we don't have any foreign keys? Here I have a map of all the Laracon US events. And I'm the type of person who likes to have a suite every day. So wouldn't it be cool if I could load all of the ice cream shops that are nearby every venue to plan my trip accordingly? The events have coordinates. They have a latitude and longitude in the database. And my ice cream shops have a latitude and longitude in the database. So theoretically I can do it, but I want to have all the niceties of Eloquent. So what might that look like? We go over here and we just add a new ice cream shop relation. And I have put together a little example. This is a has near relation. What we're going to do is we're going to set up a query where we use a MySQL database feature that calculates the distance on a sphere between 2 points. So we'll loop over all of the parent models, that would be the events, and we're going to create a statement that gives us the distance between the location on the coffee shop, on the ice cream shop, and the point that represents our event. We're going to then add an or where statement to our query builder saying, or where the distance is less than the threshold that we've set. So in this case, I set it to 500 meters. And that is going to get us essentially a big database query that says, give me all the ice cream shops that are within 500 meters of this point, or 500 meters of this point, or 500 meters of this point, right? So now when we get to the match, we're sort of confronted with a new problem. We're typically matching on foreign keys, but we don't have any foreign keys to work with here. So what we can do is, because it's just PHP code, we can kind of do the same thing in the beginning. We're going to go through all those parent models, we'll new up an empty collection. But instead of matching on a foreign key, we're actually just going to compare the distance. I wrote a little version of the haversine greater distance calculation, which is something that I'm sure a bunch of people have encountered in the past. Many maybe haven't, but it's just a way to take 2 points and find the distance. And we're just going to say, hey, if the parent, in this case the event, and the related, in this case the ice cream shop, if the distance is less than our threshold, then we're going to push a copy of it into the collection. And so what happens is now we can eager load, and if we dig in here, we can see that we can load in all the ice cream shops in one single has many style eager loaded query. It's pretty neat. We talked about a scenario where our foreign keys are a little weird. We talked about a scenario where we don't have foreign keys. There's nothing really requiring us to actually talk to a database. So imagine that you have sort of a basic app that's like, we've got organizations have teams, teams have users, and I don't have any data yet. We could go in here and go into the organization model, and where we have a regular has many, I'm just going to replace that with fake teams. I threw together a little custom relation that uses the faker implementation that we use in our factory methods, but instead of even having to see the database, we can just generate them on the fly. We'll go into team, we can do the same thing here. We can do, has some fake users. And now when we refresh, every time we refresh, you'll see it's just gonna give us different numbers because this data is just totally random on the fly as we go. Probably never gonna do this, but it proves the point. And to prove the point even further, we don't even need to return models in our relationship method, right? So I've got, again, this list of speakers. We could create a relation between speakers and the letters in the alphabet based on their name. Why not? Let's do it. If we go into speaker, we'll go has letters. Who hasn't wanted to have a has letters relationship, In here you'll see, when we're adding eager constraints, we're not even doing anything because we're never going to touch the database. We're just going to literally return a range from A to Z for everything. And then when we match, we're just going to check, okay, is the attribute that I passed in, which is the name, does it contain the letter? If so, push it into the collection. And if we look at what that looks like, there we go. I don't know why you'd want it, but I love that it exists. Okay. Thank you. So the last example I think is kind of interesting. We'll go back to our map, but this kind of comes a little bit closer to a real world use case. It's not going to be a real world example, but sometimes I find that you have real data coming back from the database that you need to do something interesting with before you use it, and there's nothing stopping you from actually doing that inside of a custom relation if it makes sense. So here we've got, again, all of the most recent Laracon US events. But if we go over to organization and change this has many to we'll return a new has predicted events, this is another little fun relation I threw together. So this is extending has many, so we're going to do everything that has many already does. But when we get the results, before we return them, we're going to pass them into the mystical Alzara, which actually is just a little wrapper around Prism. I've put together a little prompt. So we're going to predict the next X number of events for the organization we're working with. We're going to pass in all of the past events so that it can use that for the prompt. And then we just ask it to return. Now that I watched the Prism talk, I know that I could use the structured data, which would be very cool. And I'm just going to hop in here. I think we should make sure to include Philly. And then this is just going to pass it to Prism. We're going to ask Claude to predict some events. And when we go back over to our has predicted events, here we go. Once we get those predictions back, we can just loop over them and push them into the collection that we already have. So I'm just going to create some new event models with a title and location that are LLM generated. I'm going to take those speakers and create some speaker models and attach them to the events, push that all into the result set, and return it. So if we refresh, we'll see we get a nice list of all the existing Laracons and then a bunch of predictions. We got Sacramento, we've got Phoenix. Look at that, it recommended Philadelphia. That's a really good idea. If we refresh again, we're gonna get some different ones. Each time it's just passing it to an LLM. To be fair, I did do this earlier and then cache the data. That's why it's so fast. But you can see we can do whatever we want. So if there is one takeaway from today, I hope it is Eloquent relations are just PHP code. Like everything else in the framework, like everything else in all the packages that you install, under the hood it's just code. We know how to do all sorts of interesting things with code. That doesn't mean that you should. 90, 95, 99% of the time, you should just stick to conventions. It's going to be easier for your team. It's going to be easier to maintain. It's going to be better for you all around. But there will come a time when the data that you're working with is just shaped a little differently, or the business needs are just a little bit outside of the norm. And I hope that now you have one more tool in your tool belt to reach for when that happens. Thanks.
Ready? All right. Well done, sir. That was amazing. Here is your artisan jacket. Woo. So I think the thing I like most about that is you made that feel very approachable, because Eloquent is kind of like this terrifying thing.
It doesn't have to be. It's not.
But which of those, if any, probably has letters? Which one are you using in production? Are you using any of the unconventional relations in production?
So we have a version of the has-near that we use.
Okay.
And we have a couple of relations that essentially need to do multiple queries inside of them and then blend those results together for various reasons.
Okay.
So the last one is kind of inspired by that, but it has a much more practical use case.
And have you packaged up any Eloquent relation code and published that?
I haven't.
Okay.
I've thought about it because I think that you really can get away with almost just implementing those two methods, maybe three methods. And I've thought about writing a custom relation that essentially wraps everything so that then you just write those three methods and the rest of it works, but I haven't got to it.
Okay, my vote is for has-near. I think that was my favorite. Has letters was the funniest, but has-near is the best. Y'all give it up for Chris.
Thank you. Good job.
Okay, up next, we're going to have John Rudolph Drexler come out. But before we do that, we have a video from one of our sponsors. So please, let's enjoy this video from our friends at WorkOS.
Laravel 12 ships with enterprise-ready authentication built right in, powered by WorkOS AuthKit. But what is WorkOS? WorkOS is your shortcut to SSO, SCIM, and self-serve onboarding. It's your app, enterprise-ready. OpenAI, Cursor, and Vercel are just a few companies that trust WorkOS to scale auth and identity for their apps. And they use WorkOS to effortlessly onboard enterprise customers. Guillermo Rauch, the founder of Vercel, said, "We could have done even more business if we partnered with WorkOS earlier." And Vercel is not alone. Webflow, Drata, and Netlify all replace the painstaking back and forth of SSO setup with self-serve onboarding using the WorkOS admin portal. Jeff Lloyd, a tech lead at Warp, said, I love sending IT admins the link to set up connections themselves and getting an email notification when it's completed. It's so efficient. But this is Laracon. So what got Taylor Otwell so excited about WorkOS that he put it right into Laravel 12? Here's what he said on the Mostly Technical podcast with Ian Landsman and Aaron Francis.
I'm just like super OCD about like super minimal, organizing everything, and just like having all of that auth stuff like in the app. I just didn't like it. I didn't want any of that in there. Like I just wanted my own app. So when I built the WorkOS stuff, I was like, oh, this is sweet. I can just like redirect to them. They do all of that. I don't have to think about it. I don't want to see any code in my app about 2FA or login or registration or anything.
So whether you just want to see your own app again, like Taylor, or you're building the next unicorn, WorkOS AuthKit is right there, ready to go. It's your app, enterprise ready. We are thrilled to sponsor Laracon US and excited to learn what we can build together.
I think it's messed up that we've made more money on WorkOS than Taylor.
That's true. You guys have made more of this than me.
Oh man, what a great video. Great video. I don't know when B2B SaaS got so good at making videos. There was a little part in the middle there, mostly technical. You ever heard of it? Great show. Okay, so thanks to WorkOS for sponsoring. The guy that made that video, I could tell just by the voice, his name is Chan, and he's here somewhere. Incredible job. So go over to the WorkOS booth and say hello to them. John is not standing on stage, so let's just ignore whatever's happening over here and focus over here. He does not exist. So I don't have any announcements, so here's the question. Do I just roll into the intro? I do, because there we go. Go, 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 go. Up next, you got to get all the way around to the back so I can intro you from the side. It's not working.
Quite there yet.
Okay. This is my nightmare. Okay. So let's talk about John anyway. We're going to talk about John, and we're going to talk about the game that he's running anyway while we wait for this. It looks like there's the disk Macintosh couldn't eject. Yeah, we don't want that actually to happen at all, ever. So John Rudolph Drexler is the co-founder of a company called Thunk. Now, if you have ever listened to, Daniel, what's the name of your podcast? Talking Businessly, something that I definitely do listen to. If you have ever listened to the Talking Businessly podcast, thank you, Daniel. You can hear them go into details about their business called Thunk with co-founder Daniel Colborn. They are running, hold that up in the air. They are running a game where they're giving away a Ziploc baggie for some reason. I am giving away a Ziploc baggie for some reason of $1,000 US. So even longer? We're going as slow as we can. All right, we're giving away, I'm in on this now. We're giving away $1,000 US, and the rules of the game, what? We just upped it, just for y'all. It's now $1,500. Okay, we're giving away $1,500 US, and the name of the game is the social game, which is very descriptive. So if somebody is coming up to you and is like, hey, scan this QR code and join my team, and you're like, I've never met you in my life. This is why they're doing that, because they're trying to get $1,500. So I think it's like a pyramid scheme or something like that. You're trying to it actually is, isn't it? Yeah. So you're trying to get people on your team. And so I had a group come up to me earlier during the break, and they were like, hey man, you know who you are. You're out there somewhere. You're like, hey man, we're trying to get more people on our team. Can you announce from stage that people should join the blank team? And I was like, absolutely not. I'm not gonna do your bidding on stage. So if you have not signed up to, we're still going. If you've not signed up to join the game, please do. You can find a friend who is an active member and will recruit you to their pyramid. I think you only make money if you're at the top, so try to be at the top of a team, I guess. And what else about the Thunk Boys? Are we just like hanging? What? No, I think we're okay. Here comes another guy. What else about the Thunk Boys? So the Thunk Boys run a studio. Well, that's not quite right. They run a consultancy. And one of the things that's great about the Thunk consultancy, and I have worked with them, and they did not pay me to say this. You can have this back. is they are a delight to work with. They're very fun. They're not just outsourced devs, but they are a delight to work with. John is here to talk to us about building a high-trust environment. He's a product manager from New York City, and they employ a lot of very highly experienced Laravel developers. This is turning into a pitch for Thunk, because what else are we going to talk about? Give me some ideas, Daniel. Okay, event sourcing. Yes, events are the source of truth. Everything else is merely a projection. Is that close? That's pretty close, right? Do we have an update? No? Okay. What's the deal with TypeScript? Yeah. We got a little bit of an issue. Is it a MacBook?
For some reason, forked the entire computer.
It sure did. It froze the whole computer. Daniel, you do not have a secondary laptop, do you? Email the copy of the slides to somebody. Pick somebody. I don't know. Daniel can email it. Do you want it? We need another computer is what we need. Daniel, you don't have a computer? Aren't you like a developer? It's a small bag. Can we get Abby or Anna to find us another computer? Boss man Chris, give it up for Chris. Chris, get out here, you old dog. Yeah, he's gone. Is it still frozen?
Can't even restart it.
There's my guy, Ian. Coming through. Ian, shout out a hot take for us.
Disney World.
Disney World. All right, here's the hot take. Can I get the house lights up, please? This is my party now. We do what we can. All right, by a show of hands, I have this opinion, okay? I have this opinion that Disney World is vastly overrated. I'm gonna give my pitch. Oh, okay, first of all, hold on. I'm gonna give my pitch, and then I'm not gonna give Ian's side of the pitch so that hopefully I win. Disney World is vastly overrated. It's expensive. It's hard to get to. It's very hot, and it's a lot of schlepping. So I want to see, thank you, I want to see by a show of hands who thinks Disney World is highly overrated. Oh no, that feels like less than half. Raise your hand if you think I'm wrong. Oh no, we totally won. Yes! Disney World is overrated. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, you go over there maybe. Oh. Yeah. Nothing to see here. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our favorite product manager from Thunk, Mr. John Rudolph Drexler. Hey. Flawless. We nailed it. Hey, how's everybody feeling tonight?
Hello.
And John Rudolph Drexler!
Hey! Do the theme music one more time. Hey, there we go. Hello. Good to be with you. It's a huge honor to be here. My name is John Drexler. I'm here to talk to you about building a high-trust environment, the kind of environment that works really well for you as a technical person, along with a lot of non-technical people. I am a product manager. That's my background. This is going to bother me if I don't move the cursor off screen. I also write a lot of Laravel code, but my main background is as a product manager. And I like to talk a lot about how thinking like a product manager can make you a much, much better software developer. So like solving problems like a product manager, asking the right questions like a product manager can make you much, much more effective at your job. I've seen this for myself. I've also seen it for the people I work with at this agency called Thunk. So Aaron kind of explained a lot of this already, but with my good friend Daniel Colborn and I started this agency. We build a lot of Laravel apps. We do a lot of Livewire work, and we like to take on these problems where we need to kind of come alongside of the client and work with them to understand what it is that we're building and why, to set priorities, things like that. In other words, as developers, we like to do product management with our clients. We're really proud of a lot of the clients we work with. Here are some logos that you recognize at the conference. Most recently, we've been working with Laravel, which has been so cool. I've been product managing Forge, and it's been an incredible honor. I'm really, really proud of the work that that team does. The last little bit of shilling, as you already know, we have the social game. Come find any of the three of us to join. You can make some money. Very fun. OK, so I keep on referencing the high trust environment. I'm first going to illustrate that by talking about the low trust environment. What is the low trust environment? In the low trust environment, you are a spooky, weird little wizard or witch who lives in a dank, bizarre cave, and President Business over here doesn't fundamentally understand what it is that you do, right? Naturally speaking, these non-technical people who work with you have huge communication gaps with you. They don't understand what it is that you do. They don't understand the things that you're saying. And this is kind of your starting point when you start working with people. This is a big problem. You fundamentally speak a different language. I mean, you literally get paid money to write text documents in a different language that they don't understand to make a product magically appear on screen. So there's these natural huge communication gaps and translation issues. Broadly speaking, this can mean that you're misaligned with them. You have different sets of priorities, you're speaking a different language, you want different things out of the product. This is a huge problem because you could just be paddling in completely different directions, and because you don't have good communication, you don't even know this is happening. And what that means is that when you go to do something really seemingly simple, like let's set up a new roadmap, let's decide which features we want to do next, it spontaneously erupts into a war out of nowhere. You're digging in your heels, they're digging in theirs, you're attacking each other, and it's a huge problem. And the response to this a lot of the time, if you're anything like me, is maybe you just want to go dark. You say, I want to go disappear back into my cave. There's nothing wrong with that per se, but that only exacerbates these huge communication issues we have. And in response to it, the boss doesn't really know what else to do, so they start micromanaging you. They start calling meetings for you to defend yourself and justify your existence. They start beating you over the head with weaponized estimations, not so they can really have something useful, but so they can just kind of hit you after you do something wrong or deliver something late. Does this sound familiar, this low trust environment? Yeah, we've seen this a lot of times, right? Have you ever considered that you might also be contributing to this low trust environment? Yeah, it's a little controversial, a little less consensus on that one. So I'm really interested in problem statements. So as a product manager, I think this is kind of the currency we use to understand whether we're solving important problems, whether we're doing important things. So your product hopefully solves some sort of real problem in the real world. As you do work, you're solving problems in your product, solving problems for your teammates. Understanding what the specific problem is, understanding what the specific problem statement is a really helpful compass to understand what it is that we're doing and why we're doing it. And the funny thing is, as I've now had this conversation like hundreds of times with software developers where I say, you know, what are your biggest problems at work? What are the biggest things blocking you? What are the biggest things getting in your way? What's keeping you from being productive? And in hundreds of conversations, virtually no one ever says, oh, here's a bunch of technical problems. I'm willing to bet money that if I took you out for coffee and we drilled deep into what's driving you crazy at work, what's actually causing problems for you at work, you would not list me a bunch of technical problems. Like, upgrading to Laravel 12 is not your biggest problem. That's actually really easy to do now. You're not lacking for tooling. There's a JavaScript framework for every opinion you might have. If you run into like an honest, technical problem, I ran into this silly thing the other day, you can ask the internet for help, or ask an LLM, or God forbid, you could go read the documentation. Your biggest problems are not technical. They tend to be more about trust and communication. Some of this softer stuff we talked about before that's not so easy to do. So for example, your boss or maybe a client doesn't understand why tech debt matters, and they won't let you work on it. You have a senior developer who keeps on nitpicking your code for no good reason. You have a sales team who's out there selling features that you don't actually have yet, and now you're on the hook to build them. You have people giving you feedback on your features, which is good, but it's coming in like the wrong channels at the wrong time after you already built it, and it's incredibly frustrating. You have a CEO or a client who's sweeping in at the last minute and blowing everything up and saying, hey, actually go do something else instead, and it's demoralizing and incredibly frustrating and confusing. Some of you are looking at this, you can like feel the walls closing in around you right now. So what's going on here? Why are these your biggest problems at work? You have a highly technical job, and yet these are your biggest problems. I think this is an issue of managing up, or in a lot of cases, managing laterally. Managing other people's expectation of you and your work. The problem is, it's not so easy. Like trust, communication, managing up, these things are actually very difficult to do, and they matter a lot. Like for example, this is Daniel Colborn. He is my business partner. We've been very good friends for over half of our lives now. We've built tons of stuff together. We have a huge amount of trust built up. He was a groomsman in my wedding. And even with two people who really get along, this is still not easy. Like, I'll go dark for a little bit, or we'll stop talking, or become passive aggressive. I can see him nodding right now. And if I don't, deal with the fact that I was passive aggressive, it could turn into a fight. And it's just like, I guess the point is, if this is hard with one other person who you already have a good friendship with, well, how hard is this with 4 people you might not even like, who also might not even like you? Or how hard is this, right? Like we have an exponential growth problem here. So the point is, this shouldn't be surprising that this is the source of your biggest problems, right? It's really hard to do, and it matters a lot. There's a better way to do it though, and that's what we're here to talk about today, the high trust environment. I have good news and bad news. So the bad news is you do not get the high trust environment for free. I like to think of the low trust environment as your kind of default setting. When you start working with someone new, you start taking on a new client, you get a new job, your default setting is low communication and low trust. You're starting where we just described this kind of hellish scenario. And if you never work to get out of it, I can almost promise you that you will spend your whole career there and you will be miserable. The good news is there's some really practical stuff you can do right now, this week, that can make this better. You can't fix the whole thing, you can't change other people, but there is stuff that is within your power to make this a lot better this week. That's what the rest of this talk is about. And we're gonna start with misalignment. You've got different sets of priorities, you're paddling in different directions. So oftentimes, when I start working with a new client, they want to jump straight into questions about like, what should we work on first? What should our roadmap be? How big should this project be? What can we scope down? All very good questions, the kinds of questions you should ask. But I always have to kind of back up and say, well, hold on, like what are we doing here? What's the big picture goal? Where are we headed? What is our North Star that we're moving towards? And as I ask this question to software developers, I pretty uniformly get disappointing responses. I either get, I have no idea what the company's goals are, or I get like an answer that's very muddled and I leave with more questions than answers. And if this is you, I'm sorry to tell you that you are this guy, you are doomed. You are lost at sea. It is categorically impossible for you to succeed without these kinds of goals because you haven't even defined what success is. It's not even possible for you to be rowing in the right direction because you haven't even defined what the right direction is yet. How do we fix this? What do we do about this kind of misalignment? We're going to fix this by pointing to shared goals. So something you can do even as you sit in your seat right now is ask your boss, your client, for a conversation, or maybe politely demand a conversation about this to say, hey, I want to make sure that we're working on the right stuff. I want to make sure that we are paddling in the same direction. I want to make sure I'm working on stuff that actually matters. Let's have a conversation and not stop until it makes sense in both of our heads, so that you can then write them down, print them out in 72-point font and hang them on your wall. Because when you have goals like this, you get to point to them all the time. Right? You get to relentlessly point back to them so that now, as you get into these kinds of hard discussions and hard conversations, you have this unifying thing that both of you care about and both of you agree to, and you can reference that all the time. This goes a really long way for building trust and also for helping us to have basic alignment, which helps us avoid these roadmap wars. So let's go back to that situation where the CEO or the client comes up to you and says, hey, I know you're 80% of the way done with this thing, but I actually want to make you completely stop working on that and go build this other thing instead. I had a vision in the night and I want you to go build this instead. If you're anything like me, you might just want to say, no, that's a stupid idea. You haven't thought that all the way through. That feature is not properly scoped. If you take us off this thing, the context switching is going to be horrible. Everyone's going to be mad at you. No, no. I have 100 reasons why no. And when you say no, like I often want to do, you effectively invite a negotiation. It's kind of like you're like squared up across from them on the other side of the table, ready to take a fight. This is an adversarial position. This is a kind of a low trust environment situation. Because now we're just attacking each other's positions. We're going at each other. We're getting into this like zero-sum tug of war with each other. And this is a very ugly situation. What do we do instead? How do we avoid these kinds of wars? We're going to avoid it by sitting on the same side of the table. So this is Allison Lacker. She was the CTO of my last company I worked at. She's brilliant. She's amazing. She had this really awesome way of never saying no directly to stuff. Instead, she'd find some way to basically say, wow, that's such an interesting idea. I totally see why that's exciting to you. Here's the trade-offs if we do it. Help me think through these trade-offs. There's trade-offs for everything, right? This is very subtle, but very, very powerful for inviting in a much more productive and kind of unifying conversation surrounded by, good goals. What she's effectively done is, instead of squaring up on the other side of the table, she almost like sidled up next to them on the same side of the table to say, look, we got a puzzle in front of us. This stuff is complicated, it's hard, there's trade-offs, there's a lot of puzzle pieces. Help me think through this. Let's do some mutual problem solving together, because now we're negotiating against the puzzle rather than attacking each other. This is really powerful stuff. We also have this issue where we speak a different language. So don't forget, you are a dusty, strange witch who lives in this spooky little cave, and no one likes visiting you. And this is the root of like an enormous amount of your communication problems, right? Fundamentally, you are writing code in a language that people don't understand. You speak with your colleagues in a highly technical language that other people don't understand. You have valid concerns, but they're not getting across to the people you work with. And so often they're just perceived as you trying to slow them down, or possibly worse than that. How do we fix this? How do we bridge this communication gap? We're going to bridge it by speaking their language instead of expecting them to speak ours. It turns out the language of business is actually very easy to learn, and this helps you get across much, much more powerfully. So for example, you could talk about ROI, return on investment. It's like the most basic business concept that probably everyone in your company already understands. And so you get to point to stuff like saying, hey, this is going to take 6 weeks of my time. My time is your money. That's going to cost us X. Do we think we're going to get substantially more than X in return on that project? If not, let's maybe reconsider and try something else. Now you're making your case by pointing to the financial health of the company, to things that they care about, to things in their language that they understand, rather than just arguing from your own opinions. Or similarly, you can just keep pointing back to the goals. We printed them out in 72-point font, and we can relentlessly point back to say, hey, is that project the best way for us to move towards that goal, or are there some other options here? Again, you're pointing now back to something that they care about, that they understand, that's written in their own language. When all else fails, use a lot of metaphor. These business freaks love metaphors. So instead, if you talk about tech debt, people's eyes glaze over. Instead, you could basically say, hey boss, investing in solving tech debt is sort of like investing in a better factory floor. With a better factory floor, we can work better, faster, smarter next year. That feature you really care about, we could build it twice as fast with a better factory floor. This gets across much, much more clearly. Speak their language. We have a tendency to go dark. There's nothing inherently wrong with this. Sometimes this is like Terry was saying, like going back to the shed, right? Many of us are very introverted. Having a few weeks alone in the shed is like a great proposition for a lot of us. It sounds really exciting. But let's take it to an extreme and see what it looks like when it's not under control. So imagine that you just got assigned to this big new feature and you say, I want to go build this whole thing. And you go super broad and you say, I'm going to spend a couple weeks building out all this awesome back-end logic. And then I'm going to spend a couple weeks putting all these new Pest 4 features into place. And I'm going to write all these beautiful test suite that's very extensible. And then I'm going to write these beautiful controllers that serve data to the front end. And now you've kind of been silent for 6 weeks. And even in a really high trust environment, this can be a huge problem, right? This can create massive, massive trust issues because they aren't seeing the results of your work. How do we fix this? We're going to fix it by showing our work early and often. Something we take really seriously at Thunk is we do this client meeting every week, and we try to show up to that meeting with some sort of full stack feature every single week to show off, preferably something visible, preferably something that the client can actually click around with for themselves so that they can see, we can constantly reaffirm every week, hey, we're working on valuable stuff. Hey, we're working on valuable stuff every single week. This goes a really long way for reinforcing confidence and gaining trust. Because believe it or not, it's actually your responsibility. It's part of your job to make your own value obvious and incontrovertible. This might not seem fair, it might not be fair, but it is true. People don't automatically understand what you do or why it matters, and part of your job is to communicate this. The way to do this, we think, is to build vertically, not horizontally. This is something Daniel said a lot when we started working together, and it's really stuck with me. I think it honestly grew out of some of the good habits he learned working at Titan back in the day. What do we mean by this? Building vertically, not horizontally. So horizontally is kind of what we were showing before. You go really broad before you go deep. And so you build these big, wide things where you go across many features at once, and you go layer by layer, and you get to the top, and you don't have anything to show for your work until you get all the way to the tippy top. And then if something changes in the user experience or something, the whole thing can come crashing down because this is a very brittle way to build. Building vertically is where you find full stack vertical slices that you can deliver on a much, much shorter time scale. So you get to show up every week and say, hey, here's that new vertical slice you care about. Hey, here's that new vertical slice you care about. Is this just another way of saying be agile? Yes, basically. But I'm very visual, and so this is how it makes sense in my head. Build vertically. I just want to close out by just talking a bit about communication. It's something that I think we all need to work on. This is not specific to software developers. It's something I've had to work on a lot in my career. Communication is a skill, and you need to treat it like any other skill. You need to invest in it and try to develop it. I like to think of communication almost like a basketball pass. There's two parties involved. It's not just one person. It's a passer and the recipient. And if you don't have that successful kind of transmission, that's not communication. So like, if you're just talking and no one's listening, that's not communication. That's like pelting someone in the side of the head with a basketball. Or if you assign someone an issue and never follow up on it, that is also not communication. And neither is posting a huge document in a channel and assuming people read it, right? How do we fix this? How do we develop a skill of communication? We treat it like a skill. We practice it and we ask for feedback. And I just want to close out with 4 tips that have worked really well for me in my career, have worked well for us at Thunk, that you can put into practice immediately. Something that I have been guilty of many times in my career is I'll write a giant 25-page document that's like, here's the whole scope of this project, and I slap it down in a Slack channel and say, here it is, everybody now knows everything about this project. Nobody reads that, and it doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Your CEO doesn't need that. They need a 1-paragraph summary. The developers might need detailed requirements, but not all the other context. Other people might just need a clickable prototype or like a 1-sentence thing on a roadmap. The point is, nobody needed the 25-page document, and so my message missed everybody, basically. Take an extra minute and consider your audience. Think about what kind of time and attention they have to give to your thing. Craft your message to that. Related to this is, it is really worth investing in just writing better messages in emails. Here's 2 messages. Which one do we like better? So what do we like about this right one? We have a TLDR at the top. It's in bold, so you know it's important. I'm asking for feedback on something. I'm giving you 3 options. I'm telling you that number 1 is my favorite option. And by the way, if you don't want to read this whole thing, here's a link to the screencast. You can just watch it at 2x, right? This is much, much easier to parse. This is much, much easier to respond to. It's much more respectful to your audience. Take an extra minute, write good messages. Repeat things back to people in your own words. So if you are the one catching the basketball, take an extra minute to confirm that you caught it, right? Do some active listening, write some notes. This goes a really long way for people. And then when it's done, say, hey, here's what I heard you say. Is this correct? This goes a really, really long way for building trust, building empathy, and just for teasing out some nuance that you might have missed. Lastly, if you don't catch anything else from this whole talk, ask for feedback. I was terrified to do this at the beginning of my career because I had an extremely fragile ego, and over time, I found people who would tell me the truth, and I had to ask them for feedback and learned that the truth was a little bit less scary than I thought it was, but it gave me stuff to work on, and it, over time, built this confidence that I wouldn't have had otherwise. This is so powerful. Seek out those people who will tell you the truth. Ask them for feedback on your communication. You do all this, you get to have the high trust environment. Don't get me wrong, you are still a stinky, strange witch who lives in this forlorn cave. I can't help you with that. Everyone kind of gets to live their own life. But now it's okay because you have shared goals, right? You're going in the same direction, and so broadly speaking, you're aligned. Your communication with non-technical people is centered on mutual problem solving. You're sitting on the same side of the table rather than fighting. When you voice your concerns, you're voicing it in a language that they understand, and you're pointing back to things that they care about, like return on investment and goals. You're showing up every week with some full stack slice of something that they actually care about, so you can constantly reinforce you're working on stuff that matters. You're practicing good communication, you're getting feedback, you're getting the benefit of the doubt. This is the high trust environment. If you have no idea where to start, you can email me. I love talking about this stuff, and let's connect. Thank you so much.
Hey, we started off rocky, but you pulled it out. That was perfect. Well done.
Thank you for vamping for me.
Of course.
Can I put it on? Is that?
You can put it on. All right, first question. It's a two-parter, so you can pick which one you want. How did you learn all this stuff? I know where to find programming books. I know how to do that. How did you learn that? Or how do other people go deeper into this?
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, I willed my way into getting a product management role that I really did not deserve. But then I just found smart people and asked them lots of questions and did not pretend that I knew things that I did not know. And I just asked lots and lots of questions and asked for lots of feedback. I would say like, oh, I've heard you're supposed to write a user profile. Is that what this is? And somebody would graciously be like, no, this is terrible. But here's how it could be good. And the feedback, honestly, it was years and years of feedback and working with people smarter than me.
So you put your email at the end. Can people email you questions like
Absolutely.
that?
I love talking about it. Yeah.
John@thunk.dev. Now my other question is, you and Daniel have been friends for a number of years, but I feel like you burst onto the Laravel scene recently. And now you're here on the Laracon stage, you're working for Laravel Holdings, Inc. Tell me that journey and how you bootstrapped your way into Laravel consciousness here.
Yeah, it was in large part from encouragement from people. I started working with Daniel, and Daniel was like, hey, you have stuff that is worth talking about. You should talk about it. And as I started coming to events like this, my first Laracon was 2 years ago, and I was like, oh, there's Aaron. He's the host. He probably doesn't have time for me. And you were incredibly kind and gracious and warm, and so many people in this room were too. And it gave me a kind of confidence just to say, all right, I think I have learned some stuff. I should write about it. I should talk about it on the podcast. I should talk about it on stage. And so I'm very grateful for, I want to try to pass that kindness along to other people as well, because I think that's probably true for a ton of people out here.
We do love this place, and we're glad to have you. Y'all give it up for John.
Thanks, Aaron.
Good job. Okay, it is almost keynote time. So you're gonna wanna be back in your chairs at 3 p.m. So after this, we're gonna have the keynote. Taylor, a bunch of people on the team are gonna come out and talk about a bunch of cool stuff. So be back here at 3, go get some coffee, go talk to sponsors. We'll see you in a little bit. welcome back. Here we go. Before we get to the keynote, we have one more sponsor who's going to come and talk to us for a second. So if you will please put your hands together for Andre from Neon.
We live in super exciting times, right? Computers can now talk to us in natural language and even generate code. My name is Andre, and I'm a DevRel at Neon, and I have to admit I'm a bit of an imposter here because I usually write JavaScript and TypeScript, even for the backend. I'm sorry. You guys have been super welcoming regardless, and jokes on me, that's why I'm not driving a Lambo. So that's that. CodeGen is still very new. Right? We see a lot of different approaches, from tab auto-completion to chat windows in our IDEs and editors, to CodeGen outside the editor, right? Like background agents running in sandboxes and creating PRs on our behalf. And then we see these like platforms where you go on a website, write a prompt, and they generate full applications for us, maybe including the database. And all of these different approaches target different audiences, right? Like so-called vibe coders, right? Maybe even semi-technical people. But there are also a lot of approaches and tools meant to make us engineers more productive, right? And I personally use CodeGen quite a bit already. I think it's great for prototyping, right? You don't care about the implementation details just yet, and you just want to have a little bit of fun. CodeGen is really cool for that and prompting. And this slide deck is actually generated with a tool I'm going to highlight in a second and deployed to Laravel Cloud. So if you have one-off applications like slides for a conference, right? You don't care about maintaining it. CodeGen is already amazing today. Neon is a serverless Postgres platform, but we care a lot about CodeGen. First and foremost, because we're all engineers, right? So we want to keep tabs on the industry and leverage all of these new tools. But also because of a lot of our customers are actually CodeGen tools like Replit, and there the agents don't only generate applications, but also provision databases. And already today, 70% of all databases on neon.com are actually maintained and managed by agents, which is wild. All right, so why am I talking about CodeGen at Laracon? At Neon, we built a research project called app.build. And app.build is an open source CodeGen tool. It's kind of our reference implementation, how we think you should use Neon with CodeGen. And over the last month, we added a Laravel template to app.build. So shout out to Ashley and everybody from the Laravel team who helped us with that. Let's jump in a little demo to see how this looks like. So app.build is a CLI-based tool, so you got to start in a terminal. If you want to try it out today, you can do so on app.build. It's a website, it's a domain. So we insert the command in the terminal, select the Laravel template, and if you do that for the first time, we get redirected to GitHub because the agent wants to create GitHub repositories on our behalf. And after that, we can create our first application, put in our first prompt. What I'm doing here is pasting in a bigger prompt that I prepared for the slide deck that we just went through. And now the agent is looping over the application. So what does a Laravel template mean here? Laravel template means that we handcrafted a template and told the agent for how to build good Laravel apps. And now the agent is using that to work on the application that we prompted. And once that is done in a second, by the way, this is speed up. It takes like 5 to 10 minutes. So don't be surprised if it takes way longer when you try it out. We get the GitHub repository just here. So this is a Laravel application generated by an agent without any human intervention, with instructions for how to deploy to Laravel Cloud. And for that, all we have to do is select the GitHub repository, click deploy, and a few moments later, we have an AI-generated app up and running on Laravel Cloud. And we are ready to present at Laracon. So that's the recursion moment of this talk. All right. So if you have any questions about Neon, serverless Postgres, why Neon is amazing for CodeGen, or app.build, you can find us at the Neon booth over there. Thank you so much.
Right. Nice job. Well done. I'll tell you what, these sponsors are really bringing their A game. The fact that he launched that on Laravel Cloud, just perfect touch there. Okay, now it's time for the keynote. I have 2 announcements, and then it's time for the keynote. Okay, so the first announcement is after the keynote, We are going to hang out here for an hour and a little bit. So we'll have appetizers and drinks here. So you don't have to go anywhere. It's going to, wherever all the people are. I think it's probably out there a little bit. But we'll do that until 6. So hang out, talk to some people, make some friends, say hello to your internet friends. And then after that, later tonight, there is the Laracon After Dark party. And so if you have already RSVP'd for that, you'll find details for that in your email. Probably it comes from Luma, which is like the event organization platform. So you can find the details in there. Unfortunately, that is a limited space. And so if you haven't RSVP'd, you won't find the details in there. But hopefully you've RSVP'd and we'll see you over at the After Dark party. You can find the details in your email for that. Okay, so coming up next, we have the keynote that we have all been waiting for. I think we're going to have, this is going to be a trick. I think we're going to have 6 members of the Laravel team come out here and present various different aspects of things that are new in the Laravel ecosystem. And so I had to get a list and I had to write it down. We're going to have AI, open source, design, Forge, Nightwatch, and cloud. So there's going to be, yeah, exactly. There's going to be a whole cast of characters coming out here. But first, we're going to start with the man that started it all, the reason that we're all able to be here. Please give it up for Mr. Taylor Otwell.
All right, hey everybody. I've got my notes, I got my slides, I got a venue, I got a conference going on here. Thanks for coming. It's good to be back. I think this is actually the 10th Laracon US. It's my 23rd Laracon keynote around the world. I still do get nervous at these things. I get asked that every year when I come here. I definitely do get nervous, but we'll get through it together either way. Thank you to our sponsors, our speakers for making this event possible. We could not do really great events like this without your help. So thank you to each and every one of you for helping us make this happen. 2025 has been an awesome year for Laravel so far. It's been one of the most exciting years in our entire history with 2 major product launches with Laravel Cloud and Laravel Nightwatch. We released Cloud back in February, and it is really the realization of a lot of dreams that I had, and really the culmination of how I wanted to deploy Laravel applications. Sort of everything I dreamed of all those years ago when I first created Laravel in terms of how I wanted to ship them to production really was realized with Laravel Cloud. And in June, we launched Laravel Nightwatch, the best way to monitor and observe Laravel applications. Nightwatch is obsessively optimized for monitoring and observing Laravel. It's really fine-tuned for the framework we use. And Nightwatch has already processed billions of events for Laravel applications around the world. So the Laravel ecosystem has never been stronger. And the best part is it feels like we're just hitting our stride. Just like everything else Laravel has built this year, it's been a team effort, and this keynote is exactly that way as well. As Aaron said, you'll be hearing from multiple members of the Laravel team. I'm not sure what it says about the open source side of the spectrum where all of us have lost our hair. But we'll start with open source with myself and Joe and Asha, and we'll work our way into our products where they seem to be faring a little bit better. But I think you'll be excited about all these updates across the ecosystem. Each of these team members and everyone else at Laravel has really poured their hearts into all of these updates, so I'm excited to finally get to share some of them with you today. Like I said, we'll start with open source. every day, and I get asked this a lot, how have things changed for me at Laravel since the company has grown so much? We've gone from 10 people to over 70 people, and what do I actually do every day? And a big part of it actually has not changed, and that is maintaining Laravel itself. Every morning, 5, usually, and sometimes 6 or 7 days a week, I get up and spend a couple hours on GitHub curating every pull request that you all send to the framework or to any of our 25+ open source packages. That all filters still through me. I read every line of code that goes into the framework and the packages. And honestly, it's something I love to do. Like, it's one of my favorite parts about being at Laravel. And I like to be really in touch with what's in the framework, what's in the packages, making sure like everything feels really cohesive and that it was written by one person. And that is something I really enjoy doing here and still do. And when I first wrote this keynote, how many of you, it was your first Laracon? I couldn't see the hands, so I was backstage. Okay, a good number of you. But a lot of you have been here before, so at most Laracon keynotes, I usually go into like a Laravel app and a routes file and demo some features. And when I first wrote this keynote, that wasn't in the keynote, and I just didn't feel right. Like, it just didn't feel good. So I asked a few people, and they're like, no, you gotta do it, you gotta do it. So we have a lot to cover today, but I did create a routes file for you with some highlights from the last few months of open source contributions. Some of you may have seen them before, but some of you may have not. So I just wanted to bring up some of the highlights, over the last 8 weeks. So without further ado, I'll just slide right over here to my editor. Let's see, I've got a browser, I've got an editor. All right. Here we are in routes/web.php, and we'll just kind of walk through this together, and I'll show you some of the cool new stuff that's come out recently. We'll start with this bind route. So in this route, I'm injecting a payment processor, which is an interface. So let's imagine this has like an implementation like Stripe behind the scenes that we might want to bind this to. If I try to hit this route, you'll see that we get an error that the payment processor is not instantiable. And if you've used Laravel for a while, you probably know what this means. And the reason we get this is because we haven't actually told Laravel what implementation of this interface to inject when we need a payment processor. So historically, how you might solve this is you would go into a file called the app service provider, and you would do something kind of like this. You would say this app bind payment processor to maybe our Stripe implementation. And you can see I have that file here in app services, and it implements the payment processor interface. So that all makes sense. And if we do that, and then we hit the route again, we of course get an instance of Stripe. Great, so that's totally what we would expect. But recently we've introduced new ways to make these bindings without having to go into your app service provider. So what you can actually do instead, we'll comment this out, and we'll go into our payment processor, and you can use a new bind attribute. And you can just say bind to Stripe. We will import that. We will import that. And I think that's all we should need to do. And what's really cool about this is it lets you put like the binding information right next to the interface that it's related to, so it all sort of exists in one place, and you can kind of keep the context of everything. So let's try hitting the route again, and it works. So that's great. We didn't have to go into like a separate file app service provider just to register the binding. We can kind of put it right there in the interface. But what's also cool about this is there's a little bit more you can do. It's pretty common to, when you're working with these kinds of things, you might have one implementation in production and maybe one locally. So like as an example, I have this fake Stripe class that also implements payment processor. And maybe during local development or during testing, we actually want to use fake Stripe instead of real Stripe, because we don't actually want to make calls to Stripe while we're just testing things out on our local machine. So what's cool is if we come into our payment processor and we go to the bind attribute, I can actually register another one with environments local. And now, if we check our environment file, I'm in the local environment. And now Laravel should see this, and if we do fake Stripe here, it will inject the fake Stripe implementation when we're in the local environment. So let's go ahead and see if that works. We'll hit the route again, and we get fake Stripe. So this is a really convenient feature for managing container bindings in one place. You can do more stuff, like we could say we want this to be a singleton, and if we import that attribute, now this binding will only be resolved once for any given request. Or we could do something like scoped, and if you're using queued jobs or Octane, the resolved instance will be cleared out after each request or job, which is really convenient in those situations. All right, so that is attribute bindings. Recently, really recent in Laravel, actually, just in the last few weeks. So give that a shot and see how you like it. Let's move down this file, and I wanted to show the Fluent URI builder. This is a handy little thing when you need it. If you've ever tried to like manipulate URL strings by hand and like change the query strings or remove query strings or add fragments, it's really fragile and just annoying to do. So in Laravel, we now have this Fluent URI builder where you can ask for a URI object, and then you can chain all these really nice methods onto it to build up URIs and manipulate them, and then dump them out or use them for whatever you want. So in this example, you can see I'm creating a URI for Laravel.com. I add a path, I add some query parameters, I can even remove a query parameter, add a fragment, do all these kind of complicated manipulations that would be hard to do by hand if we're just messing with the string directly. And then let's just dump it out when we're done. So if I go to my browser here, let me go back here. And if we dump it out, you can see we get the URL you would expect. It's actually really cool. You don't need this on like every route you write on Laravel, but when you need it, it comes in so handy to be able to just manipulate these strings fluently. All right, let's go back here, and I'll show you a few more things you can do with this. So let me comment this one out. You don't have to create URIs from strings. You can actually generate a Fluent URI object from a named route. So down here a little lower in this routes file, you can see I've got this named route right here on line 35, named users index, and it just returns like a paginated result set of the users in our system. But what's cool is not only can I create URI instances from named routes, you can even just return them directly from routes, and it will generate a redirect to the URI that you just built. Which leads to some really like fluent readable code that I really like. So in this example, we're going to return to the user index route, and we're going to add like a query string parameter to the URL. So if we hit this again, you can see we did get redirected just like you would expect. So really easy to just return these URIs from routes and get really nice readable redirects, especially when you need to do complicated URL manipulation. All right. Let's head down to this route. This is a really cool new feature that Tim McDonald, one of our Laravel team members in Australia, wrote, and it's called cache memoization. So what does that mean? Let's not use the feature at first, and let's see what happens in the cache when we run this route. I'm using the database cache driver, and so when we hit this page, let's just see what queries we get. Okay, you can see, as you might expect, we hit the cache 4 times in this route. That's not ideal, obviously, for performance. It would be nice if we're calling for the same key over and over, we really only hit the cache once, no matter where we do that throughout our application. So what you can do now is we can change all these gets to memo get, like that. So we just sort of decorate the cache with this memo function. And now if we hit the route, you can see it only calls it once because we've already asked for it, and once we get a value, Laravel kind of holds it in memory, and then we'll give it back to you the next time you ask for it if you're using the memoized cache. So this makes it really convenient to use the memoized cache in a form request in your controller, maybe deeper into your system, and not really have to think about have I already pulled this value before? Where can I get it? How can I not hit the cache again? It just sort of takes, you can turn your brain off and not think about that at all, and just know that Laravel is going to do it in the most efficient way possible. And what's really kind of slick is, let's imagine a situation down here, a situation like this where we get a memoized value, but then we actually put a new value onto the cache. Laravel will automatically take care of busting that cache for you and re-pulling it the next time you ask for the value. So you're not going to get stale data or anything like that. So you can see if we hit this route, it actually did know that we needed to re-pull it because it was busted. So we're not getting stale data after the new value is inserted. All right. Let's go down to, I think I'm going to skip down to this eager load one because I really like this one. Does everyone know what an n+1 query problem is in Laravel? Raise your hand if you ever had that problem in your application. Okay, all of us, right? We're trying to make it so where you don't hit that as much. So let's go ahead and hit this route. I'm not using any eager loading or any special features right now. And let's just look at the database queries we get. So I'm going to pull a user from the database, and then I'm going to spin through their posts. And then each post has comments, so I'm going to spin through those as well. And let's see what queries we end up with. All right, let's go to eager loading. Okay, you can see we pulled the user, and then we pulled the post, and then as we spun through the posts, we executed a query for each post to get the comments. So you can see all these comment queries down here. Really inefficient, right? This is the classic n+1 query problem, where for every entity, we're having to do a query to pull its relations. Now, normally you would have to remember to do like post with comments and eager load them ahead of time, but what you can actually do now is enable automatic eager loading. So if I go in here and I enable model : automatically eager load relations, I can do that like in my Bootstrap file or in a service provider or somewhere early in the request cycle. Now, if we do this again, you can see that it eager loaded the comments just when we needed them. So as we spun through the post, it saw that we were accessing the comments on that collection of posts and intelligently eager loaded them on demand. It's almost like lazy eager loading or something. It's just-in-time eager loading. It's really slick because thank you. It's really slick because it prevents you from making a lot of accidental mistakes in development that can actually really slow down your production system. And if you need a more complex eager load, you can always just use the with function and do it all manually yourself. But for these simple cases where you're just spinning through objects, you really don't have to think about the n+1 query problem anymore, and Laravel will just take care of it for you, which I think is really, really great. All right, so that is automatic eager loading. And that's a few of the highlights, again, just over the last 8 weeks of Laravel development. We release a lot of new open source features to the framework. We actually do a new framework release every Tuesday. It can be hard to keep up with what's coming into the framework, so we actually just launched a new site at laravel.com/docs/changelog, where we're putting up a changelog monthly with all of the highlights, like this kind of stuff of what we're shipping to the open source framework. So if you want to stay up to speed with what we're doing there, that's a great place to check in once a month and see kind of what we've been up to and how it can help your application. All right. That's a quick open source update. I'm going to slide back over to the slides, and we'll keep going through this keynote. Okay, where do we go from here? Laravel is really lucky to have 2 great ways to write front ends with your Laravel backend. We have Livewire, which was created by Caleb Porzio. How many Livewire fans in the house? Caleb, the creator of Livewire, is going to give you a big preview of Livewire for tomorrow. I've seen some of this. Some of it I haven't seen. Some of it I have. The parts that I have seen are pretty mind-blowing. So if you're a Livewire fan, I think you're going to be super happy tomorrow afternoon when Caleb demos all this stuff. It's really, really great. And then we have Inertia, which was originally created by Jonathan Rinnick, but now has been brought into the Laravel fold and is something we maintain. And Inertia is a way to pair a modern React or Vue front end with a Laravel backend in one monolithic repo where you can use server-side routing, Eloquent, queue jobs, controllers, all of the server-side goodness that we're used to with Laravel, but pair it with a modern React or Vue front end in a way that doesn't make you want to pull your hair out. Which, none of us want to do. I've already done, but none of you want to do. So we've been cooking up a lot of cool stuff on how we bridge the gap between your back-end Laravel application and your modern front end. And to give you an update on what we've been cooking up, I'm going to welcome open source team lead Joe Tannenbaum to the stage. Joe.
What's up? How we doing? Okay. Thanks. You got it? Hey, there we go. What's up, everybody? All right, let's talk about some open source. This year, we decided to zoom out, and we decided to ask the question, what are the remaining pain points when developing a full stack application with Laravel? On the PHP side, we have a mature framework, we have world-class developer experience, and as Taylor just showed, we're still grinding on that. We're making that even better for you. But we found some stuff on the JavaScript side that we thought could be a lot better. There are some rough edges there we could smooth out. So we have really been grinding to elevate that experience to match the PHP experience that you know and love. So I have prepared a special little open source meal for us to share together, okay? We have 2 appetizers. We have 2 things that we launched in the last couple months that you may have missed. We have a salad course. That is something that we're launching in the next couple weeks that we're very excited about. And we have a gorgeous entree that I am very excited about that we are launching in the fall. So y'all ready to eat? All right, let's chow. Okay, first appetizer, let's talk about broadcasting. And when I say broadcasting, I'm talking about communicating between the server and the client via WebSockets. And on the JavaScript side, we've had Echo for a while, and Echo's great. But we worked on this a little bit and smoothed out the experience. So let's install broadcasting. This was too much to type. There we go. OK, so if you've ever run this command, this should look familiar. You choose your provider. But we've smoothed out the entry to this. We are now asking for all of the information that is required to get you up and running based on the provider that you've selected. So as soon as you're done running this command, we want you to hit the ground running with broadcasting. So let's just fill this out, app ID, app key, app secret, and yep. And yes, we want to install the client-side libraries. So cool, what did we just do? Well, the first thing we did is we just wrote those values to your env file for you with the correct keys, okay? Don't look at the docs, we did it for you, you're good to go. We also provided you with the Vite keys as well so that you can consume them in your JavaScript app. Let's go to our inertia entry point. We detected that you were running Vue, and so we installed the new Laravel Echo Vue package automatically for you, and we configured Echo in your entry point. Now, if you're familiar with Echo, you're probably used to newing it up on the window and putting in this very large configuration. It hurt my heart. I didn't like looking at it, so we simplified it. We now have this new configure Echo. You just provide the broadcaster, and from there, we'll do the rest. It's convention over configuration. So we'll just automatically read in the env, and we will configure it for you. Now, you can, of course, pass in the whole thing. You can pass in any of the keys that you want. But if you're doing the standard installation, we've simplified this process for you. So let's talk about listening to events. So this is what it generally looks like, right? So on mount, we connect to a channel. We listen to events. On unmount, we leave that channel. I don't know about you, but when I see code like this, it screams to me, make a hook, please make a hook. So we made hooks. We made use echo hooks, okay? So let's just refactor this really quickly to use the hook. Boom, boom, boom. That's the new code. This will automatically listen on mount, automatically stop listening on unmount. And if you happen to know the shape of the data that's coming back, you can actually provide that. So if we have an order data type, you can provide that right here. Order, well, let's just copy paste. And then your callback will be now type safe. And you can see we have a little red squiggly line here. That means we didn't get this key right. So we can actually do user name since we're providing the type. Well, name, there we go. So we have hooks for public, presence, model, and by default, private channels. These are available for Vue or React right now to use in your applications. So that's our new broadcasting situation. OK, sure. All right, appetizer number 2. Streaming data, let's talk about it. This is becoming more and more important as we're building AI-enhanced applications, right? This is already super easy on the Laravel side. So if we pull up a chat controller, this is what it takes to stream a response back from the server. It's 10 lines of code. You really can't get any easier than that. It's amazing. But think about consuming this on the JavaScript side, right? You probably reach for fetch. You should probably want to cancel it if you need to cancel it. We have to concatenate the data automatically. We want some state around it. There's a lot to consider, and the code grows and grows. So we introduced these new stream hooks so you can easily consume your streams on the client side. So all you have to do is fire up the hook, provide the endpoint that's providing the stream. We'll automatically concatenate this data for you, and we'll provide some state around connecting, around streaming. We allow you to send things back to the stream and restart it. You can cancel the stream. There's a lot of goodies under the hood here in one tiny hook. So this really simplifies what it means to stream data back from the server and actually consume it on the JavaScript side. And if you are consuming JSON, there's a use JSON stream hook as well that will automatically parse it as soon as it's done streaming. So these are use stream hooks that are available right now for React and Vue that you can use. There you are. Okay. All right, salad course. It's time to eat our greens. Okay. Inertia forms. Let's talk about them. This is a very, very simple inertia form. If you're familiar with making forms, use forms should not be a surprise to you. You use this to set up your data. You get some helper methods. You get some form state off of that. We love use form. It's great, and it's not going anywhere. But it's a lot of boilerplate just to make a simple form. So let's remove all this for a second. And let's use a new inertia form component. It's a drop-in replacement for the HTML form tag. And let's just refactor this to use it. The action is login. The method is post. And if we want some form state and other helpers, we can grab that from the slot. Now, we can take away these V models. These are just names. Take away all these form dots. Those don't exist anymore. And now, this is all it takes to submit your form back to the server. It'll automatically intercept the submission, and it will send it back to the server via inertia. This is very simple. It's like, this isn't like, mind-blowing, but I think this is going to be a way better DX for people moving forward making forms with inertia. So this will be launched in the next couple weeks, and we are very excited to get this into your hands. Yeah. Okay. Before we move on to the entree, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. There is a gap, right? And we can kind of all feel it. There's a gap between PHP and TypeScript, right? Well, we try to address that gap. We want to answer some of the questions that the client has about what the server has defined. And a couple months ago, Tim McDonald and I, we made a package called Laravel Wayfinder. And what Wayfinder does is it analyzes your application's routes, and then it generates TypeScript automatically for the client side to consume into your application. We had a couple of core principles when developing this package. One, the server is the source of truth. The server defines what is available. The client simply consumes it. Okay? Two, no magic strings in client code. Magic strings in this case are routes for your application and HTTP verbs such as like get, post, patch, put. We want to remove those from your client-side code. And three, we don't want you to have to change anything about your PHP code to make this work. Install the package, run the package, magic happens. So let's see what this looks like. This is what Wayfinder looks like right now. Okay, we're going to go back to this simple form here. And what I see here are some magic strings, post and login. These are educated guesses, right? The client doesn't know that it's there. It's just like, yeah, I know it's in my server side, so it's going to be there. But let's look at the actual definition of this route. So we have post login, and it's hitting the store method of the authenticated session controller. If we rewire our brains a little bit and say, wouldn't it be cool to import the store method from the authenticated method controller in our JavaScript? That would be pretty rad. So I think we should just do that. We're going to say store. Oh, we probably have to run it first. That would be good. OK. Store. And let's go to the authenticated session controller. This is TypeScript that has been automatically generated by Wayfinder. And then what you get back is an object Well, oh, it didn't import. One sec. There we go. What you get back is an object with a method and a URL. It's very simple. So what you see here is that you get a login route, and it's a post, right? And then you can change this from post to submit. We updated the inertia submit method to look for wayfinder-shaped objects and derive the URL and the method from that object. So we have erased magic strings, quote unquote, from this little application. That's not the cool part. The cool part is now, what I forgot is this is actually supposed to be put, and I forgot to put a little sauce on this URL, and I didn't have to change anything. That just worked. That just happened in our client-side code. It's now put, it's now logins. You don't have to think about this stuff anymore. Write PHP, it'll get reflected on the client side. So, that's pretty dope. We were pretty happy with that. We were pretty giddy when we came up with that. This is moving toward the dream, right? But there's still a gap. We closed the gap a little bit, but there's still a gap. What are the sorts of things that live inside that gap? Things like, what are the props coming into this inertia component? What shape is this request supposed to be in? What is the server expecting when we send this request? What broadcast channels are available to listen to? What broadcast events are available to consume? So today, we're going to close that gap. Let's eat our entree. We have given Wayfinder a major glow up, and it now knows a lot about your app. Here's what it knows. We're going to take this organization's edit component, and we're going to refactor it using what Wayfinder has automatically generated for us based on our PHP code. So we have organization any. We don't love that. Let's make it more specific. Wayfinder has generated inertia component props for us. And now, based on what's being returned from the server, we now see a full description of exactly what that shape is. And so now we have types for all of this stuff. And we can see what the types are. Now, we can also get our shared props back, and we can access any of those, which is pretty cool. Moving down, we know what to do here. We want to get rid of this. I do not need the definition for that. Thank you very much. OK. We can go straight to the update method of the organization's controller and pass in the organization. We can change this to submit. OK, so now if we change that route on the back end, it automatically changes in our client-side code. But what are we submitting here? What is this? What do we think that looks like? Well, Wayfinder knows. If we do organization's controller and we say update requests, well, now we know this is what the server has defined. Name is required, everything else is optional and can be nullable. So if we now remove name, we get a squiggle. I love a squiggle. I love a squiggle when something's wrong, okay? Let's keep refactoring. This is our channel. We're using this new use echo hook. But the eagle-eyed among you will notice we missed an S here, app models organization. That would be a super annoying bug to track down. So let's actually just use Wayfinder's information. We're going to do broadcast, channels, app, models. You just get a nice autocomplete here. You're going to pass in the organization ID. And now that will create this string, which is what you defined in the back end. Let's keep going. This is a string. Joe don't like strings. Let's get it out of there. OK, great. We just imported that from the broadcast events. Again, auto-generated by Wayfinder. Joe don't like any's either. Let's get that out of there. Let's pass the shape in that Wayfinder has detected, events, organization updated. And again, we have an error here. It's not supposed to be org name. It's supposed to be org name. So we're starting to get more and more tight safe automatically. OK, what if you're not using inertia at all? What if you're just making standard requests in JavaScript? This is just making a fetch request. It's a post request to this analytics endpoint and sending this as the payload. Well, I see a magic string. Let's get rid of it. Store. And that's coming to the analytics controller. And we'll grab the URL. Great. Method. OK, got rid of those. Wayfinder knows about this body, so let's just grab that. It knows it's expecting store requests. And now you can see, oh, page can be these values. These are the valid values for page. And if I do anything else, I get a red squiggle. I love a red squiggle. OK, let's keep going. We also know about this response. So if we grab this here, and we change it to response, then we know stuff about the response coming back. We're just doing a standard JSON response, and we can see these properties automatically coming back. So this is now an end-to-end type-safe inertia component coming from PHP. That's wild. Let's mess with it. Let's mess with it and see, when we change something on the server, let's see what happens. Whenever we generate something for you, we try to link you back to the original PHP, so we can go right in. Let's go to the edit method. And here we just have a standard inertia render returning, which is, not really that common. It's usually something at least mildly more complicated, something like this. If request has simple, return it this way. If not, return it this way. And let's just delete some random stuff. So it's returning the same component, right? But it's returning different props. Well, Wayfinder knows that. It knows that now these are all optional props. You'll always get these back, but it knows that you're not always going to get these back, so you automatically have type safety around the incoming props. Wayfinder will examine your app. It'll look for all the places you're returning that component. It'll clobber together the props and say, you always get this, it looks like this is the type. It's really smart about this stuff. Let's talk about this update request. Well, that's not it. OK. Let's add a required property. Cool. We now have an active property that's required, and it has to be a Boolean, right? Oh, I love a squiggle when the code is broken. It's so nice. So it says, hey, you're missing this active property. All we did was to add that to the server-side code, and it showed up automatically on our client-side code. So let's add that property. If we try to make that something like, an integer, it says, no, got to be a Boolean. Great. Let's keep going. A lot of you probably saw me type this and thought, that's stupid. It's a constant that's just referencing a string of the same name. Yeah, that's valid, except that I didn't want this to be organization updated. What I meant was it should have been organizations updated. So the good news is your asset build just broke, because that doesn't exist anymore. And wouldn't you want to know that? So now, if we come in here and we update the import, it's now back to normal. This is good. This is good. If you change something on the server, it should be reflected on the client. One more thing. If we come in here, we know that these are the valid values because this is a rule in. So if we add anything to this, we just added a very good name, we now have this available as autocomplete on this side automatically. This is the dream. This is end-to-end type safety between PHP and TypeScript, and we are very excited to launch this soon. Now, Wayfinder is actually a very thin package, right? There's not actually that much going on in Wayfinder itself. The powerhouse beneath Wayfinder is a package called Laravel Ranger. And what Laravel Ranger does is it walks your app, and it looks for interesting things. And if it finds something interesting, it says, hey, I found a model. Oh, look over there. That's an enum. Ooh, I found some validation. And it says, do you want to do anything with this? Here's a very well-typed DTO. Do with it what you will. I do not care. And so in Wayfinder's case, it's walking the app, and it's looking for things and turning them into TypeScript. But you can generate anything you want. You could generate JSON schema for all of your models, if you so desired. So we have Ranger here. We're saying Ranger on model, generate the model schema, walk the app. And it will inspect your app. It'll return this model component from Ranger. And you can just sort of map the properties to whatever you need to make a JSON schema. And it will automatically do that for you. So if we run this, PHP artisan, generate JSON schema, it found these models, and we generated these JSON schemas. Let's close that. OK. So here, this is derived from PHP. It's not a guess. This is actually what your model looks like, right? And we just did that for all of the models. You could generate automatic API documentation. You could generate, God forbid, XML. You can do whatever you want with this. I don't know what people are going to do with this. I just think it's really cool, and I can't wait to get it in the hands of the community and see what happens. So. In summary, we have use echo hooks for React and Vue. They're available right now. We have streaming hooks available for React and Vue, available right now. We have an inertia form component coming in a couple of weeks. And we have Laravel Wayfinder and Laravel Ranger coming in the fall with a public beta very, very soon. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the keynote. Back to Taylor.
Nice, nice, nice. All right. Thank you, Joe. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I'm super excited about how we're bridging the gap between Laravel backends and inertia frontends and giving you a lot of intelligence in your inertia frontends so that you can code more productively, more safely, and get your apps built quicker. All right, next I want to talk about something that's been transforming the way we write code. I'm sure you all didn't expect to get through a tech keynote in 2025 without this word, Laravel AI. AI has been transforming the way we write code, and we know that here at Laravel. And what's really cool actually about AI and PHP and Laravel is that LLMs are already really great at writing PHP code because it's 30 years old. Okay, a lot of languages are old, y'all. Ruby's old too. All right. And Laravel has been around a while too. So the LLMs are really trained on lots of PHP code and lots of Laravel code, and that's great. We're really honestly lucky that that's the case because they're very good at writing code for us without really a lot of help. But there are a few limitations. So we've been working on some exciting AI initiatives here at Laravel. Stuff that isn't just hype-driven, in my opinion. Stuff that feels actually practical, pragmatic, and just helps you ship. And we're excited to reveal one of those things today. Ashley Hindle recently joined Laravel, and he's been spearheading a lot of our AI-related development here at the company. And I'm going to bring him out on stage now to give you a preview of something that I think is going to give your Laravel app development a boost.
Taylor, howdy everyone. The one before that, okay. That was perfect. Howdy everyone. So great to be here with you all. This is my first Laracon, like so many of you, actually. Taylor's right. We've been really hard at work on all things AI recently. We've been having lots and lots of talks with developers, lots and lots of chats, and running lots and lots of experiments so that we can figure out how we can better help you, how we can make AI better help you in your day-to-day work, but without it taking over that work. And one of the experiments that we've been running has turned into something pretty great, actually. Today, I'm very, very excited and proud to announce Laravel Boost, your AI coding starter kit. So Boost is a composer package that you add to your Laravel project. And it makes pairing with AI much higher quality, basically. Boost helps keep you in flow, and it guides the AI to work a bit better. And it does that through 3 core features. Firstly, Boost provides a Laravel-specific MCP server that gives your AI agent 15 tools so that it can do more to help you in your day-to-day work. So now your AI agent can do things like query the database, or run code through Tinker, or search the documentation. The second core feature of Boost is version-specific documentation. we have ingested, chunked, and vectorized, and made available through an API all the Laravel ecosystem documentation. Thank you. So now your AI agent and you, through the Boost API, can get the exact docs for the exact packages and the exact versions that your project is using. So the code that's written is much more accurate code, less hallucinations, proper actual code. The third feature, core feature in Boost are Laravel maintained AI guidelines. So Boost will create your cursor rules. It will create your Juni guidelines. It will create your GitHub Copilot instructions and your Claude.md files. And so we've manually curated and created these guidelines for all of the most common Laravel packages, Laravel, Pest, Inertia. And these guidelines are version specific. So if you have Inertia 2, you get Inertia 2 guidelines. If you have Inertia 1, you get Inertia 1 guidelines. And these guidelines help the AI agent. They nudge the AI agent to behave as you would like it to behave in your software projects. Let's give it a look. Okay, so I have this project here. I've been tinkering on the Ping CRM app, which is a contact management app that runs with a Laravel 11, Inertia 2, and Pest. So let's set up Boost there. All we have to do is compose or require Laravel, Boost, dev. Once that's done, we run, my L key's not working, artisan boost install, and we're dropped into this interactive installer for Boost. So Boost is asking us, what shall we install? And Boost offers multiple things, right? But maybe you don't need all of these things in all of your projects. So this has to be configurable. So style guidelines, for example, Laravel style AI guidelines here, that guides AI to write code like the Laravel core team does. But that's a terrible idea to add to an existing project that has existing conventions. So that is disabled by default. You also see here we've got herd MCP server. Marcel's been hard at work building an MCP server that's going to ship in herd very, very soon that allows you to manage your herd sites, secure them and unsecure them, and manage PHP versions and things like that. We don't need them for this demo. We're just going to go with Boost MCP server and the AI guidelines. And now we're being asked which IDEs do we use in this project, because this Boost is going to automatically install the Boost MCP server into these IDEs for us without any manual configuration or messing around with mcp.json files. And it's also auto-detected that I've already used Claude Code and Cursor in this project, so I don't actually have to change anything here. We're now being asked which agents we use, because you can combine various IDEs and various agents, right? So this is a separate step, and this is where our AI guidelines are going to be installed into. And these guidelines help steer the AI in the right direction. And it's also detected Claude Code and Cursor again because it noticed that I've used them in the past. So that's it. Boost has installed 13 Boost written guidelines into Claude Code and Cursor, and it's installed the Boost MCP server into Claude Code and Cursor on our behalf. And if we look up, you can see Boost has auto-discovered all of these guidelines based on our packages and our exact versions. So we're getting the Inertia Laravel core guidelines that is useful across all versions, but we're also getting the Inertia v2 guidelines, which is only useful in v2. We do have other guidelines. So we've got some guidelines for PHP unit, Flux UI Free and Flux UI Pro, Tailwind 4, things like that. But they've not been included here because this project doesn't require them. And there's an outlier here, .ai/ping. This is a project-specific guideline. So if I tree .ai, you can see we have .ai/guidelines/ping.blade.php. So Boost has installed 12 guidelines from Boost and 1 guideline from this project. And we are using Blade files for all of these AI guidelines, so you get the full power of the Blade templating engine to do whatever you like in those guidelines. If you want to query the database, if you want to get something from config, if you want to do crazy loops, you can do all of that in those guidelines. And they will get auto-discovered and auto-composed with the rest of Boost guidelines. And we will also shortly have hooks for package developers to provide AI guidelines within their packages. So when you install those packages, those guidelines will be made available to you too. So that's the Boost install. Very easy, very straightforward, ready to go. So let's take a look at it in Cursor. And here we can see that Cursor has noticed the Boost MCP server already and enabled it for us. No admin needed. And we have 16 tools available to us. So we have things like listing artisan commands, or querying the database, or getting the absolute URL of a relative path, or searching documentation. So let's start with asking the AI to add a new organization and contact for us, because this is a contact management application, so we'll need a contact to test with. So Cursor is behaving as normal, looking at the files necessary to understand the models. But now you can see it calling a tool from Boost to understand the database schema, so it knows how to behave and how to move forward. It's now querying to see if there are any existing accounts, because a contact has to be attached to an account, so it has to go and find an account ID. And now it's using the Tinker tool to use the contact factory and the organization factory to create those for us. So that's done. It's created as an organization called Laracon is cool, and it's created as a contact called Untitled Goose. So let's take a look at that in the browser. We've got a white screen of death. So we could look at our logs and we could copy and paste that, but why don't we just tell Cursor, hey, I've got a white screen of death. Can you just solve this for me? And you'll see Cursor now use 3 tools almost simultaneously. It's getting the last error from the Laravel logs. It's reading the last 10 entries in the Laravel logs, which will include notices and info. And it's also calling my favorite tool, one of my favorite tools, browser logs. So Cursor has found a typo in app.js. I missed an E off, completely accidentally and not fabricated for this demo, and is now been able to fix that by reading the browser logs. So when you are using Boost locally, your console logs, your browser errors and exceptions are automatically streamed to the Laravel backend into a logs/browser.log file. So you have access to them, and the AI agent has access to them. And now we can see our recently added contact here. Hollow at night, Laracon is cool. That's pretty awesome. Thank you. So let's try a new thing, and let's see which contacts do we have in Denver. We're in Denver. This is my first time in Denver. And it's going to call a couple of tools now. Application info offers a ton of information to the AI agent to be better behaved, essentially. It gets PHP version, Laravel version, database engine, all of the packages and their versions, and the models installed in this application, so it can make better choices. And it's also queried the database and found we have 7 contacts in Denver. They're all Laravel employees. They're all at the same place. That's super weird. Let's take a look in the browser to see does the website actually agree? We'll filter here for Laravel. Oh, that was a bit slow, but the web does agree. So the website and the AI agent and the Boost tool are all using the same context. Boost is operating within the Laravel application context. But that was a bit slow, right? So let's fix that. Because this is an inertia app, we can defer loading of certain properties. So this recently added contact is actually using a contact service which is occasionally slow. Not fabricated, just accidentally slow occasionally. And so if we defer the loading of this prop, this entire page can load in immediately, and then we can have the contact load in very slightly after. So let's go to Cursor, and let's try this without Boost. We'll disable Boost's 16 tools, and we'll disable the cursor rules that it created for us, so they're never applied. And then we'll just say, let's add inertia deferred to last contact in the contacts controller and index.view. And we'll see how it does. Sometimes, to be fair to AI, this does succeed. About 40% of the time, this succeeds. It searches the web with just the right keywords, or it greps every single file in the node modules directory, in the vendor directory, and it accidentally figures it out. So let's see if it does it today. It is using the correct code in the back end, which it's good at with inertia. It's using inertia defer, as it should. And now it's going to update the view component. This is often where it gets it wrong, but let's take a look. So it looks like it's done something sensible. But this isn't the inertia way. The inertia way, you would expect to use the deferred component. So maybe this code is functional. Maybe this code will work and it will defer the loading of the last contact. But it's going to get immediately rejected in a review, right? This is slowing you down. It's 40% successful, and it's doing the wrong thing. It's not based on the documentation. So why don't we enable Boost, enable the rules, and give this another try? And we should see Cursor immediately use, I hope, the search docs tool. Oh, no we won't. We should first undo everything that the previous test did. And then we should see Cursor immediately use the search documentation tool. Thank you, Cursor. So it's searching for inertia deferred props, and it's passing in the packages. And it doesn't have to pass in the version of inertia because that gets automatically injected. And this is coming from the Boost API that's automatically ingested and automatically chunked and vectorized all of that documentation. And it's done the correct thing in the back end, as you would expect. And we can immediately see it wants to use the deferred component, because that's what's in the documentation. That's what's got returned from the search docs tool. So now Cursor is using the correct way to do it, based off the docs, based on how you would expect any other Laravel and inertia developer to use it. So let's see if it actually works. So it's failed to resolve, and it's realized that, and now it's resolving it correctly. And if we refresh, it does it perfectly. The page loads immediately, and now our last contact is deferred. And it's got a lovely little loading skeleton as well. Pretty nice. One thing that's important to note here is that the AI guidelines and the tools that the Boost MCP offers, they work hand in hand. So our guidelines nudge the AI to say, hey, by the way, there is a search documentation tool, and I would recommend you use it in these circumstances. And so it did that perfectly. Boost is always up to date with documentation. We are constantly ingesting new documentation and making sure that Boost and you have the correct, most up-to-date docs. Awesome. One thing I wanted to show is the AI agent used the search docs tool there to complete some code, but you can just chat with the docs, right? Because I always forget whether the string helper method to convert something into this, what it's called. I think it's called string sentence, but I don't believe that it is. And so now it's going to find all of the helper methods from the Laravel framework docs. And hopefully, now it's going to use all of the helper methods in Tinker to find the exact one that converts it. And it's headline, not sentence. But I think that's wrong. OK. Last demo now. One thing I always forget how to do is rate limiting. So let's add a rate limit to the dashboard route of max of 2 requests per second. And this is great because the per second limit, the actual method itself, was added in Laravel 11. This application is Laravel 11, so we should get the exact documentation, the exact code for this exact version of Laravel. So Cursor should use our search docs tool. It's having issues with which keywords to use. And now it's resorted to the web. Thank you, that's perfect. So there are some guideline improvements to make here for how to pass keywords into search docs, but we should see it add the per second limit to the app service controller. I might have to ask it to retry. Here we are. So this is a good demo of it messing up, actually, because it's AI, right? It's going to mess up sometimes. So we have technically a rate limit of 2 requests per second, but it's used the per minute method. And I wanted it to use per second. So one thing to highlight here as well is that without Boost's help, Cursor wouldn't try and make a test for this. Cursor would whack this in web.php, say, job done, catch you later, good luck. But our guidelines are asking it to care a bit more and make some tests for us. And so it's making a dashboard rate limit test. It is now renaming that test. Why did it rename it? Now, I see. Perfect. And now it's going to automatically add tests for us. So without Boost, it wouldn't think to add tests. It wouldn't make sure that it did what it was supposed to do. So we'll leave it to add those. And let's actually take a quick look at these composed guidelines. So we have created these guidelines from, was it 13, 14 different guidelines, including project-specific ones. And there's a lot in here we can't demo easily. But from our testing day to day, we see that these rules help in everyday coding. So it starts with core rules. These are rules that work across every project, regardless of the tech stack that you're using. And these are mostly asking the AI to use the existing conventions, right? Like, don't just make stuff up. We have conventions for a reason. Please use them. And so we have some foundational context here with the packages and versions. And we also say, follow the existing code conventions, use descriptive names, do not create verification scripts. Cursor and AI agents love to create random PHP files with random code in and then not delete them after. It's a whole mess. There's a lot more in here, but one that I wanted to show is Boost's core. So if you have Boost installed, we are guiding the AI, hey, you have these tools, and it would be a good idea to use them in these scenarios. List artisan commands and using Tinker, for example, and reading browser logs. Awesome. Okay, these AI guidelines and Boost MCP make AI agents much more useful. And to make this possible, actually, we had to build an MCP server, right? So we will also shortly be releasing version 1 of our MCP server package. So allowing you to build your own MCP servers by adding a line in roots/ai.php to build your own MCP servers. And that's thanks largely to Laravel community member Peter Soom, so thank you, Peter. To recap, Boost makes coding with AI easy to set up and makes the AI agent's output much higher quality. We will be releasing Boost for free to all of you within the next 2 weeks. So if you've been waiting to give AI coding a try, then now's the time to give yourself a boost. Thank you. Back to Taylor.
I was just thinking backstage, I enjoy coming up with like, what am I gonna do the handshake? Am I gonna do the fist bump? Gotta keep them on their toes, you know? All right, thanks a lot, Ashley. You think live coding is scary? Try live coding with AI. That's really scary. But we're super excited about Laravel Boost. Like I said before, I'm not really into like hype cycles. Did I buy an NFT? Yes. But don't act like y'all didn't either. Y'all all bought one. But we're really about pragmatic solutions that make coding with Laravel better. And we think Boost is just a no-brainer. If you're using something like Cursor or Claude Code or any MCP-capable agent tool, you really should just install Laravel Boost when we release it for free in the next couple of weeks, because it feeds always up-to-date information about Laravel, and not only Laravel, but Inertia, Livewire, Flux, Filament, all of the ecosystem packages that you love, we're feeding it the most up-to-date information about those tools, so you get the most relevant coding guidance, and you don't have to wait for the next LLM training round to get that information. So like Ashley said, we'll be releasing that in the next couple of weeks for free, and you can all contribute to it as well, because it will be open source on GitHub. All right, so that is an update on our open source and AI projects. Before we dig into our product updates, being Nightwatch, Forge, and Cloud, David Hill, our head of design, is going to share a few quick words about how we've thought about product design at Laravel.
You good? it's impossible to capture the thought, creativity, and collaboration which has been happening at Laravel over the last 12 months. But I hope that short video gave you a sense of the amount of work that goes into your Laravel experiences. Hello everyone, my name is David Hill. I'm the head of design at Laravel, and I am beyond thrilled to be here with you today. Last year, I stood on the Laracon stage in Dallas as a design team of 1. Today, I am extremely pleased and proud to say that Laravel is a design team of 6. And while we all work together and support one another, we do have designers dedicated to specific products and areas. And I'd like to call out and pay respect to all the work that they do. We have Hugo and Faye, who lead the design on cloud. We have Jeremy, who's leading the design of Laravel Nightwatch. Jim, who may have been busy on Forge. And finally, Tilly, who unfortunately can't be here today, but who I know is watching from home, and who is the creative force behind all of Laravel's brand, merchandise, and marketing designs. The last year has seen the team lead the design of several new initiatives. Laravel Cloud, Nightwatch, and new Laravel.com, and more recently, a new learning platform, event site, and blog, as well as a secret project or 2. That's a lot of new things, but design can't always be about creating new things. It can't always be going from 0 to 1. We don't always get to start with a blank canvas. If the last year could be best described as creating the new, then the next 12 months could be more aptly described as crafting, refining, and perfecting. You see, in Cloud and Nightwatch, we believe we've laid the foundations of 2 incredible tools for you to deploy, scale, and monitor your Laravel applications. And in Forge, well, in Forge, we have more than foundations. We have over 10 years of insights, data, and feedback. We believe there's still so much more to design and develop, and we can't do that alone. In fact, we don't do that alone. We listen, we read, and we watch everything that you share to better understand your wants, your needs, your pain points. From your tweets to your support emails, your blog posts, your podcasts, your YouTube videos, and yes, even the delightful Reddit posts. We try to learn from it all. And today, you're going to see product updates that show just how much we've been listening as we continue to put you at the heart of everything that we do. We're so excited for design at Laravel over the next 12 months. So please continue sharing your feedback with us, whether directly or indirectly, because we're listening and we're here to make the most productive tools for you. And that is only possible when we work together. With that, I'll hand you back to Taylor. Enjoy the rest of Laracon, and thank you.
Thanks, mate.
That was a short one for me.
Since launch, we've processed a lot of events. We've processed over
And we want Nightwatch to be incredibly accessible, no matter your scale, so that you can get the best insights about your Laravel application. We're also launching new features, like this beautiful new Cache Insights page. This page shows you all of the hits, misses, and even the hit rate of the cache operations that you're doing in your Laravel application. And this is really great because if you see unexpected behavior, maybe you're not caching the data long enough, or maybe you're not caching the right data at all. This screen helps you really dig into those kinds of problems so that you can fix them in your Laravel application. That cache page is available today. Today we're also launching our Nightwatch Slack integration. So you can now, thanks, I appreciate you. We're launching our Nightwatch Slack integration, which sends you all of the exceptions and issues that are happening in your application so that you can see them right where you're already collaborating with your team. We'll keep you updated on the status of those things as they resolve. And of course, you can configure where and what notifications we send to Slack so that you're getting just the notifications that you want. We don't want to overload you with noise. We just want to send you the most helpful insights about your application right where you're already working. Now, we call Nightwatch Nightwatch because it's for monitoring your application around the clock, right? It's watching when you're sleeping, all of that good stuff, right? Cute name. And we really leaned into the Nightwatch theme. You know, it's a very dark application. But you know, what about those of us that work during the day? You know, does Nightwatch always have to feel like you're debugging at 2 a.m.? So in your gift bag, you have a pair of sunglasses. Now is the time to get those out and put those on. I'll give you a second. All right, 5. Oh, what, are they in wrappers? All right. Just squint, just cover your eyes, because today I'm excited to announce the day shift. All right. So we are launching a light mode for Nightwatch immediately after this keynote. So those of you that work during the day can have a bright, functional new look for Nightwatch. It's not just an inversion of the color scheme. We've really rethought the accessibility of the platform. We've really tried to fine-tune it to make it really great. So again, that's going to be available immediately after this talk, as well as our new cache page and our Slack integration is going to be available immediately after the keynote, so you can try them right now. We also have more cool stuff coming up in the coming months for Nightwatch. Things like bulk issue editing, things like auto-resolving issues when you deploy. We want Nightwatch to be aware of when you deploy in general so that you can see when new problems arise when you deploy fresh code out into production. We're also working on our inertia and Livewire insights. So those of you that are using those tools will have dedicated tabs for Livewire, for example, where you get specific insights about that tool and how it's interacting with your application. And later this year, we'll also be launching a new region for data storage on Nightwatch in Sydney. Thank you. All right, so that's a quick Nightwatch update. Nightwatch is very new, but we're working on a lot, and we'll have more to share later this year. Let's dig into Laravel Forge. Laravel Forge has a special place in my heart. I mean, it's the first product I ever launched in the Laravel ecosystem back in 2014. And I launched it because I was tired of spending hours configuring Nginx and SSL certificates, installing databases, configuring process monitors. I didn't want to do any of that. And what if I just had an infrastructure management dashboard that was fine-tuned for Laravel, that was deeply integrated with the framework, and was just what Laravel developers need, and fine-tuned by Laravel developers for Laravel developers. And Forge really changed everything for me, and it changed everything about Laravel in a lot of ways, and in some ways is the reason we're here. And now I'm super excited that with Forge and Cloud, We have great options for all kinds of different developers. Whether you want to self-host and manage your application on Laravel Forge, or you want a totally scalable, automatic, fully managed solution in Laravel Cloud. Laravel as an ecosystem has great solutions for both of those approaches. With Forge, you choose your own cloud provider, you link it to Forge, you still have root access to the servers when you need them, and that's great. A lot of developers love to work that way. And a lot of developers have been asking, what are our plans for Laravel Forge? And I'm excited that today we're going to be previewing the biggest update to Forge that we've ever made in the last 10 years. In fact, it's so big, internally, we've been calling it Forge 2.0. It's a pretty big deal. And it starts with a beautiful new design built by our design team. And to walk you through this design and introduce you to some of Laravel Forge's cool new features, I'm going to bring out James Brooks, the Forge team lead.
Go. Thanks, everybody. Oh, high fives. How goes that? Before we get started, I want to take just a quick moment to just acknowledge and appreciate the serendipity, which is quite a fancy word, that has led to this moment. Today marks my 6-year anniversary at Laravel. No. Hold the applause. We've got Forge to go through. My 6-year anniversary at Laravel, and I'm incredibly proud and privileged to be a part of this keynote and share with you the next generation of Laravel Forge. So, the team have been working on this for well over a year, and they've put in blood, sweat, and tears. I'm really, really excited. I'm relieved that I can finally talk about this, and I know the team feel the same way. We have been keeping secrets. Shall we get to it? Okay. Let's go center. Okay, so as you can see, and as Taylor said, we've redesigned Forge. It's a completely new design built from the ground up, and it looks super, super nice. We've worked really hard to streamline the entire Forge experience from the ground up. We've simplified the UX while retaining Forge's personality and what makes it special. And also, we've laid a lot of groundwork for the future. What you see today is just the beginning. In February, we introduced Laravel Cloud to the world. And alongside that came a new design language, which we thought was a perfect fit for what we've set out to achieve with Forge. Many developers are already using both Cloud and Forge, so we've spent the time to unify the overall design language while retaining that personality, the colors. It's not blue, it's not a direct copy. We love it. So, as Evan Yu is here, I want to take a very quick moment to shout out that this is all done with Vue 3, TypeScript, and Inertia. It's an insane front-end stack, and we have enjoyed working immensely. And of course, while we're on the subject of design, we can't let Nightwatch have all of the dark mode fun. So this version of Forge also ships with an entirely new dark mode. How good does that look, eh? All right, we're going to go back. Are you ready? Not quite as bad as earlier. OK, so let's dig in a bit more. Right now, we're looking at the organization overview. And a goal that we had with this, with Forge in general, really, was to provide and surface contextually relevant information. So if you're looking at this page, you should see recent servers, recent sites, that kind of thing. So let's go through this. At the top here, we have our organization name. We have a list of our recent servers that we've kind of interacted with in one way or another. We have recent sites, which we can see the repository, the branch, when we last deployed it. Then we have a list of recent deployments across the entire organization. And then at the bottom here, we have an activity feed. OK, so let's go to the top. We've also added support for avatars on an organization level, the profile, and sites, so you can identify things really quickly. Further, we've also added color codes to servers and sites, which we can see here. So now you can really identify things at a very quick glance. All right, let's go into a server. So we've drilled down into a server. This is the server overview dashboard. And here we can see a list of the recent sites on that server, the background processes, which we previously called daemons, but we have made the same as cloud to make that simpler. Scheduled jobs, which now have labels, so again, you can identify those. Server monitors, and again, the activity feed, but scoped down to the server. On the sidebar here, we have the server details that used to live at the top. We've now moved it to the side. You can, of course, click to copy those. Always useful. OK. Let's drill into a site. So here we have a list of recent deployments. We can see they've been deployed at various times. Background processes are now available on a site level. And this will also pull in your queues as well. So let's have a little ad. So we can either do the queue worker or a custom background process. And then schedule jobs also on a site level. So things like the Laravel scheduler, they will now appear here as well. Again, contextual information. And then this time, the activity feed is scoped down further. And at this point as well, because you're looking at a site, when we say that, like Ryan here has deployed some code, we don't need to tell you the site name any longer. So we just get rid of it. Keep it simple. OK, on the sidebar, we have the site details. And for this Laravel site, we also have the integrations, which we can just kind of click to enable. Super easy. So each of these dashboards will adapt to show you the most relevant information based on the server type, site type, and more. It's really easy to use. It feels very familiar. And it looks great with a new modern design language. OK. One of the biggest fundamental changes that we've made with this new version of Forge, which you've probably already heard me say, is that we're introducing an entirely new organization and team structure to replace Forge's circles, as they're currently called. Organizations are the perfect way to use one account for your hobby, business, and agency projects. They also become the billable entity, meaning you can use one account but be billed in different payment methods. Lost my track, sorry. OK. So now we can add users to our organization. And we've simplified the entire process. So we can invite by email. And when we do that, we can select a role, which is like a group of permissions that we've created for you. So there are various roles, including owner, admin, manager, developer, and viewer. And of course, you can use custom roles as well. This drastically simplifies the process of inviting people to the organization. And it allows you to see at a glance who's in there and what kind of permissions they have, level of access. Behind the scenes, we are automatically migrating your current accounts and circles into this new structure, so you don't have to do anything. It's a totally seamless transition. OK. So Forge has had a command palette for a while. But as part of our goal with this contextually relevant information, we knew that we could do a much, much better job. So we can open the command palette either by clicking on the search bar at the top, or pressing Command K or Control K, depending on your operating system. When we do that, we're shown a list of actions, which include searching, creating, and navigating. So let's search for a server. We will go for our database one. So we just start typing, it starts searching. And now we could just press enter or return to go straight to that server, or we can hold down Command or Control and hit enter. And the context of this server is now immediately available to us right from the organization dashboard. This works anywhere. So while we're here, let's create a database. And we will call this Laracon. Cool. So just like that, without ever leaving the dashboard, we've created a database on one server. But we could take this further. Let's actually go to this database server. So we'll hit enter this time. It navigates us there. We can see this Laracon demo. Laracon database, sorry. And now let's say that we actually created that database from this page. Let's open up the command palette. The context of the server is immediately shown to us. But what we'll do is we'll delete that. We don't need that. We will then find the FlightSo website. So that one, we'll command enter into it. And now we're looking at a site on a server from a completely different place. Let's deploy that site. How cool is that? We think this is really cool because it means that you don't need to have multiple tabs open, multiple windows. You don't lose the context. You could just do what you're trying to do. There is one more thing I want to show you, although this is full of surprises. Well, let's reopen the command palette again. And this time I will do ask Forge. So from within the command palette itself, we can now query the documentation about Forge. So we have some predefined questions here, like what is an app server? How do I add an SSH key? But let's ask it, what is the difference between an app and web server? Nailed that. OK. The main difference between an app and web server in Laravel Forge is the scope of services they include. So we've learned something without, again, needing to leave Forge. That's the new command palette. We think you're going to love it. OK. We're also introducing a brand new notification center. We can access that by hitting the bell at the top right-hand corner. And here you can see a list of notifications. Most recently, that the deployment we did through the command palette has finished just now. So what we can do is click on this, and it will take us straight to the deployment. The notification center will also show you notifications from across all of your organizations. So no matter what project you're working on, you can always be notified of what's happening. All right. Now next, let's create a new server. So here you can see we have an all-new server creation page. It's very similar and familiar to what we had previously. You have the name of the server, which we could generate again. We also have a provider, which is Laravel VPS. To tell you more about Laravel VPS, I'm going to hand back to Taylor. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I'm not doing any more hand stuff when I come out here. All right, Laravel VPS. We think this is a pretty big deal. And let me set the scene for you. So currently when someone signs up for Forge, as probably many of you have to bring an existing cloud provider account. That could be an AWS account, a Vultr account, a Hetzner account, something like that. And you have to copy and paste the API key from that account into Forge, and that's what lets us create servers on that platform for you. But that's going to change. You can still do that, but we're also introducing Laravel VPS, and it makes it so much simpler and faster to get started with Forge. With Laravel VPS, you can now purchase servers directly from Laravel through our infrastructure partnership with our friends at DigitalOcean. No more juggling cloud provider API keys. No more complex setup process. Just sign up for Forge and start provisioning servers immediately. All right, so let's jump into this demo. Let's hit continue. Did I hit it? There we go. All right, and here we can pick our server type, which you're probably used to if you've used Forge. You can pick your region. You can set up your network, and then you're presented with some common server sizes that Laravel VPS offers. These are the most common server sizes that people provision on Laravel Forge. And Laravel VPS is going to have affordable pricing for everyone. This is actually not finalized pricing, but it's close enough to where it will basically be in the ballpark of these numbers, which is pretty much what you would expect to pay for VPS servers in 2025. But let's talk about one of my favorite features of Laravel VPS, and this is word right here, instant. When we first started building this feature, I set a pretty high bar for the team. I said, when someone creates a Laravel VPS server, I want it to be ready in under a minute. Right now, if you create a server on Forge, you have to sit there and wait for 15 minutes while that server builds, while all the software gets installed, while the database is installed. Yuck, it's just no good. All right, but we thought we could do it faster, and not only did the team hit that mark, they really blew it out of the water. So let's go ahead and create this server. I'm going to make a little bit of a bigger server. I'll hit create server here. We just wait a few seconds. And we're in our server. That's it. It takes roughly 5 to 10 seconds to have a Laravel VPS server fully ready to go. We're ready to install a site right now. So I can copy my sudo password if I want, my database password. I can download that stuff. Once I've stored it, I'm good to go. I have a fresh server that I'm ready to use. All right, so I guess we can go ahead and install a site on this server. So I'll hit the new site dropdown. I've got some options here. We're, of course, using Laravel. We have this new screen here. We can pick our repository. I've got this little Taylor's app repository here. We can set up the branch. We can set up our database, just all the usual stuff we're used to with Forge. And here's another one of my favorite features, the Forge domain. So yeah, this is great. So every new site with Forge gets a free onforge.com domain immediately. Just like Laravel Cloud, in the way you get laravel.cloud domains with your cloud applications, on Forge you now get onforge.com domains with every site. That's really great. It means no more IP addresses or setting up DNS records before you can give someone a human-readable URL. All right, so that comes with every new Forge site. So I think this looks pretty good. I'll just go ahead and hit create site. What that's going to do is, of course, clone down the repository, install my composer dependencies, basically get the site ready to go on Forge. So this should just take a few seconds here, and then we'll be ready to dig in a little bit more. You can see up there in the top right, we've built a new Nightwatch integration to make it really easy to connect your sites to Nightwatch, so you can start pulling in all of your logs and exceptions and all of that automatically. All right, so this site is installed. We haven't actually run our first deployment yet. Before we do that, I'm going to go into the deployment settings here, and let's look at our deployment script. You can see here in this deployment script, there's a couple new things. And for years, developers have been asking for zero downtime deployments to finally be built into Laravel Forge. And I'm happy to announce that is a reality now. So you can see here in the deployment script, at the beginning and the end, we have some new functions you can call create release and activate release. And that basically creates a new release directory on the server. You can run whatever commands you want before that deployment is actually activated. Then you call activate release to make it go live, and then you can run anything you want after that to do whatever you want, to clean things up or whatever you need to do. So zero downtime deployments baked right into Laravel Forge. It's really great. We've also baked another new feature that I want to show you into Forge, health checks. So this is now also baked into Forge. I'm going to turn that on. And what that does is after your site is deployed, we'll ping your site from multiple different locations around the world to make sure it's still online after your fresh deployment just went active. And of course, if it's not online, we'll send you a notification that your deployment probably just broke something. All right, so let's go ahead and save that.
come up here, we can just hit deploy. We'll be on this new deployment screen. You can see that 0 downtime deployments is enabled. It's running our deployment. Again, our deployment has not been activated yet until the end of this. We shouldn't have any downtime during the deployment. Building our Vite stuff, our front-end stuff. The deployment's complete, and it did our health checks, and the site is still operational. And now I should just be able to hit visit here. Our site is live. We should be able to sign up if someone hasn't beat me to it again. All right, and we're in. So we have a working application on Forge, database and everything ready to go with 0 downtime deployments. And we probably did all this faster than just provisioning a server on Forge would have taken before Laravel VPS. It's super fast to get started. So I'm not just excited about Laravel VPS because you can get servers instantly. They're also going to be some of the most affordable servers on the Forge platform. For our growth and business tier subscribers, we're actually going to give you juicy percentage-based discounts on your Laravel VPS servers that really will make them some of the most affordable entry points into the Forge ecosystem that we've ever had. And I'm also excited when combining Laravel VPS with the Forge API, what you can build when you have access to instant VPS servers at your fingertips. All right, let me show you another feature that we've baked into Forge under this Observe tab, Heartbeats. So Laravel has a scheduler where you can schedule tasks to run nightly or every week or even every year. And sometimes you don't know if those are actually running or not, and you want a tool to monitor them. So we're baking Heartbeats directly into Forge so you can do that. So if I click Add Heartbeat, I can give this a name, maybe Scheduler, how often it's supposed to run, and if Forge hasn't heard from the scheduler in 5 minutes, I want it to notify me. So I'll hit Create Heartbeat. It's going to give me a URL, which I can copy here. And if we hit that URL, we just get a simple response, and I'll go back to Forge, and we should see that this heartbeat is now beating, which we do. We can see that little green heart there. So we know our scheduler is running. Of course, Laravel has the then ping method built into the scheduler that makes it super easy to plug this URL into your Laravel application. So heartbeats are built right into Laravel Forge. All right, let's go to the overview. And if we have a Laravel VPS server, how do we dig into the metrics about that server? Things like CPU, memory, bandwidth. This server's brand new, so I'm actually going to go to one of my other servers in my Taylor's Projects organization. I'm going to go into that server. And the cool thing about this server is it's actually running a Nuxt.js site, which we've been working on support for in our upcoming new batch of features in Forge. So if I go into this site and visit it, this is a Nuxt site running in full server mode. You can use server-side actions in Nuxt. You can deploy this using Forge. We're bringing full support for this to Laravel Forge, which I think is really great. I know a lot of you build Nuxt or Next front ends that you pair with Laravel backends. We want you to be able to deploy those front ends on Forge as well in the same place you deploy your Laravel backends. But anyway, enough with that side quest. Let's jump into our server metrics for this server. I'll go into Observe, and we have a new Metrics tab for Laravel VPS servers, where we can get the CPU, the memory, and unfortunately, my little side project is not getting much traffic right now because I just have no bandwidth coming in or out. But it allows you to monitor all of that from this simple dashboard, so you can see exactly what's happening in your server. All right, let's jump back over into the Laracon organization. I'm going to go into my new Laravel VPS server, Twilight Brook, that we created just a few minutes ago. And sometimes when you're using Forge, one of the benefits of Forge is that you have access to the underlying server, right? That's why a lot of you use Forge. And sometimes you need to hop onto the server just to debug something, maybe check if some file is on the server, or see what processes are on the server. And you have to typically create an SSH key, add that to Forge, go into your terminal, do the SSH command, copy the IP address, jump into the server. It's just a big dog and pony show, to get access to this server. We thought that could be better. So we thought, what if you could just do control backtick? And we're on the server. I have full auto completion in my terminal. I can check the PHP version. It's a full SSH session, and I can just drop right into it anytime with control backtick, or I can launch it from the command palette. Sometimes I really need to lock in, and we can put it in focus mode. Forge fades into the background. I've got a big terminal. I can even run complicated things like htop right here from Forge just by dropping into the server, into the new Forge integrated terminal. It's really, really slick. I can also do this at the site level. So let's say I drill into this site. I can just do control backtick, and I'm dropped right into that site's directory on the server. So I'm just immediately right there where I need to be. It's really convenient for those times you just need to drop into a server and check on a problem. It just couldn't be easier. But we know you're not always using Forge alone. A lot of you work with teams. And we want to make it super easy to collaborate with your team members when they need to debug something. And I thought, how can we make that happen? How can we pair up with our team members to help them solve problems? So we're actually building collaboration features into the terminal. I can see my friend James just started a terminal session. I'm just going to join that session. Now I'm pairing with James, who's backstage debugging some things on the server. I can just watch along. It's really, really slick. We're really happy with this feature. The Forge team really locked in to make this a possibility, and we think you're going to really love it. It's super convenient. All right, James, I think we're going to let you go now. Good luck with this little debugging session. All right, we can just close that out. So that is a preview of the massive update coming to Laravel Forge in just 8 weeks. It's really one of the biggest updates we've ever done to Forge in its history. And it's bringing a beautiful new design, Laravel VPS, zero downtime deployments, health checks, heartbeats, an intelligent command palette, an integrated Forge terminal, teams and organizations, and an improved API. Like I said, we've got a bit more polishing up to do on this. We hope to get this in your hands in 8 weeks. We are needing early testers. If you are interested in helping us test Laravel VPS or all of these cool new features on Laravel Forge, stop by the Forge booth. Let us know what you're building. Tell us what you're working on. We'd love to get you in early. We actually are running all of this in production right now behind feature flags. It's going to be very easy for us to give you access. We'd love to hear from you, so stop by the booth and let us know what you're doing. All right. We still got one more product to cover. Are you hanging in there? Are you still with me? Let's jump into Laravel Cloud. Laravel Cloud is our fully managed application platform for Laravel, and it's the realization, like I said, of how I've always dreamed of deploying Laravel applications. From having a Forge account to going into production in less than 60 seconds with zero configuration. And not only that, helping you scale to enterprise scale on our fully managed platform. And since we launched Cloud just a few months ago, thousands of you have deployed applications to Laravel Cloud. People are shipping side projects, they're shipping staging environments, and they're shipping production applications faster than ever before. Cloud started with a great foundation, and we're ready to build on that foundation and show you some of the stuff we've been cooking over the last few months. But first, let's talk a little business. We're going to tweak our plans a little bit, and I think you're really going to like it. So we're renaming our sandbox plan to Starter, and we're adding some new features. One of them is custom domains for everyone, for every plan. So previously, you had to sign up for our $20 a month plan to have a custom domain on Cloud. We're bringing that to our pay-as-you-go starter plan. This makes it more accessible than ever to get started with Cloud. Whereas before, if you wanted to launch an app with a custom domain on Cloud, you really were going to be in for about $25 to $30 per month to get that app online because you needed the growth plan for a custom domain. With the starter plan, you can get a Laravel app on Laravel Cloud with a custom domain for just $5 or $6 a month. It's really one of the most accessible entry points into deploying Laravel applications there is. We're also putting some smart guardrails on our starter plan. We've had a few of you do $500 a month caches, $1,000 a month databases, and we're trying to bring more intelligence into the platform to help guide you into the right resource size for your application. So we'll limit you down to what we think is best for your application, and you can scale when you really need to and when you opt into it. We're making it much more understandable. Again, if you go on the growth plan, you get access to auto-scaling, pro compute, larger resources, dedicated worker clusters, and our web application firewall. We're also simplifying compute pricing in general. So we're going to simple round numbers per month for our compute. So $4 a month, $5 a month, no more of this 88 cents an hour stuff, and I don't know what I'm going to be paying at the end of the month. We're making this super simple for you, and we're going to be baking intelligence right into cloud so you can always see how much you've spent so far and how much different compute sizes cost right in the cloud UI. And all of this new pricing and new application UI improvements are launching in 2 weeks on August 12th, including custom domains for all plans. I'm also excited to announce that today we are launching production-ready MySQL and Laravel Cloud. Thank you. We've had a developer preview of MySQL on cloud for the last few months, but we're now production ready. That means fully managed backups, restores. We got proxy SQL in front of all of your databases so you can handle more connections. We're ready for scaling you vertically, and we're ready for production workloads. And this is ready right now, and we're launching it today. And you can get started for just $6 a month with fully managed MySQL with backups and restores on Laravel Cloud. We're really happy to get this in your hands. I want to also call out an added benefit of Laravel MySQL. This is a totally custom infrastructure that we've built for Laravel Cloud. There's no bandwidth fees when your application talks to a Laravel MySQL database. This is in contrast to the serverless Postgres offering we offer through our partnership with Neon. With Laravel MySQL, this is in-house infrastructure sitting right next to your app. No latency penalty, no bandwidth fees when you're using Laravel MySQL. It's really great, and it's a great default option for all new Laravel Cloud applications. We have a lot more coming on Laravel Cloud that I think you're going to be really excited about. And to give you more info about all of that, I'm going to introduce Laravel Cloud team lead, Joe Dixon.
You fist bump? Oh, no. All right, good afternoon, Laracon. How are you all doing? Awesome. Thank you all for having me. Thank you for that incredibly warm welcome. It's hard for me to believe that we only broke ground on Laravel Cloud back in March of 2024, just 16 short months ago. It has without doubt been the most ambitious and exciting project that I have ever worked on. And it's one that's posed countless challenges along the way. Everything from managing resources across hundreds of AWS accounts to tracking bandwidth usage to a single application running somewhere on cloud's sprawling infrastructure. From wrangling millions of daily billing events to designing the perfect user experience for custom domain management. You name it, we faced it head on. But it's been an absolute privilege to craft this platform for our community. A platform which strives to take the pain out of deploying, managing, and scaling the infrastructure required for even the most demanding of workloads, affording you the time to focus on what matters to you, shipping. Luckily for me, I have the honor and privilege to work with an incredibly talented team of badass engineers, product managers, and designers who've taken every challenge in their stride, culminating in us launching cloud to the world in just less than 12 months. But that was 5 months ago, and 750,000-ish deployments since. There's been a lot in the oven, and I'm excited today to show you what's been cooking. Okay, so first up, we wanted to really make the create application flow even easier and faster than it currently is. And to do that, we reimagined the whole experience. So we went from a modal-based approach to a full-page experience, which really gives us the breathing room that we need to do this process justice. And there's a couple of small things to call out on this page which I think are going to be huge quality of life improvements. First of all, we're pulling through the organization avatar here. So if you're working across multiple source control providers, multiple GitHub organizations, we're pulling in the avatar so you can easily identify the repositories that you're interested in. And in a similar fashion, we're actually pulling in those repositories in order of the most recently active. Because we feel like in most cases, if you're connecting a repository to cloud, it's probably going to be one that you've been working on fairly recently. But if all else fails, we also now have, finally, a filter. So I can search for the repository that I want, and I'm going to be able to find that quickly and easily. And I think this is a huge quality of life improvement for those users who have hundreds, maybe thousands of repositories that they're connected to cloud. But what about those users who want to be able to spin up a new project and kick the tires on a new project on cloud? Well, we've got you covered too with our new user template flow. If I click on this tab here, we should see some options that we are already quite familiar with. We can, from here, deploy a brand new empty Laravel application or any of our 3 starter kits, React, Vue, and Livewire. And I'm a big fan of Livewire, and I heard a lot of you are big fans of Livewire too, so let's start a Livewire project. So I'm going to click the Livewire starter kit template, and then I'm presented with some options. First of all, I can pick my source control provider or my Git provider account. I'm going to stick with this Laracon 2025 organization, and I can give my repository a name. So let's change this to demo. Next, I can choose the visibility of the repo. So I can say private, I only want it accessible to members of my team, or public, and I'm going to make it accessible to the masses. My application name by default stays in sync with my repository name, but I'm free to change that too. And finally, of course, I can select the region I want to deploy in. OK. I didn't think the internet gods were with me there for a second. OK, so now that application is created, we have landed on a screen which should be familiar to Laravel Cloud users. It's our environment canvas. It's the place where we can go to see an overview of our application environment. Everything from our network settings to our custom domains to our compute clusters, worker clusters, and any resources that we have attached to that environment. And the canvas itself has had a bit of a glow up over the last couple of weeks. We've made some subtle design changes to kind of make this less busy and allowing you to focus on the things that are important. And we didn't let Forge have all the fun at the hackathon. We also joined in, and these new canvas controls were a late addition for Laracon. You can also see from here that we can now have already deployed that environment. So when we created it, it's automatically deployed. So if I click here on our cloud domain, we are taken to our Livewire starter kit. And if I jump back to cloud and then click on the GitHub repo that's linked, my brand new repo has been created for me. My Livewire starter kit files have all been pushed up to GitHub. So let's take a step back and think about what's happened. In just a couple of clicks within cloud, I have a brand new project running on cloud, deployed. I have my source control repository in place that all I now need to do is clone down. And as soon as I make any changes locally and push those up, cloud is going to auto-deploy that for me. We really feel like this new starter kit flow really is the fastest way to get your new idea off the ground. I'm glad you applauded because I really needed that drink. OK. I'm also excited to announce that is, assuming the feature flag gods are with us, that is available and ready to use as of right now. OK. Every decision that we make about every feature that we build into Laravel Cloud is hyper-focused around taking the pain out of managing and scaling infrastructure. When we launched Cloud, we came out with an opinionated set of auto-scaling rules, a set of rules which we still believe are a sensible default for the majority of Laravel applications. And behind the scenes, we're making continual improvements to our underlying PHP runtimes. So that organically means that those existing opinionated rules are getting better, more performant, and more reliable over time. But we wanted to give you more control over your auto-scaling strategies for those times when you really need it. If you run a particularly CPU-intensive application or memory-intensive application, you may need a little bit more control over when your application scales up. And we wanted to give you that directly from Cloud's UI. So if I click into this existing application that I have here and into my main environment, you'll see that I have 2 compute clusters available. I have my app cluster and my worker cluster. And if I click into these settings here, we'll see something that should be familiar to cloud users. We have our replica range slider. So I'm saying I want to scale between 1 and 2 replicas, but what's new here is I have this new CPU and memory threshold. So I now have control at what percentage utilization of either CPU or memory I want my application to scale. And that's the same for both app clusters and worker clusters. So we really feel like the improvements that we're making continually to those underlying runtimes with the new scaling strategies, scaling configuration strategies that are now available within Cloud UI, it's never been a better time to start your auto-scaling journey on Laravel Cloud. And those are also available as of right now. But we didn't stop there. Sometimes things like setting up your queue worker configuration can be tricky. Setting up the correct number of workers for the resources that you have available to you is not always straightforward. Of course, we have tools like Horizon that can help us there, but Horizon isn't necessarily aware of the amount of resources that we have available on our instance that we're running, nor can it help us to scale horizontally. We think Cloud could and can and should do a better job of that. Imagine a world where we can tell Cloud the boundaries in which we want it to scale, but Cloud will take over and understand the amount of resources that we have available in the replicas to understand how much we can vertically scale those workers, and how then we can horizontally scale to ensure that our compute is perfectly aligned with the demands of our queue. So today I want to show you our new managed queue clusters. And to do that, I'm going to switch into the Lambo environment. So this is a new environment, and I've taken the worker cluster out, and I've replaced it with this new queue cluster. And if I look at the configuration options here, we see things which are relatively familiar to us. We can set the compute class and the compute size that we want to run, and we can configure our queue with this familiar queue configuration panel. Then we drop into the auto-scaling section. And we can see here that, again, there's our familiar replica range slider. So here I'm saying I want to scale between 1 and 4 replicas. But then we see this new option, this threshold option. And what this is saying to us is, if jobs are typically staying on the queue for 20 seconds or more, we want to see if there's a way that we can scale either our workers vertically or our replicas horizontally to be able to keep up with that demand. And that's the only variable we need to set. Cloud's going to go ahead and take care of the rest of that for us. Let's take a look at what that looks like. OK. So what I have here is an app deployed. And this app is going to help us to visualize what these managed queue clusters are doing under the hood and the problem that they're going to solve for us. What I have here is I'm about to push 2,000 jobs onto this queue. And these are very simple jobs. They just sleep for 2 seconds. We want to see how quickly we can process those and how these managed queue clusters can help us do that. So I'm going to push those on the queue now. And while we start to process those jobs, what we're about to see is a card appear for every replica that we have running. And remember I said I wanted to scale between 1 and 4 replicas. So right now we have replica 1 running because this was a completely cold queue to start with. Now the little boxes that you can see flying across the screen are a representation of the workers that we have running on that replica. So immediately you can see that we have, I think, around 20 workers on there right now, and our memory usage is 87%. So we're leaving a little bit of headroom, but we're really well utilized for the number of workers on this replica. Now behind the scenes, what the queue cluster is doing is taking a lot of different data points from different places. We're looking at things like the CPU and memory utilization of the replica, plus all of the workers running, plus every single job that gets processed. And we couple that with things like the depth of the queue, the throughput of the queue, and the average amount of time that jobs are spending on the queue. And all those data points allow us to make decisions on how we should scale. Also on that replica 1 card, you can see our confidence score. And this is the confidence that we have in the decisions that we make around scaling. And that confidence score really comes from the amount of data points that we have, how fresh that data is. And there we go. I was waiting for that to happen, so thank you. In the top right-hand corner, you can actually see the target number of replicas that we are asking our infrastructure to run for us. Now, you can see that's a little high. 17, well, it's continually fluctuating, but it's a little higher than the value that we set in the UI, where we set our maximum of 4 replicas. What this target is doing is telling infrastructure, in an ideal world, if we wanted to hit that 20-second threshold, we would need this many replicas running based on the resources that we have available to us. We're obviously going to cap that at 4 because that's the boundaries that us as customers of cloud set in the UI. We don't want to scale above that. We know what those costs are going to be, and that's what we're comfortable to spend. But you can see now that very, very quickly, those extra replicas 2, 3, and 4 came online, and we were able to process the backlog of queued jobs really, really quickly. So this is honestly pretty mind-blowing stuff, right? We have tools like Horizon in the community that allow us to configure the number of workers that we want to run. But it's not intelligent enough to tell us whether we actually have the capacity to run that many workers. And it's definitely not able to tell us to help us horizontally scale to really process the jobs in the queue in a timely fashion. This really is the next generation of queue management for Laravel. And I'm excited to say this is coming in just a couple of weeks. Okay. When we launched Laravel Cloud, we prioritized the resources that are required for the majority of Laravel applications, namely databases, caches, and object storage. But resources are things that we will continue to work on and improve over time. Taylor's already mentioned that our MySQL offering, which we launched under developer preview, is now production ready, and that's something that we've been working on since launch. But today I'm very excited to show you a sneak peek of the next resource which is coming to Laravel Cloud. It's 100% been the most requested resource since we've launched, but it's probably also been the most requested feature for Laravel Cloud overall. And it's a resource that's very close to my heart. Today, I'm very excited to show you managed Reverb. And to do that, I have a brand new application I want to deploy. So I'm going to jump back into the create application flow. And if my repos load, I think the Wi-Fi may have just crashed. Oh, here we go. We're good. I have this application called Chamber, which I'm going to deploy here now. I'm going to just stick with the defaults, and we're going to be dropped into the Canvas overview again with the default configuration settings, which are relatively low amount of compute with hibernation enabled by default. OK, there we are, dropped on the canvas. Now, the only resource that this application needs is a WebSocket server. And today I can do that directly from the canvas. So with our new canvas controls, I can select Add Resource, and I'm going to choose WebSockets. And I can create a new WebSocket server here and inline from the canvas. So I'm going to create that. I'm going to stick with the name of Chamber, the same name as my project. I'm going to stick to the same region as my application compute so I can keep the latency between the two low. And I'm going to select the number of concurrent connections which I would like this server to be able to handle. Now, there's a live audience participation element to this demo, so I'm going to select this relatively high, and I'm going to go ahead and create WebSocket server. And if we wait just a couple of seconds, that's it. Our WebSocket server is ready there for us to use. Now, because there's some audience participation in this, I'm going to just save this, and I'm going to bump up my compute a little bit. We'll scale this up as well. So we'll go between 1 and 4 replicas. And we're going to save and deploy. And while that deploys, I want to show you a couple of things which just happened under the hood just by selecting that WebSocket server from the canvas. So the first thing I'm going to do is drop into settings. And I'm going to scroll down and look at our injected environment variables. Now, just as a reminder, injected environment variables on cloud are the configuration options which cloud is able to automatically inject into our environment. So any resource that cloud is aware of, we're going to automatically inject those variables for you. So things like database connection credentials, caches, object storage, all that stuff. And WebSockets are no different. So if I scroll down here into these configuration settings, you'll see all of my Reverb prefixed environment variables are there and already injected into my environment. I have an app ID, an app key, an app secret, and a host name. So as soon as this deploys, the back end of my application is going to be able to broadcast events to the front end of my application. But of course, my front end also needs to be able to consume those events. So if I scroll down a little bit more, you'll see we've also injected all of the Vite prefixed Reverb environment variables. But that's not the only thing that happened. If I jump back up to the top level resource, that's the wrong one, sorry. Let's go to WebSocket servers. You'll see my Chamber WebSocket server here. If I click into this, I'm going to explain a little bit more about how this works. So like you have seen with other resources for Laravel Cloud, WebSockets are no different. They can be shared across multiple environments that you have configured within Laravel Cloud. So databases work in the same way, caches work in the same way, and object storage, if we wanted to, can work in the same way too. WebSockets work by a top-level WebSocket server, and then we have different applications which we can configure, WebSocket applications which we can configure on that server. So if we were sharing this across 5 different environments, we would create 5 different WebSocket applications on this server. So I only have one at the moment, and I can go ahead in here and edit the settings. There's some nice things that we can change the application name, we can change the ping interval, we can change the activity timeout and the max message size. But the one I really wanted to call out here is the allowed origins. Now, if you've ever used WebSockets before or ever used Reverb before, we have to tell Reverb the allowed origin, so where the request is coming from, we have to tell Reverb to allow that request. And so we've automatically injected the cloud domain into here. So as soon as this deploys, that allowed origin has been set, and we will be able to connect to that WebSocket server. So all of that is taken care of on our behalf. If I jump back into the application, hopefully that's now deployed, which it has, and I can go ahead and click on my cloud domain, and no. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. How did people get there before I even... Okay, there we go. You never cease to amaze me. So what we have here is the emoji reaction picker, which we have on the open source Reverb site. So just like that, we've been able to, in just a couple of clicks, we've been able to create a brand new application, attach a WebSocket server to it, and deploy it. And just like that, we have WebSockets in our application. I think that's pretty mind-blowing stuff, and I'm excited to share that that will be coming later this fall. You guys are going all out. OK, cool. So I hope some of the things that I've shown you today have given you a good reminder of how easy it is to get your applications running on cloud in a way that will scale with you. But what if we could make it even easier to test your new features? What if we could change the way that your development, testing, and QA lifecycles work? Well, the next feature I want to show you, I believe, achieves all of that and more. As luck would have it, I have a brand new feature that I want to deploy to this application that I've just deployed. And there's a couple of ways that I could do that. I could jump back to the application level, and I could go and add a new environment. I can select the branch which I wish to deploy, and I can give that environment a name. That will then drop me into the canvas which we've seen, and I can configure my environment as I would like. But because this is going to be, in principle, a very similar application structure to the one I've just deployed, there's an even faster way to do that. In case you haven't seen this, I can jump to the environment overview. I can select replicate option from the top here, and I can say, I want to replicate my main environment here. I can choose the branch I wish to connect. I can still give that environment a name, and I have a number of different replication options which I can choose. And that will basically go ahead and take that original environment, take a copy of it, and attach the new branch to it. So that's already pretty easy, but what if we could automate that whole process so we never had to think about it? If I jump back up to the application level settings here, you'll see we have this brand new option called Preview Environments. Now, what Preview Environments allow us to do is automatically generate a new environment every time something happens. And the way that we know that something happens is by creating a new automation. Now, if we take that QA test example, let's go ahead and create this new automation called QA test. And I'll walk you through the options that we have here. The first thing I can do is choose the environment which I wish to replicate. Every time this automation is triggered, which environment would I like to replicate? Now, in this case, I only have one, so I'm going to stick with main. But this will be very kind of based on your needs. So if you're working typically, your new features work from a staging environment, then maybe the staging environment is the one that you would wish to replicate. But for the purposes of this demo, we'll stick with our main environment. Now comes the fun part. We can choose our automation trigger rules. These are the set of rules which have to be met in order for this automation to be applied. And broadly speaking, I have two options here. I can either do it based on a new pull request, or I can do it based on a new branch. I'm going to stick with the pull request option, and the only other thing I have to pick is I have to choose the target branch that the pull request targets when I open it. So in this case, what I'm saying is if a new pull request is open that targets the main branch, this automation should be triggered. Now, of course, we don't necessarily want to do it for every single pull request. Maybe we have additional requirements for how we want these preview environments to be created. And I can do that by filtering the branch name here. So I have these options where I can say, if the branch name starts with, ends with, contains, or matches the regex of a given string, only under those circumstances should that preview environment be created. So I actually like this naming convention that we have in the placeholder here. So I'm going to say, if I can type on screen, feet slash, right? So just as a reminder, what we're saying here is any new pull request that targets the main branch where the source branch starts with feet slash, only under those circumstances should this automation be triggered. Now I have these kind of familiar replication options. I can choose the compute clusters. I can choose whether I want to replicate the existing compute clusters. Now you saw that I just bumped up the server size for the previous demonstration. Maybe for my preview environments, I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to replicate it so I still have all my app clusters and worker clusters, but I replicate and downsize so I can keep my costs lower. Or maybe, and for the sake of testing, maybe I only need a single instance to run on, in which case I can choose the new default cluster, which remember is a relatively small amount of compute with hibernation enabled by default. But again, there's an element of audience participation in this, so I'm going to mirror the environment that I just created. If I have a database, there's some interesting options I can do here. So I have an existing database cluster. I mentioned we can already share that across multiple environments. So I have the option to do that here. I can use the same database as my main environment. Probably don't want to do that. What I'm more likely to want to do is create a new database on an existing database cluster. And that's going to be tackled automatically for us anytime this automation is triggered. I can do similar things for caches and object storage, and now, of course, WebSockets. I can choose to use the same WebSocket application, or I can create a new WebSocket application on that existing server, which is exactly what I want to do here. Finally, I have some more configuration options. So if my preview environment needs a specific set of configuration options, I can inject those environment variables here, and anytime this new preview environment is created, those environment variables will be injected. I can choose whether I want to auto-deploy on trigger. So as soon as this automation is triggered, maybe I want to deploy automatically, so my preview URL is there waiting for me. Or maybe I want to do that on my own terms, because I'm not ready to actually test it yet. I just want to get that draft PR up and running so I can start cooking on it a little more. And I can deploy that then on my own terms. And again, it's another way to to control our costs. It's also important that we probably want to tidy up after ourselves, right? If we are merging that pull request or closing that pull request, there's a good chance we don't need that preview environment hanging around anymore. So we can tell Cloud to automatically destroy that environment and its associated resources when that pull request is merged or closed. I can also set some initial deploy commands. So there's a good chance I'm going to want to seed my database for these QA test environments. I can add that here, and that will get injected into every environment that gets created. And finally, coming soon, we have the ability to set HTTP basic authentication. So now all of these preview environments can get created, and they're password protected out the gate and not publicly accessible. So I'm going to go ahead and create that automation. And that drops me back on the preview environment screen. So what should be clear to you now is that we get a summary of what that QA test automation looks like. But I can add multiple automations. So if I have different business rules for different ways that I need applications to be, or preview environments to be created, I can create as many automations as I wish here. And that's it. That's all we've got to do. But let's jump in and see how that actually works. So I'm going to go into the repository here, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new pull request. So remember, my pull request rules that I need to target the main branch, so that's looking good, and that my source branch needs to be prefixed with feet slash. So I have this branch here ready to go. No demo would be complete without a cameo from Jason Beggs, and there he is right there on the screen. So we're going to go ahead and create that pull request, and we're going to give it a new name of Here Be Dragons. So let's take a look at what happens when I hit the create button. OK. So what we should see in just a couple of seconds, there it is, right there in front of our eyes. We see that we've immediately created that new environment, and we've been able to add a pull request comment on there to give us some details of what's actually happening. You can see here that the preview environment has been created. It's giving us the environment name, and it's giving us a link directly to Cloud's UI to go and see that environment. we get a status. We can see that that application is currently deploying. Those are the rules I had in place to say automatically deploy when this automation is triggered. And it gives me some information about what's going to happen when I close or merge this pull request, and a link to the settings if I want to go ahead and change that. So I'm going to click the link and go ahead and look at the environment. And we can see, indeed, that that is automatically now deploying. We can see that our WebSocket server is connected to this preview environment, and we have a new application name, which has been automatically generated by the name of the pull request. If we jump back up to the top, in fact, no, sorry. If we jump back into settings and look at the injected environment variables, just to prove that's a new WebSocket application, we have a brand new app ID. That was, the previous environment was 001, this is 002. So we have a brand new set of credentials, a new WebSocket application, which we can see back at the top level resource. We now have our main application, and we have our Here Be Dragons application. And of course, these are configurable independently. And if I edit the settings here, our new vanity domain for our new environment has also been injected there for us as well. So if I jump back to cloud, if I jump back to the deployment or to that environment, that has now been deployed. And if I don't get a 404 this time, I hope you'll all agree that that is a mic drop moment. Okay, that is preview environments, and I'm very excited to see what you do with them. I think they are an incredible opportunity to kind of change the way that we treat our development, testing, and QA processes. I'm very excited to see, and I'd love to have any feedback from you when you get your hands on these. These are also available as of today, so go ahead and have some fun. I hope you're all as excited about these new features as I am, and as we as a team are. We would love to hear from you. So if you have any feedback or questions, the cloud team are here. We've got the booth. We're also milling around the conference. Please come and give us your questions and feedback. We would love to speak to you about it. That just about wraps today's keynote. Sorry, not the keynote. Today's cloud demo. So I'm going to hand you back to Taylor Otwell.
Nice. All right. Thanks so much, Joe. I know a lot of you have been asking me, even last night at the Mostly Technical Rooftop event, for preview environments in Laravel Cloud. I'm super excited that preview environments are fully available in Laravel Cloud today. We can't wait to see what you build, can't wait to see what you ship with these awesome new features. So just to do a quick recap of what we covered on Laravel Cloud today, available today is our new Deploy from Starter Kits Flow, preview environments, and production-ready MySQL. Coming in about 2 weeks on August 12th, we have new plans and pricing, custom domains on all plans, and the new smart scaling queue clusters that Joe previewed. And then coming later this fall, we have some more cool new stuff we'd like to share with you. Of course, Laravel Reverb, which Joe previewed today, fully managed on cloud, fully scalable. It's really awesome. We're also working on Laravel Valkey. Valkey is an open source fork of Redis. We're going to be bringing fully managed Valkey clusters to Laravel Cloud later this fall. Similar to our production-ready MySQL, that will have no latency penalties. It doesn't go out to the internet. This is custom infrastructure that we're running here at Laravel, as well as free bandwidth between your application and your managed Valkey clusters. We're working on the Cloud API. I know a lot of you are asking about this. We'll have that coming later this fall, as well as new regions, dedicated compute, teams, and role-based access controls. Larger teams, we hear you as well. We already have enterprise customers live on cloud with private infrastructure and dedicated compute, VPC peering when you need to talk to your own private database from your Laravel cloud application, as well as advanced networking controls, more hosting regions coming soon, and SOC 2 compliance and single sign-on coming soon as well. If these are interesting features to you, we'd love to chat with you at the Laravel Cloud booth. Again, we already have enterprise customers on cloud today. It's not just hypothetical. We're really scaling enterprise applications on cloud right now. We'd love to help you do the same. Thank you. Thank you for your patience through this keynote. It has been a packed day. We've had Laravel Wayfinder bridging the gap between your Laravel backend and your Inertia front end. We're super excited to get that in your hands. We've had Laravel Boost for always up-to-date intelligence in your AI coding agent, no matter where you're using them. If it's in Cursor, if it's in Claude Code, we're releasing that for free to you in the next 2 weeks. We have the next generation of Forge and Laravel VPS with zero downtime deployments, health checks, heartbeats, and the integrated Forge terminal. We have cloud preview environments, which I'm so excited about, production MySQL, queue scaling, and new simple pricing, which goes live in 2 weeks. And we have Nightwatch event increases, new features like the cache page and Slack integration, and we even got a day shift on Nightwatch. It's been a really great day. I really believe that Laravel is the most productive way to build applications. There is no full stack experience like this. There's just nothing even close to this. And especially when you pair it with our new Laravel Boost AI features and Laravel Cloud, this is the most incredibly productive full stack ecosystem I could imagine, and we can't wait to see what you build with it. So, we are nothing without you. Thank you for trusting us with your applications. Thank you for choosing Laravel. Thank you for building your dreams and companies on our tools and platforms. And we hope you go build something amazing. I'll be hanging around all night as long as you want to talk. We can't wait to chat about all the new things we're shipping, and I'll see you out there. Thanks.